Summary: Alexander, a young billionaire, and some of his classmates died in a school bus accident. They had another chance to reincarnate in a fantasy universe. A world of sword and magic. However, while everyone got a wonderful gift, Alex got two guns. One is silver-colored while the other is black. He couldn't even use magic. Even when others made fun of him, and his stats were below average, Alex was still smiling as he believes in himself. With a fiery eye, he said, "On Earth, I was one of the richest, and in this new world, I shall be the strongest." Together with the others, they were sent to the next world to begin again. This is the story of Alex with his two guns in another world. A fantasy world. The story of his struggles until he became the strongest. The tale of a journey towards the top. Nickaido's here, and this is my second original novel. Fantasy settings once again, a world of sword and magic, with a particular MC. I will be happy to have you on board. Your support, suggestions, comments, most importantly, your stones are welcome. Sorry in advance, English is not my first language, so they may be grammatical errors and misspelled words. Please bear with me. I'm trying to improve to provide a better story. Chapter 1 to Prologue. Alex's POV. The school bus taking us from Marseille back to our hotel in Paris was hijacked en route by a group of thugs. We were all cowering in the back of the bus like a bunch of pigs waiting to be slaughtered. It sucks that even our muscle brain of PE teacher Mr. Clark got beaten black and blue when he tried to act like a hero saving the damsel in distress, aka the most beautiful girl in our class. Maria Rosars. No adjective could describe her, she's too damn hot and quite tall for a girl. Standing at a lofty height of 1.70 meters, 5.58 feet, with slender arms and legs that could put the most beauty to shame, and those breasts so. They're big D cup at least. Rumor had it that they were natural, meaning no implants or anything of the sort. Nice ass with slender hips, she has lustrous black hair that reaches her back, and to top it all off she has the most beautiful ocean blue eyes I've ever seen. Although Maria is one hot piece of ass, she isn't arrogant like the other girls, and she chats with everybody and everyone. She had fans among the boys and girls alike, but there was a small problem. Her father, is the boss of one of the biggest cartels, the Rosa cartel. This fact alone eliminated any thoughts from men who tried to be a little forceful while wooing her. However, everywhere you go, there's always a bunch of fools. Those who think that because their father or family has a little teeny tiny bit of power, they can have all the women they want. Well, I guess there are some exceptions. Last year, I remembered a freshman who got too full of himself thinking that he was a prince because his father was a senator. He ended up getting beaten up by Maria because he became too forceful, akin to a stalker. So, don't go thinking that she's just a pretty flower in a vase. From what I've heard, she knows several martial arts, she even has her team in their headquarters, they said. Back to the present. Those thugs were now asking our names, and I guess they wanted them to use for ransom, upon reaching Maria. The leader gulped and audibly said, "Oh. Jesus Christ. What a woman, she's too damn hot. Hey. You guys. I'm taking her with the ransom money, we'll live a happy life, and with those hips, she can give me at least 10 kiddos. You're right there." Grandma also said the same things upon seeing her when she came to take me home at the school entrance last time. She even urged me to try and get with her, and I told her I would try. Just because she talks with everybody, don't think that she's easy to approach, or you'll be friend-zoned in no time. The leader asked, "Bella, what's your name?" "You will become this daddy's wife, Maria Rosars," she replied. There was a long silence before the leader asked again. But this time he started to stutter. "What? Miss, could you please repeat that? As I said earlier, my name is Maria Alexia Rosars, daughter of Ricardo Garcia Rosars," Maria said with a blank face, and she doesn't seem afraid at all, as if she had already experienced this many times before. After hearing her reply, all 5 thugs turned extremely pale. The leader crumbled on his knees, with tears starting to drip from his eyes. He began to cry like a child who got his toy taken away by bullies. "Oh God. Nous sommes morts, meaning we are dead. We kicked the beehive this time, even our dogs were not going to be spared. To think that we had the nerve to hijack the bus transporting that bloody demon's only daughter. We're screwed, even the police won't save us." They were all crying, praying to Jesus, even knowing that they don't give a fuck about him. Well, I guess who can blame them knowing that bloody demon's history? I heard that when Maria was 8 years old, she was abducted for 12 hours before her dad found and rescued her. However, the next day the group responsible for the kidnapping got destroyed. They eliminated even bugs. Their headquarters got utterly erased from the map, and their homes also suffered from the same fate. Now, do you understand why they've lost their will to live? Suddenly, because of a lack of momentary focus, the bus drifted straight into the forest from the road. Bang! Oh. Shit. I'm going to die, oh fuck. I forgot to introduce myself. My name is Alexander Kaletouch, Alex for short. I'm your average Joe, standing at a normal height of 1.75 meters, 5.74 feet. I'm neither handsome nor ugly, just in the middle with black hair and green eyes. The only good thing about me is that I'm good with technology and a little rich, a billionaire with a few billion, that's all. I got the nickname Flash Fingers because I'm good at programming, and I'm faster than the flash on the keyboard. Am I going to die? I asked, but no one answered. Slowly darkness took over my consciousness. Everything became dark. I cannot feel my body nor hear my heartbeat any longer. Well fuck, I'm dying was Alex's last thought as darkness took over. After some time that seemed like an eternity, Alex woke up because he was feeling groggy. He had thought that he was a goner. Where am I? He asked nobody in particular while shaking his head. The scenery wasn't that of the bus, nor inside a hospital either. All his surroundings were pure white. Ugh, where are we? A sweet voice beside Alex asked. Wait, this voice, isn't the voice of that succubus Maria? Alex asked himself. Sure, it was her. After turning around to confirm it, they were not the only ones here, though. There were several other people as well. From what he could tell, Alex and the others were numbered around 10. The group of thugs and some people are missing. Well, it's not like he cares about it. There was that asshole Leonardo and his crew, Daedalus, and his other siblings present. Please don't laugh because it's how he's named. Suddenly, there was a white light that blinded everyone. After some time, everyone was able to see again, but they were dumbfounded because they heard a woman's voice. Welcome otherworlders. After that voice rang out in the air, a girl's figure soon swirled in front of them. Her face was beautiful as exquisite jade, and her skin was the color of cream. Her beautiful lips were red as ruby even though she had not applied any rouge. Her bright blue eyes were particularly eye-catching. Strange colors rippled in those clear and limpid pools, and they looked pure and alluring at the same time. She wore an elegant white and airy robe that clung to her body, accentuating her perfect form with a golden necklace around her neck. In short, she is a goddess of class beauty. No, her figure and face were so beautiful that they seemed to transcend the concept of beauty itself. Alex and the other males couldn't help but drool at her figure, with their imagination running wild. Suddenly, Alex felt a sharp pain in his right thigh, snapping out of his wild fantasy. He looked at the culprit and was astonished because it was Maria. She was glaring at him before she said in a chilling tone, "Snap out, you're drooling, ah." Yes, it was all he managed to say. Leonardo was glaring at him, eyes spewing fire. Well, who could blame him? The class goddess just pinched his thigh, and he has the right to be jealous because it was not him. He. Serve you right. Alex mumbled. While Alex and Leonardo started glaring at each other, Maria smiled, looking at them. She seemed amused by their antics. However, they were soon interrupted by an ethereal voice, and the goddess talked once more. Welcome otherworlders, I'm one of the managers responsible for reincarnation of the world N degree 7543, the world that you guys call Earth. Well, I'm something akin to a goddess if I make it short. I'm Goddess Maya in charge of this sector. What? They were all dumbfounded. This is a cliché line that you often read in novels. What, Earth is N degree 7543? How many worlds are there in total? Alex wondered. As if she doesn't care about their astonished expressions, the self-proclaimed goddess Maya continued, you were all dead in the bus accident. I'm in charge of you 8, as for the others I don't know, so do not ask me, she said with a blank expression before she added, oh. I almost forgot, the men responsible for this tragedy are already sent to hell as punishment. Well, they'd committed a lot of crimes before this. So, don't worry, they got what they deserve. Wait, that's a lot of information to take in, don't you think? They almost shouted. Once again, she continued without waiting for them to say anything, I will make it brief. You are dead, and I will reincarnate you 8 in another world. Your actual body is a temporary one. The world I will send you into is a fantasy world of sword and magic. Don't ask some stupid questions like why you were chosen or can you go back on Earth? That's impossible. Either you agree to get reincarnated in another world, or you decide to go back to the cycle of reincarnation, and you will be reborn as a newborn with all your memories erased. What's your choice? She asked them, but they were not in the mood to answer. Imagine that suddenly someone came and informed you that you are now dead. Either you agree to get reincarnated as you are in another world, where you're sure you will not come back from, or you agree to be sent into the circle of reincarnation to be reborn as a newborn with all your memories erased. What will your reaction be? Will you answer immediately? The answer is no. That would be the normal reaction. You'll be shocked not knowing what to do. You won't even have the time to answer quickly. Well, Alex and others are not in some novels. This is real life, so real that you know that you're not in some fucking dream. Once again, the self-proclaimed goddess Maya seems not to be taking their feelings nor mental health into consideration. As she said, I think you've all chosen the first option, She was suddenly interrupted by Maria. The latter was so furious that she started to speak in an aggressive tone, different from her usual style. Wait for a fucking minute, will you? You just came and started blabbering, not giving us the time to digest what you just said before you started talking again. Are you a fucking politician? Why are you in a hurry? It's your job to explain things to us, so do your job properly. WTF? Is this Maria? The calm and elegant Maria? Or she's a fake? I've never seen this side of her. Alex wondered. Even Leonardo was dumbfounded, like the rest of them. Only Luna and that Japanese girl named Sakuya, Maria's best friends, were not astonished. They just held their heads in their hands while muttering. Here we go again. This was not the first time she had snapped. Goddess Maya's expression turned ugly, with black lines appearing on her face. She looked like she was about to explode as well, but quickly her expression became normal again, like a salesman. A professional indeed. Clearing her throat, she said while wearing a beautiful smile, "My bad, I forgot that you are just a baby that needs a lot of care. Truly sorry, I will give you 15 minutes to sort out your thoughts." This woman, she didn't forget to send a slight jab back at Maria. Her two best friends held the latter. If not, she would have continued. 15 minutes later, Alex and the others had finished talking. They could only select the first option. Choosing the second would be detrimental to them. Nobody in their right mind will decide that. Besides, Fantasy World hasn't that a wrong choice. Hence, they all voted for the first option, even knowing that Alex and others were still depressed because it means they won't be seeing their families and loved ones ever again. They will be gone forever. Looking toward his right, Alex saw Maria quietly crying in a corner, her shoulders shaking. Everybody was crying, even Alex had cried. He was sad because he would never see his grandma again. Alex had lost his parents. His grandma raised him after his parents died in a car accident when he was 10 years old. Now that I think about it. Am I not the same? Dead in a car accident like my parents. Well, for me, it's a bus instead of a car. I'm one grade higher than them. Alex thought before looking at the still crying Maria. He decided to do something to lighten the mood, so he slowly advanced towards Maria and held her small white hand in his hands while looking at her in the face. He declared, "Don't worry, don't be sad. I'll be there even though I don't know what awaits us on the other side. I promise that I will protect you. You can count on me. At least if it starts raining. I'll use my body like an umbrella to cover you so that you will not become wet." This can count as helping, can't it? Even Alex felt that what he just said was too cliché and sound cheap. It sounds like words a virgin MC would say. He almost blushed in shame. However, considering how thick his skin was, his outward appearance did not change. PFT. Ha 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 ha. You're funny, Alex, do you know that? Thank you, I'm feeling a little bit better now, and don't worry. If it ever comes a day I need help, I will come at you, Maria replied with a smile, a beautiful smile, so beautiful that Alex got smitten for a second. Dangerous. Alex thought that her smile was too dangerous. Suddenly, Alex sensed someone glaring at him. Naturally, it was Leonardo. Leonardo's face looked like the face of someone that was about to kill a person, and he knew that person was him. After agreeing to go for the first option, meaning they accept to get reincarnated, they faced Goddess Maya, and she immediately understood. So, she started to explain it. Good, now one by one, you will advance and place your right hand on top of that white orb over there. The orb will help you activate your gifts. These are special privileges given to you otherworlders. The people on the other side, meaning the world you are going in, can use magic. There are magicians, swordsmen, and so on. However, only the selected few have a gift. Gifts make you special. You'll understand once in the other world. If you activate yours, you can become a magician, magic swordmaster, and so on. You'll be different from others because of your gift. Please start. Oh. Alex and the others' eyes were filled with expectation, particularly Alex. My Ice Sky grand adventure was about to begin. Coo. The other world shall tremble to hear my name, Alexander the Grand. He started laughing creepily, imagining his bright future on the other side. While jokingly imagining his glorious adventure on the other side, Alex observed the awakening process. The first to touch the white orb was Leon. After few minutes, Daedalus and the other passed. Maria and her friend also passed. Lastly, it was him. When it was his turn, he advanced and touched the white orb. Suddenly, a white light coming from the white orb entered his body. The white light spread through his body before disappearing. He just felt slight discomfort, nothing else. After a while, he separated himself from the white orbs. Nothing happened, but Alex could feel that something was awakened inside him. Goddess Maya clapped her hands and suggested, "Very well, now that you have all finished activating your gift, you need to say status in your mind. A blue screen panel containing information will appear in front of you. Try it." Filled with anticipation, Alex was ready to do as Goddess Maya told them. Chapter 3-2, Low Stats. After hearing what Goddess Maya said, they all nodded their heads before mumbling status in their minds. Instantly, a blue screen panel appeared right before everyone. Alex looked at his status window, but he couldn't help but frown, wondering if his stats could be considered normal or weak. Status: Alexander Kale. Touch: Class: None. Age: 17. Male. Level 1. Experience value: 0 out of 100. Magic power: 1000. Magic: None. Attack: 40. Defense: 50. Agility: 25. Intelligence: 100. Luck: 50. BP: 100. Gift: 2 guns sealed. Skills: Normal appraisal level 1. Language comprehension, item box level 1. Swift fingers max. Presence detection level 1. Titles: Otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. Are my stats average or even worse than average? And why is my gift 2 guns? Why is it sealed? Sigh. I can't even use magic, it says. Alex lamented. He had a lot of questions, but for now, he decided to check others to see how they were. Maybe he could see whether there would be someone more miserable than him. However, when Alex looked around, looking at the others, all of them were smiling, meaning that they were pleased. They must have excellent status and gifts. He was indeed the unluckiest one. Suddenly, Leonardo turned his head in Alex's direction. With a smirk, he started to walk towards him with his group. This asshole, nothing good ever happened if he smiles like that. He's coming to mock him for sure, and with his stats, Alex knew that he would become a laughingstock soon enough. Soon, he was in front of Alex. It was painful to admit, but he was a handsome guy, short blonde hair and blue eyes, chiseled jawline like a top model, excellent physical because he was good at sports, especially basketball. His height was 180 m, 5.9 feet, he was taller than Alex. Behind him stood Daedalus, a giant of 2 meters. He was acting as though he was Leonardo's bodyguard. He had brown hair and brown eyes. There were 2 other members. One was Daedalus' brother from another mother, Kevin Asmar, 175 m, 5.74 feet, the same height as Alex. He had black hair and brown eyes. A little handsome, and the last member of the group was Kevin's little sister, Camilla Asmar, a beautiful girl, but it's a pity that she only has eyes for Leonardo. She had long black hair and brown eyes. Her height was around 167 m, 5.48 feet, excellent form but lacking in the breasts department, maybe an AA cup. It was a pity indeed looking at her almost flat chest. Suddenly Alex felt a chill running down his spine. He turned around and saw a smiling Camilla, but that smile could even make Lucifer shiver. He hastily looked elsewhere. It seemed she had spotted him looking at her flat. Better stop thinking about it if he wanted to live a little longer. Alex thought, oh. Why are you frowning? Maybe it's because of your status? It isn't good. If I'm wrong, you can show it to everyone. Leonardo shouted sarcastically. His voice was loud, prompting everybody to look in their direction. This asshole, he's doing it intentionally. Fuck off, Leonardo, this is none of your concern, Alex replied, a little angry. Leonardo clicked his tongue angrily, hearing Alex's answer, but Alex knew he would not let it end with something like that. As he thought, he said in a mocking tone, "Oh, from your reaction, it's indeed true, but fret not, nobody will laugh at you, we will all show our status if you show yours, nice try." But Alex stopped mid-sentence as he saw Maria looking at him, eyes filled with expectation. Well, earlier, he had bragged that she could count on him, she must want to know his status, the stats of her self-proclaimed guardian. He brought what was about to happen upon himself. Well, he could refuse not to show, but he isn't one to cower. Bracing himself, he decided to show them his status, fully knowing that somebody would mock him. As he expected, everybody had a blank look on their faces for a while after seeing his status before Leonardo burst into laughter as he said mockingly, "Ah, what with these trashy stats, even Goblin is more powerful than you. Truly pathetic, your title is even trashier. You can't even use magic. Truly pathetic, ah? Have you seen Goblin's status before? You douche a bag." Alex retorted. Leonardo acted as though he hadn't heard him as he kept laughing. Daedalus, Kevin, and Camilla laughed hard, while Maria, Luna, and Sakuya showed no reaction. They didn't seem disappointed, nor did they comment. After laughing for a few minutes, Leonardo proudly exhibits his status, his group did the same. Leonardo Dixer, class, hero, age, 17, male, level 1, experience value is 0/100, magic power, 700, magic, holy magic, fire magic, attack, 100, defense, 80, agility, 90, intelligence, 80, luck, 90, BP, 100, gift, Holy Sword Excalibur, skills, advanced appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, holy extinction ray level 1. Holy/level 1, kickboxer level 2. Titles, Otherworlder, the Holy Sword Wielder, Lusover, Lady Killer, Daedalus Asmar, class, Holy Guardian, age, 17, male, level 1, experience value is 0/100, magic power, 500, magic, earth magic, attack, 80, defense, 120, agility, 60, intelligence, 70, luck, 80, BP, 100, gift, holy shield, skills, normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, holy barrier level 1, holy bash level 1, titles, Otherworlder, the hero shield, guardian of the holy shield, lackey, Kevin Asmar, class, magic swordmaster, age, 17, male, level 1, experience value is 0/100, magic power, 600, magic, fire, attack, 90, defense, 70, agility, 70, intelligence, 75, luck, 90. BP, 100, gift, magic sword searcher, skills, normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, heavy/level 1, meteor/level 1, titles, Otherworlder, the lackey, vicious mouth, Camilla Asmar, class, magician, age, 16, female, level 1, experience value is 0/100, magic power, 600, magic, fire magic, wind magic, attack, 80, defense, 60, agility, 50, intelligence, 80, luck, 100, BP, 100, gift, Gullstaff, skills, normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension. Item box level 1, fire meteor level 1, wind tornado level 1, titles, Otherworlder, pyromaniac, the stalker, maiden in love, Maria and her two best friends Luna and Sakuya, also showed their statuses. Maria Alexia Rosars, class, Ice Empress, age, 17, female, level 1, experience value is 0/100, magic power, 800, magic, ice magic, attack, 90, defense, 60, agility, 70, intelligence, 95, luck, 100, BP, 100, gift, frozen fairies, skills, advanced appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, Ice/level 1, Glaciate level 1, Ice Blast level 1, Close Quarters Combat level 3, titles, Otherworlder, the Ice Empress, the Queen, Luna Heart, class, the Saintess, age, 17, female, level 1, experience value is 0/100, magic power, 900, magic, holy magic, healing magic, attack, 60, defense, 70, agility, 50, intelligence, 85, luck, 150, BP, 100, gift, holy staff lumini. Skills, Advanced Appraisal Level 1, Language Comprehension, Item Box Level 1, Holy Barrier Level 1, Holy Beam Level 1, Heal Level 1, Titles, Otherworlder, The Healer, La Saint, Sakuya Hishamiya, Class, Magic Samurai, Age, 17, Female, Level 1, Experience Value is 0/100, Magic Power, 600, Magic, Wind, Attack, 90, Defense, 70, Agility, 100, Intelligence, 90, Luck, 90, BP, 100, Gift, Katana Kaze no Yorochi, Skills, Advanced Appraisal Level 1, Language Comprehension, Item Box Level 1. Kendo Level 6, Swordsmanship Level 4, Wind/Iaido Level 3, Wind Tornado Level 1, Gale/Level 1, Titles, Otherworlder, Kendo Master, Yamato Nadeshiko, Kendo Fanatic. What is this? Isn't this overkill? Comparing their statuses to his, it was like comparing a child to an adult. Heavens to earth, my stats are lower than theirs. I'm feeling depressed just by looking at my stats. Why am I this unlucky? Alex smiled bitterly as he remembered his status. There was no need to cry over spilled milk. With blazing eyes, complete confidence in himself, Alex mumbled, "On Earth, I was one of the richest, and here I'm going to be the strongest." It was like a declaration toward heaven and, most notably, a reminder to himself that he must not fall. On the other side, Maria looked at Alex and couldn't help but smile when she noticed his eyes blazing with fighting intent. "With the will to survive, as I thought he is different than that attention seeker," she muttered. Chapter 4-3, Explanations. After some time, Goddess Maya finally spoke. "You've all seen your status, now I'll explain about gift and some little things. First, gift is a mysterious thing, I won't dwell on it, but you must know that your gift is related to your class. That being said, your gift determines your class. Take, for example, that blonde guy over there, his gift is the holy sword Excalibur. You all know from the fantasy story back in your homeworld what Excalibur is. It's linked to Arthur Pendragon, wielder of Excalibur. He was claimed as the king, and at the same time as a hero. To make it short, if your friend there got Excalibur as a gift, then his class will be without a doubt related to the hero class. His class is a hero, as you have seen. Now, you will all summon your gift, inwardly think that you want to summon it, and it will come out on its own." Following what Goddess Maya said, Alex and they all summoned their gift. When Alex was calling his gift, he felt a little discomfort with shining light. His gift appeared in his hands. It was a gun, yeah, his gift was a gun, no, 2 guns, to be exact. Appearances-wise, they were fantastic, one silver while the other was black. The silver gun looks like a Desert Eagle 50 EA, RA713 IMI Desert Eagle Mark 19 speedloader, with beautiful carving on it. It was an unknown language. The black one looks like Taurus 44 Raging Hunter .44 Remington Magnum revolver. Alex was dumbfounded looking at the 2 guns. What use can guns have in a fantasy world with magic, sword, and monster? The other world isn't Earth, you know. Having calmed down a little, he looked at the other's gift. As he thought, their gift looks fantasy-like. For Leonardo, it was the holy sword Excalibur. It was a golden double-edged longsword with beautiful carving on it. It gives a holy aura, and at the same time, it emits intense pressure enough to make you want to kneel. Still, for some reason, Alex could feel the hatred coming from the 2 guns in his hands directed at Leonardo's sword. It must be my imagination. Alex thought. Daedalus' gift was a big silver shield emitting a holy aura. Kevin's gift was a beautiful red sword longsword radiating powerful heat. Camilla held a medium red staff with 2 beautiful gems on top of the staff. One was red while the other was green. Looking at Maria, Alex saw 2 beautiful crystal white daggers emitting a frosty aura, enough to freeze one's soul. Luna's gift was a beautiful white medium staff radiating a holy aura that could calm one's soul from any impure thought. She resembled the Virgin Mary holding that staff, breathtaking. She was a beauty before holding her staff, blonde hair, gentle golden eyes, and excellent proportion. Her height was around 168 m, 5.48 feet. Everything about her seemed perfect, however she was missing something to be genuinely perfect. But now, seeing her hold the holy staff, she seems perfect like a goddess, the reincarnation of the Virgin Mary. You can only worship her beauty, not have any impure thoughts. Lastly, a Japanese girl named Sakuya, a beautiful girl, what Japanese people call Yamato Nadeshiko, black hair and black eyes, a little taller than Maria, 172 m, 5.64 feet. Her gift was a katana in a green sheath. When she unsheathed her katana, a small wind tornado formed by numerous wind blades appeared around her. Suddenly, Alex was interrupted in his thoughts by Kevin's laugh. Looking at him, Alex saw him point his fingers in his direction, precisely towards his gift as he said, "Ha ha ha, looks at that loser." Even his gift is trash as well. 2 useless guns. As expected from the man less than a goblin, looking at him spouting those hateful things, Alex's expression did not change, nor was he upset. Leonardo was just a clown seeking attention whenever he could, not worth ruining his already lousy mood for. Leonardo and his crew were laughing hard, almost rolling on the ground. If you have so much energy to waste, why not use it to think about what you will do on the other side instead of mocking others? And the worse is that the one you're mocking showed no reaction. To him, you look like clowns. Stop embarrassing yourself. Suddenly, Luna's voice could be heard, which stopped the laughter. Upon seeing that Luna admonished them, Leonardo clicked his tongue, not saying anything while Camilla glared at Luna. The latter did even spare Camilla a glance as she kept talking with Maria and Sakuya. They didn't seem surprised by her reaction. Alex was shocked, not expecting Luna to be the one to speak. Looking at Luna for a moment, Alex sensed something, as if he was about to remember something. However, he couldn't remember what it was, no matter how hard he tried. Shaking his head, he decided to drop the matter for the moment and concentrate on something more substantial. Alex vowed once again to make a name for himself in the other world, even if his gift turned out to be useless. He won't give up no matter how many hardships he would face on the other side. From the start, Goddess Maya looked uninterested in Alex and other little shows, as if she didn't care about it. Looking at them, she finally spoke. Very well, you've now summoned your gift. You can feel a connection between you and your gift. If not, it's either because your gift is useless. By the way, it means extremely low-tier gift. The second case will be if it's sealed. You can only unseal it yourself if it's the latter. Leonardo and his crew at Alex with a sneer. They did not feel anything coming from his gift, therefore, they judged his gift useless. Goddess Maya continued her explanation. Now, I will explain some little things about your status. As you've seen, your status looks like that of the game, so don't worry, everybody on the other side has one. You also understand what class, intelligence, agility, attack, and defense are. Luck is related to your drop rate, while magic power MP for short is related to your magical capacity. It will increase as your level goes up. BP is a bonus point, and it's used to increase optional stats, for example, attack, defense, MP or luck, and so on. You got hundreds of BPs, use them wisely. Skills are related to your gift. You all know what appraisal is. It's a skills to appraise various things. Some of you have normal appraisals, while others have advanced. For normal appraisal, the amount of information you'll get when appraising something comparatively to someone who has advanced appraisal will be limited. After taking a deep breath, Goddess Maya continued, now I will talk about title taking, for example, your title Otherworlder that you all possessed. This title gives you some advantages over the native on the other side. You will be given a unique growth boost, allowing you to obtain more experience than average. It will also be easier for you to learn skills. The amount of BP you get per level will double. If a native on the other side gets 10 BP per level, you'll get 20 BP. To put it simply, titles give you some bonuses, some advantages, and it's up to you to discover these advantages by yourself. Language comprehension allows you to understand most of the language on the other side without learning them. Item box is an isolated space where you can store non-living things. The time there is frozen, so the things you put there won't spoil. Your item box space capacity will increase with your level going up. To use it, you have to say item box and space would appear. To store thing inside it, you have to touch the thing in question and wish to store it, and it will be done. One last thing, to level from level 1 to 2 you will need 100 XP, from level 2 to 3 200 XP and so on. It increases by 100 points each level. This is not a game, better cherish your life. If you die this time, you'll die for good. Live well, you can choose to become whatever you want. I won't impose any shackles on you like to defeat some demon king, nor I have some kind of expectation sending you there. Live your life. Live well. Leonardo and his crew nodded their heads, pleased to learn that, and naturally, Alex did not believe her. There is no free meal in this universe. There must be a reason for her to patiently explain things, not doing anything to Maria when she could have after Maria's outburst. Well, we'll see what she has in store for us later. Alex became lost in thought. Meanwhile, Maria was also thinking the same thing. Her early outburst was a test to confirm something, and now that she'd confirmed what she was after, there was no she would believe Goddess Maya's words. Looking at them, especially Alex, Maria, Goddess Maya seemed to know what they were thinking. She smiled before waving her hand. A white light covered Alex and others, sending them away. Once alone, Goddess Maya sighed. Suddenly a white light manifested, and from that light, a woman silhouette came out. She was beautiful, not less than Goddess Maya. She had black hair and dark eyes like the darkness itself, not in the slightest disturbed by the newcomer's arrival, Goddess Maya said. So, how was it on your side, Nix? The newcomer Nix answered, not bad, but you have a lot more promising seeds on your side than me. But there was a useless, low-tier gift, one that got missed in. It seems useless, you say? No, I don't think so. His gift is just sealed, and I don't know why, but it seems that I have seen a record about his gift somewhere, but I can't recall where it was. Ah. Forget about it, Goddess Maya replied. Oh. I'm interested now, but what is the Supreme Being thinking about making us do something like this? I don't get it. Maya, do you know anything? Nix asked, her eyes shining. Do not question his decision, you won't understand his will. Me neither, we have to carry out his orders, that's all. Let's go, the others are probably waiting for us, Maya just said before vanishing. Nix pouted while muttering, it's not fun at all before also vanishing. Chapter 5:4 First night in another world. When Alex and the other opened their eyes again, they were inside a big hall. There were many statues inside the hall, one of them looked like Goddess Maya. The other statues were probably goddesses like Maya. There were male statues as well, maybe some gods. People were waiting for them as though they knew they would come. Many of them looked like guards. They wore silver armors while carrying swords and spears. The remaining people looked like religious people. Leading them was a beautiful priestess. She had blue hair and blue eyes. Looking at them, she welcomes the eight. Welcome, otherworlders. We have been waiting for you. An oracle coming from Goddess Maya announced your arrival. I'm the priestess in charge of this temple, and my name is Priscilla. We are honored to have you here. You must be tired. I will show you your respective room. We will talk tomorrow. Please follow me. I will lead the way. After saying this, Priscilla started advancing. Alex and others followed her. Shortly after, each one of them got a room, and now Alex was inside his room. The room itself was pretty simple, clean with a desk, 2 chairs, 1 bed, and a bathroom. The bed was not big. Alex touched it to see if the material used to make the bed was hard or soft. Strangely, it was not different from Earth's bed. Alex sat on the bed pondering, but then suddenly, someone knocked on the door. He stood up, went towards the door, and opened it. Standing in front of him was a maid, green hair and light green eyes. She could be considered a beauty by Earth's standards. She bowed before asking Alex if he would like to have his dinner now or later. Alex dismissed her, saying he wasn't hungry, he would call her if he needed something. She bowed before leaving. After closing the door, he sat on his bed once again in silence. After a few minutes, he summoned his gift. 2 guns appear in his hand. Alex decided to check each one of them to see if he had missed something. Well, to tell the truth, I just wanted to see if I could unseal it. He mumbled before proceeding to check the guns. He checked the silver gun, which looks like a Desert Eagle 50 EA, RA713 IMI Desert Eagle Mark 19 speedloader. There was a carving on the gun. He checked the whole gun, and suddenly he noticed something. There was a cross-shaped carving on the hand of the gun. It resembles a Christian cross without Jesus on it. He did not know what this represents, but maybe it has some religious meaning. Alex decided to test something. So, he cut his finger and dripped his blood on the silver gun. Expecting some reaction, but nothing happened, he ended up disappointed. Having failed to notice anything special about the silver gun apart from the carving, Alex decided to check the second gun. Maybe there will be a reaction, he thought. The second gun was entirely black and looked like a Taurus 44 Raging Hunter .44 Remington Magnum revolver. He did the same thing with the black gun, but nothing happened. How can he survive in this new world without his gift? He wondered maybe he should use a sword in the meantime. Let's try that later. Alex decided to try another weapon while his gift was sealed. Maybe later, he may find a way to unseal it, before sending the 2 guns back. He decided to check the hand of the black gun. He was astonished when he looked at the carving on the hand of the black gun. He felt a chill running down his spine looking at that carving. What was drawn was a skeleton wearing a black robe with a hood. In his right hand was a black scythe while his left hand was extended towards Alex as if he was asking him to come closer. This carving looked like a reaper from hell. It gave an ominous feeling. Alex quickly sent the 2 back and went to sleep, thinking about his next course of action. The next day in the morning, the sun was high in the sky. Alex woke up and did some light exercises. After finishing, he took a bath and got dressed in casual pants and a shirt left on his table by the maid. The quality of these clothes was not bad. He decided to head out. Stepping outside his room, Alex observed his surroundings. The temple was pretty big, judging by the number of rooms here. Apart from Alex's room, there were 10 rooms when he roughly counted. There were lots more rooms after their rooms. After walking for about a few minutes, Alex coincidentally met Maria and Sakuya. Luna seemed not with them. Alex greeted Maria. "Hi. Maria, how are you feeling? Did you sleep well?" Maria smiled before answering. "It was pretty good. Thank you for your concern. What about you? I know that you must have thought about your gift and what Leonardo and others had said. Don't worry. I believe in you. Even without your gift, you can survive, and I don't believe that your gift is useless. You will become stronger, and I do not doubt it." Alex knew that it was her way to cheer him up. There may not be any profound meaning behind what she just said, but he was happy hearing it. Well, Leonardo and others were jealous. No need to take them seriously. People always fear the unknown, Sakuya told him. That's true. Well, it doesn't matter what the four think. I have already decided on my goal. Alex said he had never taken Leonardo or others' words seriously. That's the spirit. Let's have a match one day, Sakuya suddenly asked. Alex was surprised. Okay. But there will be a condition. Oh? Do tell, Sakuya said, amused. Smiling mysteriously, Alex replied, "You will know it later. For now, let's go, others may be waiting for us." Maria smiled after hearing Alex's words. Sakuya pouted. Maria and Sakuya exchanged glances before nodding, and the two followed after Alex, who was going in toward the big hall where Priestess Priscilla and others were waiting for them. Chapter 6-5 Discussion with Priscilla, Alex, Maria, and Sakuya silently walked towards the big hall where the others were waiting. After a few minutes they arrived inside a big hall. It was a beautifully decorated hall, and in the middle of the hall was a big table and chairs. Leonardo and others were already sitting there. Alex saw Priestess Priscilla and a few other people as well. They were not present yesterday, or he didn't notice them. Leonardo's expression sank the moment he saw Alex enter with Maria and Sakuya. For him, it was unforgivable that someone like Alex was walking with those two. Alex seemed pretty close with Maria and Sakuya, at least from his twisted point of view. He deems Alex useless because of his gift, not because of his background on Earth. Even though Alex had lost his parents when he was young, it doesn't mean that he was poor. Far from that. Alex had a lot of money. He was wealthy. Firstly, his parents were rich, and his grandma possesses multiple jewelry stores. And secondly, he was rich as well, because he was good at programming. He created and sold many good applications, earning a lot of money coupled with his parents' money. He was a billionaire, one of the richest. In this regard, he could not look down on Alex even though his family was wealthy and possessed many restaurants across the states. Well, here he could look down on Alex because he got the hero while Alex's gift was useless, and he didn't even have class. Priestess Priscilla waved at the three indicating they could sit. Alex sat. Maria sat on his right while Sakuya on his left. Alex was in the middle of the two. Leonardo, Kevin, Camilla, and Daedalus were astonished when they saw Maria and Sakuya's behavior. However, the girls just sat like that without any profound meaning behind their actions. Leonardo coldly glared at Alex. In response, Alex only shrugged his shoulders, not wasting his breath on the clown. "Greetings. Did you three sleep well last night?" Priscilla asked. The three both nodded. "I see. That's good then," Priscilla said with a smile. She looked at the 8 before carrying on. "Once again, you're welcome. Welcome to our world, Mysthia. I'm the head priestess in charge of this temple of gods located in a forest not too far from the city of Aria. You already know my name, but I'll introduce myself again. My name is Priscilla Havens. I will give you a summary of our world," she said before giving them a summary of their world. To summarize, this fantasy world is called Mysthia, created by the gods a long time ago. There are many races and continents on Mysthia. The continent Alex and others are currently on is called Alexa continent, a human-populated continent, but few other races are mixed in. There are many empires, kingdoms, and principalities on the Alexa continent. The city of Aria is part of the Drexia Empire, one of the strongest empires. The Beastman continent is called Bestia, the Elves continent, a continent filled with nothing but giant trees, called Elphira, and the Demons continent called the Dark continent. Demon races were enemies with the other races. They wanted to conquer the whole world. A bloody war occurred in the past that involved the other races. Finally, the Demon King, leader of the Dark Continent, got eliminated by the hero, bringing peace back. This happened 150 years ago. In this world, most people have a class. Some special people have gifts, but those that have one are from the royal families and big families. Sometimes a commoner by chance may possess a gift, but that is a scarce case. Otherworlders always possess a gift. This is not the first time that Otherworlders was reincarnated into Mysthia. The past hero was an Otherworlder as well, Priscilla explained. The currencies used on the Alexa continent and other continents apart from the Dark Continent are the following. From the lowest to the highest: copper coin, silver coin, gold coin, white gold coin, and rainbow coin. 1 silver coin equals 10 copper coins. 1 gold coin equals 100 silver coins. Likewise, 1 white coin equals 100 gold coins, and 10 white gold coins equal 1 rainbow coin. If Alex were to explain it in simple terms, 1 copper coin is equal to $10, 1 silver coin equal to $100, 1 gold coin equal to $10,000, 1 white gold coin equal to $1 million, and lastly, 1 rainbow coin equal to $10 millions. There are many associations like the Adventurer Guild, the Mercenary Guild, Merchant Association, etc. You can register in any of these associations to either become an adventurer, mercenary, or merchant. Adventurers to slay monsters and dive into dungeons to seek wealth. Mercenary, if you are a battlefield lover, and merchant, sells your wares to amass wealth. After listening to her, Alex had more or less a little understanding of their current world. Later, they could deepen their understanding of this new world, but something was bothering Alex, so he asked, "Thanks, Miss Priscilla, for the summary. But I would like to know if by any chance the Demon King is about to awaken, or if a new one is about to arise? Is this why a hero appeared among the newly reincarnated Otherworlders, meaning us?" When Alex asked this question, he glanced at Leonardo and his crew. They had a haughty expression as if saying, "We are the hero, future savior of the world. What a bunch of imbeciles." Alex inwardly thought, Maria and her 2 friends had a severe expression on their faces. They were likely pondering about Alex's question. "That's a good question, but I can't say for sure if it's related or not to that. But if it comes to that, we sincerely hope to have Hero and his friends' cooperation in slaying the new Demon King, if he were to awaken by any chance. Everybody will fully cooperate with the hero and his team," she said while lowering her head. "Don't worry, Priscilla, with me here, everything will be okay. We 7 will easily crush the Demon King if he were to appear," Leonardo boasted while others in his crew nodded their heads in approval. That would be reassuring. "Thank you in advance," Priscilla said with a beautiful smile, but a smile with a hidden meaning. Indeed, a bunch of brainless idiots. I quit." Leonardo even added Maria and her best friends to his future Demon King slaying team. As for me, I got excluded. I can understand his reasoning, though. My gift is sealed at the moment, thus useless. It's better to discard me quickly. There's also another reason, that's he doesn't like me. My presence could thwart a lot of his plans, mainly those that concern Maria. Alex quickly analyzed. "Well, I'm fine with being excluded. I can do whatever I want. Nobody will restrain me nor give me an order like I must save the world because I'm an Otherworlder. I'm a selfish person, to begin with. I'm neither a Samaritan nor a savior, but I still have my bottom line. I will save the person who needed my help if it doesn't go against my bottom line, and I will not hesitate to save if it is my loved ones and someone who have used to me. That's the kind of person am I," Alex mumbled to himself. Anyhow, it's troublesome, so Alex was planning not to get involved with Leonardo and his world-saving team as much as possible. Suddenly, Maria raised a question. "Sorry, Miss Priscilla, but can you tell us the purpose of this temple? Is it to nurture Otherworlders like us to defeat the Demon King, or what?" "Not, Miss Maria, we are here only to welcome you, help you to understand our world, and teach you some basics before setting you free. You can only stay here for 1 year. During this period of 1 year, if by chance you're scouted by an empire or any other major force, and you accepted their proposal, you can leave earlier, or if you choose to go before the end of the 1 year, we will give you a travel expense and wish you good luck." Priscilla explained. "I see. Thank you for the explanation," Maria said before turning her head in Leonardo's direction. She warned him. Her voice was cold when she spoke. "Leonardo, it's a good thing if you decide to help others, but please do not include me, Luna, and Sakuya in your team as you please. I have my own goal, the same for them. I will live my life for myself, not for something like saving the world." I hope I was clear enough. Sakuya and Luna nodded their heads while smiling. They seemed to share the same feeling as their best friend, Maria. Everybody was astonished, Alex included. Leonardo had an unsightly expression on his face. His attempt to rope Maria and her two friends in got smashed by Maria herself. Even Priscilla's expression changed for a second before returning to normal again. She was also astonished by Maria's blunt statement. However, there was someone dissatisfied with the way Maria spoke earlier. Camilla snorted as she asked, "Who do you think you are?" Maria glared at her, and Camilla shut her mouth. Maria, Luna, and Sakuya excused themselves afterward. After asking Priscilla a few questions, Alex went back to his room, leaving Leonardo and the others there. Chapter 7 and 6. The others departed. 1 month passed quickly, and because Alex could not use magic, he didn't attend the lessons given to Leonardo and others. Since that day, the relationship between Leonardo and Maria and her two best friends remained tense. They only greet each other, nothing more. The seven learned a few new skills. Today, Alex was outside in the forest surrounding the Temple of Gods. He laid on the ground and looked up at the sky. A few small clouds were drifting across the blue sky, and a pale moon hung among them. When Alex lowered his view with a sigh, an endless row of beautiful trees greeted him. The forest looks beautiful and quiet. The only sound you could hear was the sound of birds chirping. Ah, Alex let out a sigh again. During these 1 month, it's not like he didn't do anything. Alex tried to use magic, but in the end, it didn't work. Well, he was expecting something like that, so he was not too surprised. Next, Alex tried to use other weapons for experimentation. Considering that his gift was unusable at the moment, Alex decided to switch to another weapon. Hence, Alex decided to experiment with other weapons to see if he could find one that suits him. However, it still failed. Every time he tried to use a weapon, be a bow, a sword, a spear, an axe, and even a dagger, Alex had a severe headache that forced him to drop the weapon. If not, the headache wouldn't stop. Alex concluded that he could not use any other weapons besides his gift, meaning apart from his two guns, he could not use any other weapons. There was something inside his body obstructing him by creating that severe headache that forced him to forsake the thought of using any other weapons than his two guns. Maybe it was the spirit of the two guns. Alex doesn't know if there was anything like that, but considering that this is a fantasy world of magic and sword, a gift can have spirit. Later, Alex even consulted Priscilla about his problem, hoping that she could help him, yet she said that his case was unheard of, so she couldn't offer him any solution. Then, Alex decided to go to the Temple of God's library to read many books to see if he could find a book on an otherworlder or some native of this world that had a similar case to him. Unfortunately, his search ended fruitlessly. His case seems unique, nothing seemed to work. Alex did not know what to do. However, there was one thing he was sure about, was that he would become the strongest. Alex decided to go back. He started walking back towards the temple. Soon, a beautiful white building appeared in front. Alex stopped walking because, in front of the temple, there were many carriages with guards around them. There was one big carriage, in particular, it was white with a crest on it. The crest looks like a golden eagle with two heads, and on top of the two heads was a golden crown. Alex did not know what this crown represents, but he thought it was some imperial crest. Alex was sure of one thing, which was that one of the empires or kingdoms finally made a move, and their goal was obvious. It was to recruit otherworlders. Well, Alex means 7, of course. He was pretty sure that nobody would want to recruit him. Hence, when he entered the temple, Alex was planning to go straight back to his room. However, fate can be a fucking asshole sometimes. Kevin spotted Alex. Immediately the others noticed him. He was forced to go there. When Alex entered the big hall, he saw Maria and the others sitting around the big table. Priscilla was there as well, and a beautiful girl. She has light blue hair and blue eyes. There were 2 guards behind the girl's back. Under Leonardo and his crew mocking eyes, Alex sat next to Maria. He greeted her and the other 2. Finally, Priscilla spoke, introducing the girl. "Welcome. This girl is the second princess of the Drexia Empire, Katrina von Havens. Well, you may have noticed the similarity in our name. I'm the former first princess of the Drexia Empire, and because I was chosen to be the next priestess, I discarded the von in my name. Thus it became Priscilla Havens," Priscilla explained. Alex had already guessed their relationship based on their looks. He was talking about the eye color and hair color. Priscilla continued talking, explaining why Katrina was here. "Katrina has come to invite you all to the imperial capital. Precisely to the Imperial Magic School. She didn't even finish talking before being interrupted by Katrina. The latter haughtily said, "No need to continue speaking any further. I'm here for the other 7, not for this trash. I have no interest in him. So, better not waste my time. Kath, shut up, will you?" Priscilla scolded her sister, obviously not pleased with the way she acted. "Why would I? I'm not wrong. So, better not meddle in my affair. I respect you, but it doesn't mean I'll listen to you. You're not in the position to command me anymore," Katrina replied fiercely. "You." Priscilla felt compelled to massage her forehead because of this troublesome sister of his. It would have been okay if it was her cute little sister who came. This one tends to act a bit unruly. Leonardo and the others were silent. Maria and her 2 friends frowned. They wanted to say something, however. As for Alex, the concerned party, he suddenly burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, my bad, but ha, trash, what's that funny? Or have you become mad hearing that I'm not here for you?" Katrina asked, her eyes filled with contempt. "PFT ha. I'm just laughing because of how fate can be a bitch sometimes," Alex mocked. "What are you blabbering?" Katrina asked because she did not understand what Alex was hinting at. Everybody looked at Alex waiting for his answer. "Well, you see, back in my homeworld, you can't even carry my shoes. Even that asshole Blondie over there can attest to it. I have money, a lot of money, and many connections that you can't even dream of. However, because of some unforeseen accident here, I am listening to a retard trash talking in front of me because she got a little status and power, which she didn't even earn herself. It's why I was laughing earlier. If fate were not a bitch, you wouldn't stay in front of me talking shit." Everybody was astonished by what Alex said. Alex added before departing, "I don't care about you and your goal. Even if the strongest man was here and insulted me, I will still say the same thing. I'm not afraid of death, I'm just afraid of cowardly death. I'm not a coward. Even though my gift is useless in your eyes, it doesn't mean I take the beating without saying anything. I'll insult anybody that dares to look down on me. Do note that even an ant deserves respect. Do not look down on anyone because you don't know what the future holds." One last thing, you called me trash. Well, I also have a few words for you, VAT Farron Killer Patas. While saying that, Alex lifted his middle finger towards Katrina before leaving under their dumbfounded gazes. /N. What Alex said means, "Go fuck yourself, bitch," in French. Chapter 8:7. The others departed too, after Alex insulted Katrina, the second princess of the Drexia Empire, and left. The atmosphere inside the big hall became strange, because one group had astonishing expressions on their faces: Katrina, Priscilla, Leonardo, and his crew, the 2 guards. As for the second group, Maria and her 2 friends group were doing their utmost to hold back their laughter. They had spent 2 weeks in France for their holiday. Their holiday came to an end that they decided to return to Paris to take the plane back to Miami. Alas, things happened, and now they are here. In those 2 weeks they passed in French cities, they often heard the sentence Alex said earlier, so they knew what it meant. It was why they almost burst into laughter. Well, they were trying not to laugh, however. Soon Sakuya couldn't control herself anymore, so she burst into laughter. Maria followed suit, and lastly, even Luna laughed as well. Finally, Priscilla's curiosity won, so she asked Maria what Alex said meant. Maria and the others, even Leonardo and his crew, lips twitched. After managing to control herself, Maria answered, "Well, you know, sorry in advance for what I'm about to say. What Alex said means, go fuck yourself, bitch." There was a long silence. Katrina's expression turned extremely unsightly. Her eyes were about to spitfire. If Alex was present, Katrina might have killed him. The silence continued, however. The one who broke the silence astonishingly was Priscilla. She laughed hard while holding her belly. Finally, she calmed down and said in a good mood, "That one is good." Katrina glared at her big sister, the former first princess, before saying, with eyes filled with hatred, "I'll kill him. I advised you not to do anything you'll regret. No, don't even try it, or you'll face my wrath. Even father won't protect you. Do not try anything in this temple nor this forest. I hope you understand for your good." And as he said earlier, never look down on anyone, Priscilla advised while emitting pressure that makes Katrina and her 2 imperial guards tremble in fear. Leonardo and others were astonished. They had never thought that the smiling priestess was this powerful. After chatting for a few more minutes, Maria excused herself. Soon, Luna and Sakuya also did the same thing, going back to their respective rooms. after leaving the others in the big hall, Alex entered his room, locking it before directly entering his bed. Alex was angry, furious, but he felt refreshed after insulting that bitch princess. She thought she could look down on him because she's a princess of an extensive and powerful empire. Alex may be weak, but it doesn't mean he would stay silent if you insult him, even though he didn't have any power or backing. He may lose his head, but Alex will defend himself. He was not the type that endures in silence. All of this was happening because he was too weak, therefore, he needs to grow stronger fast enough. Alex was sure that Katrina would not let this matter slide like that. He needs to become stronger before she can make any moves against him. More muscular, so nobody will dare to look down on him in the future. Knock. Knock. Alex heard knocking sounds when he was about to sleep. Who is it? He asked in a displeased voice. It's me, Maria. So, can you open the door? Oh. Maria, wait, I'm coming. After saying that, Alex got up and walked towards the door. He opened it and let Maria in. Her dress was a simple black robe. She looked beautiful, after offering her a chair. Alex sat on his bed and asked why she was here. So, what brings my lady here tonight? Alex asked in a teasing tone. Fufufu. Nothing too serious. I just wanted to see you one more time before leaving with that Princess Patas tomorrow, Maria responded. Ah. I see. I wish you good luck then, Alex replied. His reply was short. Maria stopped smiling with a serious face. She warned, I'll be direct. Alex, please do not act as recklessly as you did today in the future. We are not on Earth anymore. You may lose your head if you make any wrong moves or say something you shouldn't. I'm not saying that you should stay silent if somebody insulted you, but you have to know how to speak or act in response. You're smart, I'm sure you know what I'm implying. Thank you for the advice. I won't forget it, Alex responded with a smile. He appreciated her advice. This shows that there is someone concerned about him. That's reassuring then. Maria continued talking as she said, you have to work hard as, unlike us, your gift is sealed at the moment. While that idiot's brains got damaged during the reincarnation, we, on the other hand, believe that it's sealed. As for what reason you can only figure out by yourself, how do you know that? Alex interrupted Maria and asked. He just wanted to know how she came to that conclusion. Simply put, Goddess Maya had said if you don't feel any connection between you and your gift, it's either your gift is sealed, or it's useless. There's no way your gift is useless while other gifts are powerful, so only one option remains. Your gift is sealed at the moment. I'm not dumb, plus my instinct is telling me that your gift is more amazing than all our gifts. I trust my instincts more than anything. It even helps Papa many times back in our world. As expected, she's smarter than Leonardo. Her instincts were genuinely sharp. When Maria was talking about his father, she had a look of longing on her face, but it disappeared quickly as it appeared. Maria shook her head before saying, anyhow, I'll be waiting for you at the Imperial City. Come visit, the classes in the Magical Academy will start in 3 months. I've secured you one invitation. Here, take it. After saying that, Maria handed Alex an envelope with a golden seal on it. What usefulness will the classes in the academy have on me who cannot use magic? Alex asked, bewildered. Well, I knew you could not use magic, but I want you to take an adventurer course with the girls and me. If you graduate from there, you can easily explore the high-level dungeons under the supervision of the empires. Or, if you don't want to, you can wait until you are an A-class adventurer before asking for a permit to explore them. Well, there's a lot of free small dungeons to visit if you don't like my proposition. I'll be happy if you come, the same for Sakuya and especially Luna. Maybe we can form a team and explore many dungeons in the future. However, if you decide not to, I won't blame you. It's up to you to decide, Alexander, Maria said, looking at him, waiting for his answer. What? Why would Luna be pleased? Alex asked because he found her words odd, as if fufufu. Nothing. Consider my advice. Maria said, refusing to answer Alex's question. The latter could only sigh, dropping the matter for now. Truly speaking, Alex was tempted. Previously, he was planning to visit the imperial capital after unsealing his gift. Well, he needs to visit the academy because, in the future, he was planning to dive into famous dungeons after becoming an adventurer. Okay, I'll come when I'm done with my plan over here, Alex answered and immediately stored the envelope in his item box. That's good then, Maria said with a smile. The two chatted for a few minutes before Maria stood up and returned to her room. Alex watched Maria leave. He was not a fool, he could see that she was interested in him. He couldn't help but smile, as it is the same for him. The next morning, Alex was in front of the temple to see off Maria and her two best friends. He was not the only present. Priestess Priscilla and some other priests were also present. Leonardo and his crew were looking at him mockingly, and Princess Katrina was glaring at him. Alex just smiled back in response. She sends him a vicious glare before entering her carriage, the white carriage Alex saw yesterday. Leonardo and his crew also entered. It is now Maria's turn and others. Maria smiled, waving her hands before deciding to enter the carriage. Luna looked at Alex for a moment. She seemed to have something to say, however at the end, she did not say anything, she only smiled before boarding the carriage. However, Sakuya suddenly disappeared to appear in front of Alex. Alex was astonished. She lowered her head and whispered into his ears, "Work hard, even without a gift, you can become the strongest, that's what I believe." When Alex nodded his head. By the time he could say something, Sakuya was already inside the carriage. They departed shortly after, and soon they were out of their sight. Sakuya's agility increased again. Alex didn't even see her before she was in front of him. Maybe the others were the same. They have progressed. Ah. I need to work harder. I'll also depart in a couple of days. Destination, Aria's City. Alex decided. After chatting a little with Priscilla, Alex started his morning jogging inside the peaceful forest. He needed to train hard. The road toward becoming the strongest is hard. Chapter 9-8, Aria's City, Adventurer Guild. A few days passed quickly, and now Alex was heading towards the Adventurer Guild located in Aria Town. After bidding farewell to Priscilla and others, he started his journey. Before letting him go, Priscilla gave a pouch containing 100 gold coins, the equivalent of one white gold coin. If he were to convert it in dollars, it would be equal to $100,000. $100,000. Alex thanked Priscilla and boarded the carriage that was heading toward Aria's City. The journey was uneventful, and 5 hours later, Aria's City appeared in front of them. It was a medieval city built of stone. It looked like a fortress surrounded by sturdy walls. After passing the checkpoint, the carriage Alex was boarding entered the city gates, and the city's liveliness overflowed. Alex thanked the carriage owner and descended after asking where the Adventurer Guild was. Alex took a deep breath and looked around, watching the livelier city. A stream of carriages carrying a large piece of luggage filled the cobbled streets. Bustling street stalls, blacksmiths were hammering irons vigorously, and beautiful women attracted customers to the store. He saw many people who stopped their feet in front of the store with many resplendent weapons. He was sure they were adventurers. Suddenly, a beautiful girl from a different race caught his eye. She had porcelain white skin and bob-cut golden hair. Her ears were more elongated than human ears. It was a tall and beautiful elf. "This is another world for you," Alex mumbled, after acting like a country bumpkin for a while. He decided to head toward the Adventurer Guild. Alex walked for a few minutes, and soon a big building came to view. It was a 3-story building with a signboard indicating that this the Adventurer Guild. With a creaking sound, he opened the door to the building and entered. Then, an unexpected view entered his eyes. Rowdy people gathered in great numbers. Some were drinking alcohol and some arguing. Sometimes a voice would raise vulgar laughter. Though he was expecting such a scene, it differed from his expectations. He thought he would see men fighting. Well, you often read something like that in novels and on web novels. There were places for food and drink in the Adventurers Guild. But there were only about a few people who looked like adventurers. A few more people were drinking, but most seats were vacant. "Welcome. What business do you have here?" While Alex was curiously looking around the guild, a voice suddenly called to him. So, he turned his eyes in the direction of the voice, and he saw several receptionists. One of them had called him, as expected of the receptionists, who are the faces of the Adventurers Guild. They were all beautiful women with great figures. There were beast people with dog ears and cat ears. There was also an elf receptionist. Naturally, of course, there were also human receptionists, but it was the elf receptionist who called Alex. He advanced towards her and declared, "Hello, I would like to register with the guild to become an adventurer." "Oh. It's a newcomer, welcome to our guild, boy. We hope you'll survive long enough." "Let's cheers for the newcomers." A middle-aged man, an adventurer drinking at the bar, said. "Cheers," said the others before gulping down the contents of their glasses. Alex was astonished because he thought that they would mock him for sure. Well, truly unexpected, Alex slightly bowed in their direction before returning and facing the beautiful elf receptionist. Welcome, please sign your name, age, and status on the form here. Don't worry, we won't disclose anything. Do you need me to write for you? She asked him with a smile. A professional smile. No, it's okay, Alex responded. The language comprehension skill was truly handy. Not only was he able to understand most of the languages in this world, but he could also write them. Well, he doesn't know if he could understand the demon language, though, nor if he could write it. After Alex finished filling the form, he handed the piece of paper back to the receptionist. She was astonished when she saw that Alex had a last name. By the way, only nobles had the last name in the world of Mysthia. It could also be awarded if some outstanding achievement was accomplished. So of course, when she saw that Alex had a last name, she was astonished. She thought he was from a noble family. Alex wondered if she would be more astonished if he had written that he was otherworlder. Well, he won't do that, though. I need to pay, isn't it? Alex asked. Yes, 2 silver coins for registration. Alex gave her 1 gold coin. She took it and returned his changes, 98 silver coins. Thank you. Because there is some time before the guild card is ready, I'll give an explanation of the guild. With a slight bow, the receptionist started to describe the guild. Adventurers registered with the Adventurers Guild are part of a ranking system. The ranks go from F to S. Though there tentatively is a SS rank and the SSS rank, it isn't easy to enter, and there are only a few SS rank adventurers in Mysthia world. As for SSS, nobody managed to step into that rank for 100 years. F rank is the lowest rank and specializes in receiving requests for the lowest quests, like gathering herbs or cleaning. Requests can be taken from the request board and can be handed to the receptionists when completed. Because the compensation written on the request paper already accounts for taxes and housing fees in the city, you will receive the full amount specified on the request. Also, if you do not complete the request within the given number of days, you will be penalized and will have to pay the Adventurers Guild 30% of the request reward. In addition, it is possible to receive requests 1 rank higher than your current rank. There is no lower limit. For instance, a G rank adventurer can receive an F rank request. Your rank can be improved after completing a set number of requests. However, when going up from E to D or C to B, it is necessary to take an exam issued by the guild. You will understand if you see this guide. F to E are novices, D to C are experienced, B to S are masters. SS are grandmasters, SSS are called saint. When forming a party with more than 1 person, the average rank of the members becomes the party rank. This is clearly described on the guild card. Also, if you have formed a party, you can receive requests 2 ranks higher. Registering as an adventurer costs 2 silver coins for the fees. While 5 gold coins are required to reissue if you lose your guild card, an adventurer may sell materials from monsters to customers out of his judgment. In that case, if there is trouble, it does not concern the Adventurers Guild. In addition, the Adventurer Guild will purchase materials and weapons, and because the Adventurer Guild partnered with most of the shops in the city, there's some advantages, meaning the armor shops and magic item shops in the city will sell things 1 to 2% cheaper. There are other advantages. The purchase assessment is quick, and even if there is a large amount of the same material in the market, the payment will still be the same. Since the Adventurers Guild can contact other countries quickly with magic items, you can still rank up your guild card at a different Adventurers Guild branch. If adventurers have trouble with a request or other adventurers, the Adventurers Guild is not concerned, so it won't intervene. There are many dungeons, lowest dungeons level with few floors, 5 to 15, and middle level dungeons, 15 to 50. To explore the lowest dungeons, you need to be at least F rank. For middle-level dungeons, it's D rank minimum. For the high-level dungeons, you need to be at least B rank. You'll need the permission of the empire the dungeon is located in before exploring, or if you graduate from the magical academy, you'll get your permit to explore the lowest floor of the high-level dungeon even with a low rank, minimum D. That's all the elf receptionist said. Alex nodded his head. Her last explanation was no different from what Maria had said. Alex looked at the elf receptionist and asked, I understand, I don't have any other questions in particular. How long before the guild card is ready? Yes, it's ready. Here's the card. Please give me your thumb, I need your blood to bind this card to you, she asked. She pricked Alex's thumb, and his blood dropped on the card. Per the receptionist's words, Alex verified his guild card, guild registration location, area branch, name, Alexander Touch, rank, F, age, 17. Gender, male, rank 1, level 1. Finally, Alex's level and skills were registered on the card. But only he can read it. If he doesn't give his authorization, nobody can see it. The card is bound to him, and others can't steal it. Alex's guild card was light gray. His registration is complete, and this guild card can also act as identification paper anywhere he would go. Chapter 10-9, The Moonlight Inn. After finishing his registration at the Adventurer Guild, Alex asked the beautiful elf receptionist where he could find a good inn. A good inn? Let's see. I would recommend the Moonlight Inn. A pretty good and affordable inn. The elf receptionist responded, "Thank you. I'll go there. I will come to take a request after finishing some errands." "See you," he says and leaves the Adventurer Guild. "Okay. Take care." "See you soon," Lena replied, waving her hands. As he left the Adventurer Guild, Alex started searching for the inn the elf receptionist Lena had recommended. The elf receptionist was named Lena, a beautiful girl with green hair and green eyes. After bypassing several inns, Alex finally spotted the one he was searching for. It was a 3-story building, not as big as the Adventurer Guild, though. Drawn on the signboard was a moon illuminating a black world moonlight. It could be said that the inn's name was expressed on the signboard. The inn size was about the same as the other inns Alex saw on the way from the guild. Traditionally, the first floor had a bar and dining room, the second and third floors were the inn. The door made a GYI sound as Alex opened it. Because it was not past the afternoon, there weren't many people inside the inn. A few people were dining in the bar on the first floor. "Welcome to the Moonlight Inn. Are you here for a meal? Or are you staying for the night?" a middle-aged woman called Alex when she saw him. She had shoulder-length brown hair and green eyes. "I would like a room," Alex responded. The woman nodded with a pleased smile when she heard his words. "Yes, thank you very much. The inn charges payment in advance. 3 silver coins a night with morning and evening meals. However, in the case of staying for 10 days, it's 28 silver coins." "I see, it was a reduction of 2 silver coins if he chooses to stay for 10 days straight. Considering that he was planning to stay in this town for a while, better pay for 1 month. Okay, I would like to book it for 1 month. A middle-aged woman with a pleasing smile responded, "Very well, it's 84 silver coins." Alex nodded and took out 1 gold coin from the pouch attached to his waist without any problems. He received a change of 16 silver coins. "If you choose to eat meals outside your morning and evening meals, it will cost an extra of 6 silver coins for 1 month," the brown-haired middle-aged woman added. "Okay, I'll pay. Please prepare lunch. I would like to have it after checking my room. I'm hungry." Alex paid her the extra 6 silvers while asking her to cook something for me to eat. "I understand, it's a bit late to say it, but I'm Lana, the proprietress of the Moonlight. Nice to meet you, I'm Alexander Kaletouch, Alex for short. I'll be in your care for a while." Alex also introduced himself. Lana was astonished when she heard that Alex had a last name. Well, he was expecting something like this. It's probably another one that thought he was noble. He will not correct their misunderstanding, though. Lana's expression changed back to normal, and with a smile, she said, "Yes, nice to meet you. I'll ask my daughter to take you to your room, which is located on the 3rd floor. Leah, come here. I have a job for you." Suddenly, a girl came running towards us. She had long brown hair and yellow eyes. "She's the younger version of Lana. Nice to meet you. I'm Leah. I'll guide you to your room." "Okay, let's go." Soon, Alex and Leah arrived on the 3rd floor. "Here is your room, number 305. I'll be going. Your lunch will be ready soon," Leah said before going back to the 1st floor. Alex's room was the last room in the corner of the 3rd floor. He entered his room. The room was neat and clean. He checked the quality of the bed. It was good. He was a little tired after lunch. He would sleep directly. "Guest, your meal is ready. Come down," Leah called him. "Okay, I'm coming." Alex descended to the 1st floor. He sat down in front of a table, and Leah brought him his meal. Alex's meal was a meat stew and plenty of bread. There was also cheese, wine, and a vegetable salad. He first tasted the bread. It was not hard. So, he decided to taste the meat stew next. Then, he took a bite of the meat stew. As soon as he savored it, the flavor of meat spread through his mouth. "Delicious, thank you very much." The words involuntarily came out of Alex's mouth. Lana bowed her head while smiling, seemed happy to have her dish praised. Alex continued his meal. He ate the bread and the vegetable salad. Lastly, he tasted the cheese and drank a little wine. The wine was good, but not like the one on Earth. It was delicious. Thanks for the meal. See you tomorrow, Alex said before going back to his room. Thank you, good night, Lana, the proprietress replied with a smile. Soon, Alex was inside his room on the third floor. He went directly to his bed. He was tired, his adventure was about to begin. I don't know what awaits me in the future, but I'll do my best. I'm not going to give up. I need to come up with something to use in the meantime until my gift is unsealed. Also, I need to level up. I can't fight monsters barehanded, I'm not Ken. I hope a good night of rest can help me come up with a solution. The others won't wait for me. I don't plan to fall behind. Alex reaffirmed his determination. Tomorrow, he will allocate his unused BP bonus points to his stats. He must use them wisely. While thinking about this, he fell asleep. Chapter 11:10, Alternate Weapon. The following day, the gentle rays of the rising sun peered their way through the light curtains and provided a serene light in the room. Alex woke up and did some light exercises. Afterward, he took a bath and changed into new clothes. Now, he was sitting on his bed thinking about using his unassigned BP. He looked at his status, Alexander Kale Touch, class, none, age, 17, male, level 1, experience value is 0 out of 100, magic power, 1000, magic, none, attack, 30, defense, 50, agility, 25, intelligence, 100, luck, 50, BP, 100, gift, 2 guns sealed, skills, normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, swift fingers max, presence. Detection level 1. Titles, Otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. Alex checked his stats, attack and agility were the lowest stats, followed by defense and luck. However, he was not planning to touch those two, at least for now. As a result, he was going to use his BP for his attack and agility stats. Status, Alexander Kale Touch, class, none, age, 17, male, level 1, experience value 0 out of 100, magic power, 1000, magic, none, attack, 30 40, 70, defense, 50, agility, 25 60, 85, intelligence, 100, luck, 50, BP, 0, gift, 2 guns sealed, skills, normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, swift fingers max, presence. Detection level 1. Titles, Otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. Naturally, Alex added more BP to his agility stats than his attack stats. For the simple reason that with a higher agility stat, he could attack faster and retreat in case of danger. Safety first, if he dies this time, it's game over. Life is precious, so better cherish it. Something was bothering him since some time ago. He can't use magic, so he usually should not have any MP, magical power. However, he has more MP than the other 7. It's strange, MP is used when you cast a magic spell, so for him who can't use magic, his MP should have been 0. What use can his MP have? Maybe it's related to his 2 guns? Do they need magic power to work? A lot of questions were running through his mind. Anyway, there was no need to think about it, at least for now. He would have his answers once his gift was unsealed, and something was telling that soon it would happen. He had the hunch that he needed to level up first for them to be unsealed. To level up, he needs an alternate weapon. Suddenly, Alex remembered something. He then decided to go down on the first floor. He needed to test something. Last night an idea came to him in his sleep. It concerns the alternate weapon he will be using until his gift is unsealed. A knife. Yeah, Alex was planning to see if 2 guns would let him use a knife as an alternate weapon. Alex was planning to borrow a knife to see if he would start to have that headache that would force him to drop any weapon he touches. Hopefully not. Quickly, Alex was on the first floor, and because it was the morning, there were many customers present at the bar eating before going to their respective jobs. Suddenly, Alex saw Leah, the proprietress's daughter, serving some customers. He let her finish before approaching her, and he asked, "Hello, Leah." "Good morning. I need your help." "Oh? Morning, Alex. Did you sleep well?" Leah asked. "Extremely well, that's good then. You said you needed my help." "How can I help you, Alex?" "Girl, you are calling my name too familiarly." "Don't you think so?" Alex inwardly asked himself. She was the cheerful type. He was sure that she acts like this with the other customers. So, there is no need to concern himself with what she calls him. Alex thought, clearing his throat. Alex said, I need to borrow something from you. Please, lend me a knife. Just for a few minutes. I will return it after testing something. Leah looked at Alex strangely. She wanted to ask him something but decided not to. She sighs before leaving in a flash and reappears after 2 minutes with a knife. Here is the knife. I hope you're not planning to assassinate someone with it. Leah teased him. Alex chuckled before taking the knife. The knife's overall length was around 30 centimeters, 12 inches. Alex held it and swung it for a few minutes, but nothing happened. No headache. Good. He was happy because it means he can use a knife to level up until he unseals his gift. Having finished with his test, Alex returned the knife to Leah and thanked her. Alex is strange. However, I didn't understand what you just did. I know you're happy with the result. I'm glad I helped you. Sit down, I'll bring you your breakfast, Leah said before running to the kitchen. Her mother seemed busy. Alex did not see her. She's probably in the kitchen cooking. Alex sat on the chair, waiting for his breakfast. In the meantime, he was thinking about what kind of knife he should use. Now that his gift didn't reject him using a knife, he would use a knife, a custom-made one time. On Earth, because he was bored, Alex did some research on military knives to kill time. He saw a lot of excellent knives. Alex remembered one of them. It was one of his favorites, military tactical fixed-blade survival bayonet combat knife Rambo Army. The overall length of 13.5 inches, 34.29 centimeters. He liked it, so he was going to order a custom-made one at the blacksmith store. After a few minutes, Leah brought his breakfast. After eating it, Alex decided to go out and visit a blacksmith and order his custom-made knife. He remembers all the specifications of the military knife he was going to custom-made. With light steps, he left. Chapter 12:11, visiting a blacksmith store. After leaving the Moonlight Inn, Alex walked in the opposite direction to the inn. Suddenly, his nose caught the smell of roasted meat, so he stopped. Alex started to walk in the direction of the smell. Even though he had already eaten, Alex just wanted to taste this meat. After following the smell, finally, he spotted where the smell was coming from. It was arranged under the store's eaves. Alex bought one without question for 2 copper coins. In a good mood, he walked off with it in his hand. It looked like kebab, though he couldn't tell if the meat was stewed or roasted. Wheat was baked into a thick crepe-like shape to hold the meat. Alex took a bite. The juicy meat and the simple taste of wheat were good. Maybe the seasoning was too simple? Nevertheless, it tasted good. He liked it. However, he wondered what kind of meat it was. It seemed bird-like, but it could just as easily have been pork. He decided to ask the seller later. While eating, Alex continued walking, and soon he stood in front of a store. Even outside, you could hear the sound of hammering, pushing the door open as he entered. Once inside the store, Alex saw many weapons displayed on the wall. There were many weapons displayed: swords, spear, great axe, daggers. He went toward the reception table. Welcome to Smith's store, a customer? What kind of weapons are you planning to buy? We have everything you may need. I'm Sarah, the receptionist. Nice to meet you, the receptionist Sarah said, slightly bowing. She was a beautiful girl, a slim yet curvy body. Her height was around 1.70 meters, 5.77 feet. She had shoulders-length auburn hair and brown eyes. Alex smiled before starting to explain what brought him here today. Nice to meet you too. My name is Alexander Touch. I'm not planning to buy any weapons. I'm here to... Chapter 13-12, Smith's store once again in training. 2 days later, Alex was heading towards Smith's store. After walking for a while, he arrived in front of Smith's store. Alex pushed open the door and entered. Welcome to Smith's store, customer. Oh. It's Alex. Hello, how have you been? Sarah asked after she saw it was Alex, not a new customer. Fine, and you? Alex responded before asking her how she was doing. I'm doing fine as well. You're here to take your orders, aren't you? Indeed, Alex replied. Father, bring the weapons. Alex has come, Sarah shouted, calling her father. Soon, Smith came out of his workshop with 3 things in his hands. When he saw Alex, he greeted him and passed Alex the things in his hand. The first thing was a knife and a sheath. Alex doesn't know what kind of materials have been used to make this sheath, but it feels nice. The sheath was attached to something that looked like a belt. Alex fastened the belt around his waist. The sheath containing the knife was on his right. However, it seems that he could freely move it, switching to left or in front and even behind. Good job, Smith. I never thought about this kind of sheath. It is helpful. Thank you, Alex thanks Smith, extremely pleased. You're welcome, just try the knife and give me your impression, Smith replies. Okay, Alex immediately unsheathed the knife from the sheath on his right. The knife came out with a shing sound. The knife blade was shining in silver light, the blade was silver. The knife didn't weigh much, nor was it too light, its weight felt perfect in Alex's hands. Alex does a few casual swings as a test, the knife easily cuts through the air. Nice knife, I'll name you Razor from now on. Alex named the silver knife, Razor? Well, I don't know what it means, but it is a good thing to name your weapon. Next, you should try the throwing knives. Smith suggested. After returning Razor to its sheath, Alex decided to try the throwing knives. 2 leg straps were containing 3 throwing knives each. It seems Smith had added 1 more knife onto the initial 5 throwing knives, Alex asked. After fastening the 2 leg straps on his 2 legs respectively, Alex unsheathed the throwing knife on his left leg. He studied the throwing knife. It was black. It didn't look too different from the one he had seen on the net if not for the cord wrapped around it, which didn't seem like a nylon cord. Alex hurled the throwing knife, and with whoosh sound it pierced the wooden dummy Sarah placed in front of him. His aim was off. Alex was aiming for the torso, but it ended up piercing the wood dummy leg. Well, I need to train to throw knives at the Adventurer Guild training rooms soon. I'll name the 6 throwing knives Black Betties. Black Betties are heavier compared to Razor. Alex decided. Alex bid farewell to Smith and his daughter Sarah after talking with them for another half hour. He promised to visit them soon after completing his first quest. A few minutes later, Alex was in front of the Adventurer Guild. He pushed the door open and entered. There were a few adventurers inside the guild today as well. They were probably on a mission outside. Alex advanced toward Lena and greeted her. Hello, Alex, how have you been? It has been 3 days since the last time I saw you. Lena said, I'm fine, you're right. It has been 3 days. I'm here today to use the training ground. Alex announced, asking Lena to use the training ground to train. Okay. Let's go. Karen comes to take my place. I'm going to show this newbie the training ground. Lena called another receptionist to come to take her place. A black-haired girl came to switch places with Lena. This black-haired girl was a human in the middle of 20. She was as beautiful as the other receptionist. Alex followed Lena toward the underground where the training ground is. The training ground located in the underground of the first floor of the Adventurer Guild was big, like a small arena. Alex saw many people training. Some were firing arrows on wooden dummies, some were doing mock battles, etc. What kind of training do you want to take, Alex? Lena asked him. I want to train by throwing knives at dummies. Alex replied, Oh. I thought that because you're noble, you will have an amazing gift. Maybe your gift is related to throwing knives? Lena probed. Alex shrugged his shoulders and replied, Who knows, my apologies. I shouldn't have asked anything. I'm sorry. Lena lowered her head, apologizing. I know, don't worry. Although I don't mind, you should not try to probe any other person's personal information in the future. Not everyone can be as lenient as I am. I hope you understand. Alex warned Lena, Thanks for the reminder, I'll keep that in mind. We are here. Would you like to have an instructor to teach you? Lena inquired. No, I will train on my own. I don't need an instructor. Alex refused. Well, the truth is that I don't have enough money to hire an instructor. I wouldn't say that, though. Alex mumbled to himself. When Alex was lost in his thoughts, Lena shook his arms and announced, I will take my leave then. See you later. Okay, thanks. Alex thanked Lena before starting his training. Firstly, Alex set his target 15 meters before he started throwing Black Betties. Naturally, Alex's first attempt failed. He kept trying, and finally, after 5 hours, he managed to hit the target. Alex continued to train until late in the evening before stopping. By now he could hit his target 5 times on 12 tries. Alex even acquired a new skill, throwing knives level 1. He dragged his tired body back to the moonlight, in and slept. The following 5 days were used to further train. At 15 meters, Alex could perfectly hit his target, then he moved to 20 and finally 30 meters next. The level of his throwing knives rose to level 3. He also trained using razor and gained a bit of proficiency in knife art. Now he is ready to start taking the quest to level up. Tomorrow he will be taking his first quest. 1 week has passed. In this world, there were 24 hours in a day and 30 days in a month. A week had 7 days. A year had 12 months. There were hardly any differences with Earth's calendar and ours. To know the times, there was something called magic clocks in this world. However, because clocks were a type of magic item, ownership was limited to wealthy merchants and nobles. Then how did other people keep the time? It's simply because a bell would sound in town every 3 hours, 6 a.m., 9 a.m., 12, noon, 3 p.m., 6 p.m., 9 p.m. Most people would roughly know the time as the bell sounded 6 times a day. Alex returned to the inn and ate before sleeping. Tomorrow he will be taking his first request, Chapter 14:13, First Quest Part 1. The next day, 2 hours after the first bell rang, a figure could be seen in the Adventurer Guild. Naturally, it was Alex. Today he came to take his first quest. Yesterday, there were only a few requests pasted on the Adventurers Guild board when Alex checked, and few people. The number of people drinking in the bar now was much greater. Although it was busy, it wasn't too crowded. Alex saw a considerable number of people who were standing in front of the board, eagerly receiving quests for their rank. It was a little unexpected that the Adventurers Guild was busiest in the morning. However, it's natural if, when he thought about it, quests received in the morning are carried out during the day, they returned in the evening and the reward was received. This was because the city is the best place to live in. Alex heard there are people who specialize in receiving night quests, though they are a minority. Alex advanced towards the request board. He looked at the F and E rank quests. The contents of the requests entered Alex's eyes. F rank quests are: deliver the meat of a horned rabbit, collect medicinal herbs to make potions, gathering materials for anesthetics in case of serious injuries. The rest were all similar quests. Hornet rabbit, like the name suggests, a rabbit with a horn on its forehead. Personally, Alex has never seen one, but he bet they are bigger than Earth's rabbit. Next, Alex moved to the E rank board to look at the requests. Goblin subjugation, delivery of slime magic stones, poison toad subjugation. Most of the quests were monster subjugation quests for weak monsters or delivery quests. Well, at least they've got some over here. Talking about fantasies, goblins are a must, Alex mumbled, remembering the fantasy stories he often read on novel Back on Earth. Alex started to read the Goblin subjugation request. Goblin subjugation quest is a regularly requested quest. The proof of subjugation is the right ear of the goblins. The minimum subjugation number was 5 ears. The written exchange rate is 3 copper coins for 1 ear. Even if it was a quest for low-ranking adventurers, the reward was cheap. Alex unintentionally knitted his eyebrows. 5 ears were equal to 15 copper coins. In other words, it's equal to 1 silver and 5 copper coins. Staying at the Moonlight Inn cost 3 silver a night. This was because it was a high-quality inn in the area's city. As for beginners who just registered with the guild, they usually stay in cheap inns that cost 5 coppers a night. Because of this, it was common for people to form parties with others in similar situations. Alex tore off the paper for the Goblin subjugation request and brought it to Lena, the elf receptionist. Some of the surrounding adventurers watched with a surprised expression. That's understandable, because normally for his first quest Alex should take F rank quest, a quest like hunting a hornet rabbit for its meat. However, he chose a Goblin subjugation quest. Well, goblins are weak monsters, they are mob monsters. They may be weak, but to F rank adventurer is too much to handle. It was what they were thinking. Personally, Alex chose this quest for the simple reason that he could level up faster, and also individually goblin are weak, they are dangerous only in a group. If he were careful not enough to fight with them in a group, he would be fine. Suddenly, Alex thinks about the past. Back when he was still at the Temple of Gods, Alex had read some information on a few monsters. Goblin was among them. Goblin is said to be a race of monsters with the stature of a human child. They have green skin, an angular forehead, and short fingers. Weak as an individual, they can easily be defeated by a human accustomed to fights. However, they have the habit of gathering together and like to act in groups. In addition, while they have primitive intelligence, they can arm themselves with weapons they pick up or steal. While passing the quest paper to Lena, Alex thought back to that famous novel on Earth called Goblin SL. Goblins are really ruthless creatures. Alex needed to be cautious when dealing with them. You chose the Goblin subjugation quest. Normally, I wouldn't recommend that, but maybe you can achieve it. Still, please be careful not to let your guard down, Lena warned him. Don't worry, I will be careful. Where is the goblin's location? Alex asked. Well, about that, they seem to appear frequently near the forest along the highway to Area Town. Recently, they have attacked merchants and travelers who were coming to Area in groups. Lena explained. The forest she was talking about is one located at the north side of Area Town. The Temple of God's forest where Alex came from was located in the opposite direction. Do the goblins there have any intelligence? Alex asked suddenly. No, usually not. Nevertheless, there is a possibility that a rare species has been born. Lena explained. Rare species are individuals who were born with some kind of mutation. In the case of rare species, they boast a higher intelligence than the normal monster and are one rank higher than the monster information published by the guild. In other words, because the goblin's rank is E, a rare species goblin would be the equivalent of a rank D monster if it appeared. Having accepted the quest accepted by the receptionist, the elf girl Lena, Alex exited out of the guild. His direction of course was the forest located in the north part of Area Town. Alex was looking forward with anticipation at his first level up. Soon, he would be able to unseal his sealed gift and his adventures would truly start. I wonder what surprise my sealed gift will give me after being unsealed. I'm waiting with anticipation. While thinking about that, he moved past Area's city north gate. Alex checked all my equipment. Black Betty's was fastened around his right leg and left respectively, while Razor was fastened around his waist. I'm ready, let's start leveling up. Alex declared, ready for his first quest, Chapter 15-14, First Quest Part 2. While walking toward Area Town's northern gate, Alex unsheathed Razor, his custom-made knife, and used his skill appraisal on it, quietly muttering appraisal in his head. A window containing a short piece of information was shown. Hunting knife, name, razor, materials, silver iron steel mixed with mithril, ultra sharp and durable. Alex did the same thing with one of his throwing knives, throwing knife, name. Black Betty's, materials, black iron steel mixed with a little mithril, sharp and durable. Alex did not manage to see a lot of information. This was probably due to the grade and level of his appraisal skill. He wondered what kind of information would appear if his appraisal grade was advanced. While thinking about such a thing, the forest along the highway that Lena had told Alex about came into view. The forest stretched as far as the eyes could see. Alex saw some merchants and travelers along the highway. They were going toward the city. Alex decided to enter the forest, so he started walking. He walked for about an hour after entering the forest. Suddenly, he stopped walking because his skill presence detection caught something. Like the name suggested, this skill enables him to know if there's an enemy or someone not too far from his current position. However, because this skill is level 1, the range of detection is limited to 5 meters. Because his skill had detected something, Alex watched the surroundings with caution. As expected, even though it was beside the highway, the trees with large trunks blocked the sunlight from coming in with their leaves and branches. The surroundings were dim even though it was daytime. The surrounding temperature had increased considerably. Alex was feeling a little cold. I need to ask Smith to create some defensive clothes. Alex had this sudden thought. Alex closed his eyes and sensed where the signal was coming from. Finally, having identified the location of the signal, Alex unfastened his left leg strap and selected one of his throwing knives, Black Betty's, before throwing it in the direction of the signal. GYI, an unpleasant scream was heard from the bushes. 5 goblins revealed themselves nearby. Alex nearly broke into a cold sweat. He had never expected to face 5 goblins this earlier. An ambush? No, it's unlikely. Would they lay an ambush so far into the forest? In that case, I probably ran into this group of goblins by chance, Alex muttered while holding 2 Black Betties in his hands. His eyes quickly observed the goblins. 2 between the 5 had rusted swords in their hands, while another held a club in their hands. As for the remaining one, he had a stone in his hand. That one was dangerous. Suddenly, the goblin at the back, the one holding a stone, hurled a stone in a preemptive strike toward him. Alex quickly rolled on the ground dodging the stone. He didn't forget to throw the 2 Black Betties who were in his hands towards the 5 goblins. Fush, the 2 throwing knives pierced 2 goblins. One pierced a goblin in the throat. The goblin held his throat wanting to stop the blood. Alas, it didn't work. After struggling for a while, the goblin died. Level up. Suddenly, Alex heard a sound inside his head announcing his level up. Although Alex was happy to have leveled up, now was not the time to check his status. He needs to end this fight quickly, so he did not stop. Alex unsheathed Razor and sprinted toward the goblin near him. He slashed at its neck. The goblin wanted to block his strike. However, its reaction was a bit slower because he was injured by his throwing knife that pierced his right hand, which was holding the rusted sword. Alex's knife passed through its neck without too much resistance. Soon the goblin head was dancing in the air. The headless corpse fell onto the ground with a thud sound, and the severed head followed suit. Another goblin had died. Suddenly, Alex felt a chill running down his spine, so without thinking he leaped back. Alex barely managed to avoid another stone thrown at him. The 3 goblins remaining became restless. They started emitting some kind of cry, as if they were talking. GYI. 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 Gigi. The 3 charged at him. Alex threw his remaining knives towards them. 2 were deflected, while the remaining 2 pierced one goblin, killing it. The remaining 2 goblins continued without stopping. Alex clashed head-on with the goblin holding the rusted sword. As their blades clashed, the rusted sword was cut in 2, while his knife continued and sliced the chest of that goblin. It leaves a deep wound on its chest. The goblin started rolling on the ground, crying in pain. He won't be getting up for a while. Alex used this chance to finish the last goblin standing. He rolled on the ground, dodging the last goblin club. Alex took the half-rusted sword dropped by the other goblin and threw it toward the last goblin. He hastily used his club to block the incoming sword. Alex used this chance to appear behind him and he stabbed through its chest. He struggled for a while before dropping dead. Alex quickly advanced towards the remaining goblin who was still rolling on the ground and stabbed through its head, thus killing it. Finally, the 5 goblins were killed. Suddenly Alex felt totally drained. He was sure that his face was looking pale. He had difficulty breathing. His hands were shaking. Alex dropped Razor and kneeled down and started puking. He felt scared. His emotions were chaotic. After a few minutes, Alex managed to calm down his emotions. It was to be expected. He had never killed before. Not even a chicken, so it was natural that he would react like this after his first kill. Even though the things he had killed was a monster, still it was a living thing. If he had not reacted like this, he would have felt scared of himself, thinking that maybe after his reincarnation he had changed somehow. Thankfully, he had not. Soon, he would adapt. He would have to if he wants to become strongest. Alex stood up and collected his weapons, before cutting off the goblin's ears that would serve as proof to the completion of this mission. Alex sat down and said status in his head. A blue screen panel appeared in front of him. Status: Alexander Kaletouch, class, none, age, 17. Male, level 3, experience value 0/400, magic power, 1030 1030/1030, magic, none, attack, 70/30, 100, defense, 50/30, 80, agility, 85/30, 115, intelligence, 130, 130, luck, 50/30, 80, BP, 40, gift, 2 guns sealed, skills, normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, swift fingers max, presence detection level 1, throwing knife level 3, titles, otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. After analyzing his status, Alex finally understood. It seemed that he gained 10 points on every level. To level 1 from to level 2 he needs 100 XP, from 2 to 3 it's 200 XP, and so on. Each level increases by 100 points, 100. To put it simply, to level up from level 1 to level 3 he had used 600 XP. It means that the 5 goblins he had killed each gave him 120 XP. Alex distributed his newly gained BP to his attack, defense, and agility stats. Status: Alexander Kaletouch, class, none, age, 17, male, level 3, experience value is 0/400, magic power, 1030/1030, magic, none, attack, 110, 110, defense, 80/15, 95, agility, 115/15, 130, intelligence, 130, luck, 80, BP, 0, gift, 2 guns sealed, skills, normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, swift fingers max, presence detection level 1, throwing knife level 3, titles, otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. After finishing, Alex decided to continue. He walked deeper into the forest. 1 hour later he encountered another group of goblins. This time they were only 4. He killed them easily. His level went up. He was now level 4. Alex decided to go back. He was tired mentally. Unfortunately, Alex didn't manage to unseal his gift today, maybe tomorrow. On his way back he encountered a lone goblin. He easily eliminated it. Back at the guild, Lena, the elf receptionist, was astonished looking at the 5 pairs of goblin's ears. It means that Alex killed 10 goblins on his first subjugation quest. It was not bad, she said. Lena paid Alex 3 silver coins for 5 pairs of goblin's ears. Alex left the guild late in the afternoon after drinking with some seniors adventurers. They said it was to congratulate him, so he was obliged to accept. Alex was happy because it was not him who paid for it. Chapter 16:15, Awakening Part 1. The next day morning, the gentle rays of the rising sun peered their way through the light curtains and provided a serene light in the room. Alex woke up feeling refreshed. He took a bath and changed into a new set of clothes. After eating his breakfast made by Ms. Lana, Alex left the Moonlight Inn, going toward the Adventurer Guild. When he arrived at the Adventurer Guild, he pushed the door open and entered. Because it was the morning, there were many adventurers present checking the request board. After selecting another goblin subjugation quest and exchanging a few words with Lena, Alex left the guild, the elf receptionist, half of an hour later. He was already in front of the same forest where he killed 10 goblins yesterday. Today, Alex decided to advance deeper inside the forest. While walking, he checked his status. Presently, he was level 4, and he had 100 XP. He needs another 400 XP to level up to the next level, which means if he kills 4 goblins, he will level up. Suddenly, Alex spotted 2 goblins. He quickly hurled 2 black betties towards the 2 goblins, killing them. After collecting their ears, he looked at the XP bar. The 2 goblins have earned him 200 XP, which means that 100 XP per goblin. Alex was a little disappointed because yesterday, he had earned 120 XP per goblin killed. It seems that the amount of XP he would earn will diminish if he continued to kill the same monster. So, must he try to take another quest besides goblin subjugation? Maybe a poison frog subjugation. While thinking about what kind of quest he would add on top of the goblin subjugation quest to level up, Alex saw another goblin. However, this time, it was a lone goblin. Alex sprinted toward the surprised goblin and slashed at its neck. He felt a slight resistance before razor cut through the goblin neck. The goblin head fell onto the ground with a thud sound. Suddenly, Alex sensed something with his presence detection skill. However, soon, the presence he felt disappeared. Alex did not let his guard down because he was feeling chill running down his spine, as though something was lurking in the dark waiting for him to let his guard down before striking. Alex took a defensive posture. He held razor in his right hand while in his left hand, he held one of his black betties while patiently waiting for the hidden enemy to make a move. Soon, something small flew sharply out from the bushes nearby. Alex reflexively brought his 2 blades in front of him. He managed to cut the flying object with his 2 crisscrossed blades. The cut object flew through the sky and slammed into a tree trunk with a thud sound. Alex looked at the tree trunk in an instant to see what had attacked him. There was a long strip of flesh with a dark red color. What is that? It is a kind of snake? No, that's not a snake. It kinda looks like tongue? I'm not sure. Maybe it is a snake tongue, Alex muttered. His doubt was settled by the existence that sprung out of a bush the next moment. A huge frog, up to his knees, appeared. Its skin was covered in a dark red viscous liquid similar to the tongue he had cut earlier. It looked at him with an emotionless gaze. Fuck, what bad luck. A frog in this forest. There was an F-rank subjugation quest on a monster called Poison Frog. I'm sure it's this fellow, Alex muttered silently. Earlier, he was planning to take this quest next time. However, to think that he would encounter one here. What bad luck, he didn't have any potion on him. It would be the end if he got poisoned. It was said that this monster has a strong jumping capability. When Alex recalled the information he had read on the monster, the frog kicked against the ground and used its jumping ability to attack him silently. Alex leaped back, dodging the poison it spit out from its mouth. Alex smiled at the monster that was still in the air while muttering, "It is now my turn." After saying that, he hurled all his 6 black betties consecutively towards the poison frog still in the air. Because it was jumped into the air, the poison frog couldn't change its trajectory. 5 of Alex's throwing knives pierced its belly. It started bleeding. The last knife pierced its right eye. The poison frog fell to the ground and started thrashing. Alex sprinted forward and arrived behind the still convulsing monster. He plunged his knife deep inside its head, directly piercing its brain. The monster convulsed for a few seconds before stopped moving. It became a corpse. Suddenly, Alex heard the notification announcing to him that he had leveled up. Alex felt a little exhausted. He was a level 5 now. Suddenly, Alex starting to feel drowsy. He did his best to fight his drowsiness. Alex stood up and approached the poison frog body, and start dismantling it. If he were to remember correctly, the material that can be taken are the tongue, a poison sac in the body, and the 2 hind legs. Alex started to remove these materials while fighting his drowsiness. What's wrong with me? Alex asked himself while shaking his head to stay concentrate. Suddenly, Alex's hand touched something. It was a magic stone. He had never expected this monster magic stone to be bigger than the goblin's magic stone he had killed. He removed the magic stone. Every monster has a magic stone. Alex continued removing the materials. Finally, he cut off the 2 rear legs. To be accurate, it should be noted that the purchasing of the rear legs was for food rather than materials. The poison is removed by butchers who deal with monster meat and sold over the counter. It was possible to sell it at a surprisingly high price as it was an expensive ingredient. As for the poison sac, it could be used by pharmacists to create an antidote for the monster's poison. I think I'll buy a lot of antidotes next time before doing the poison frog's quest. Alex decided. The tongue of the poison frog was generally used as part of a bow. Alex recovered the tongue that had fallen to the base of the tree. The proof of subjugation of the poison frog was the webbed right forefoot. Alex removed it. After storing everything inside his item box, including the goblin ears and magic stone, Alex decided to go back because he started to have a hard time fighting against his drowsiness. He strolled until the entrance of the city before falling not too far from the guards. I'm sleepy. I can't take it anymore, Alex muttered before closing his eyes, letting himself go toward the dreamland. Chapter 17-16, Awakening Part 2. After Alex had fallen unconscious onto the ground in front of the guards guarding the northern gate of Area City, one of the guards approached him and checked his pulses. The guard noticed that Alex was still breathing. He had only fallen unconscious. After they noticed that he was an adventurer by seeing his guild card, one among the guards chose to bring him to the Adventurer Guild. When Lena, the elf receptionist, saw the unconscious Alex, she asked one of the adventurers' presents to bring Alex to the second floor. She let him sleep in one of the rooms on the second floor. The sun fell and evening arrived, yet Alex was still sleeping. It seemed that he won't be waking up soon. He had a dream, and in this dream, Alex saw a big world. This world was really beautiful, with a lot of continents and floating continents. It can be said that these continents look like some small and medium-sized worlds. In this world, civilization was advanced, a mixture of technology and magic. There were a lot of races present in this world. Suddenly, the scene changed to a young man. He had long black hair, handsome facial feature, and beautiful red eyes. This young man started walking. No, to be more accurate, Alex started to see things from this young man's perspective. As if he was inside his body, Alex tried to control the body. However, he didn't work. It seemed that he was just a mere spectator who could only watch, not interfere. So, Alex decided to continue watching. Soon, the black-haired young entered a big hall, and in the middle of was something looking like a temple. There were a lot of people present inside the hall. Suddenly, a golden-haired young man saw the black-haired, so he approached him and asked, "You're here. Today is a big day. The ceremony will start soon. I'm eager to know what kind of divine weapon I'll get contracted with." I'm also eager to know. Let's wait, the black-haired young man replied. The two seemed to be friends. Soon, a priest came and the ceremony started. Everybody passed and contracted a weapon. Soon, it was the turn of the golden-haired boy. His contracted divine weapon was a golden longsword. Finally, it was the turn of the black-haired young man. His contracted divine weapon was strangely 2 guns, one black, and the other silver in color. Everybody present was astonished. Even the priest was also stunned. Nobody had ever contracted this kind of divine weapon. It was either a sword, spear, bow, or other types of medieval weapons. Not a gun. There are different kinds of grades between divine weapon. The golden-haired young man divine weapon. The golden longsword was a high-grade divine weapon. However, the black-haired young man divine weapon. The 2 guns grade were unknown. The years went by. The black-haired young man was trained himself to better use his divine weapon. He killed a lot of beasts. His peculiar divine weapon grade was still unknown. Nonetheless, people believed that his 2 guns were at least high-grade divine. However, there was something. Nobody saw the black-haired young man use his black gun even facing a horde of beasts. Everybody was curious about it. So one day someone challenged the black-haired young man. It was his best friend, the golden-haired man. The two fought. At the start, it was a draw. However, soon the black-haired man started losing. The spectators present on that day were astonished. Nobody thought that the black-haired young man will fight Arturo. It was how the golden-haired man was named, to draw for some time only using one of his divine weapons. However, if the black-haired young man wants success to win against Arturo, he would be forced to use his black that he had never used until now. Everybody was eager to know the outcome of the fight once he used his black gun. Even Alex, the spectator inside his body, wanted to know. When the black-haired young man wanted to use his black gun, everything became dark and Alex was ejected out of the body. His dream came to an end, and before leaving the dream world he heard the black-haired young man muttered something while looking at his leaving figure as if he knew Alex was there since the start. Take care of her from now on. Sorry, but you are not strong enough to know about the second gun. See you soon. Alex finally understood this wasn't a dream but something like memories of the previous owner of his gift. While thinking that, Alex woke up, his head hurts, he sat in the bed and took a deep breath to calm himself. Suddenly, Alex heard a voice. Finally, I've been awakened, albeit not totally. How are you feeling, Master? Alex jumped from his bed and took a defensive posture while looking around. He asked, who are you? What do you want? Who is your master? Oh. So, many questions, Master. I'm your weapon, your contracted weapon which made you my master. I just wanted to talk with you. To explain a few things to you. The mysterious voice proclaimed to be his contracted weapon answered. This voice sounds like a female voice. It was not like he minds. I'd rather hear the voice of a woman than the voice of a man. Alex thought. Suddenly, Alex's silver gun summoned itself, appearing in front of him. The silver gun fell into his hand. This is me, your contracted weapon. The female voice said. As he thought, it was one of his weapons talking to me. It's exactly as you thought, Master. Do you just read my mind? Alex asked vigilantly. I'm not you, Master. Ah. Come to think I don't have a name yet, so give me one, Master. Alex contemplated for a while before deciding. You will be called Silveria from now. Silveria, because of your beautiful silver color and you're obviously a female. There was a long silence before his contracted weapon replied. Silveria, it's then. Take care of me from now on, Master. Immediately after Silveria accepted the name Alex had just given to her, the silver gun shined brightly and Alex felt a sudden pain on his left arm as if something was being drawn on it. After some time, the pain subsisted. Alex checked his left arm and he saw a cross-shaped tattoo there, the same one that was on the hand of his silver gun. However, his tattoo was a small version. Silveria, we need to talk, Alex declared. Understood. Master. Chapter 18-17, Discussion with Silveria Part 1/N. Nickaido's here. As you had noticed in the last chapter when Silveria talked, it will be put in. So, Master, what do you want to know? Oh. Let me warn you first, I have not totally awakened, so there will some question I can't answer because I don't remember them. What? You are saying that you have not totally awakened. Why is that? Alex asked. Simply because your level is too low, Master, and most importantly there are some questions I can't answer even I wanted to because of the seals placed on me by the previous master for safety purpose. Silveria explained. I see. You partially awakened to help me. You are fearing that I may die without my gift. Am I right? Alex explained before asking her a confirmation of his speculation. Bingo. As expected of my master, you're at least a little smart, Silveria replied in a playful tone. Is that a sarcasm? Because I don't like your tone. Alex asked with a frown. Not all, Master, I was just praising you. Nothing else. Gotta go, Master, see you soon, Silveria replied before vanishing, disappearing from his hand, and because Alex was startled he shouted, What are you saying? I just asked how are you feeling after sleeping for more than 7 hours. Suddenly, Alex heard the elf receptionist, Lena's voice. It seems that she had misunderstood his earlier question to be directed at her. After calming down, Alex faced her. He didn't even notice when she entered the room, he was busy chatting with Silveria. The latter knew Lena was coming. That mischievous weapon didn't warn him and left like that. If you had a physical body, I would have spanked your bottom. Alex thought, oh. What a naughty master you are. Unfortunately, I don't have a physical body. Silveria replies. Alex was so astonished that he unconsciously blurted. Lena looked at him strangely. Alex coughed before answering Lena's previous question. Thank you, Lena. I'm fine now, I see. That's reassuring then. Lena replied with a smile. While Lena and Alexander were chatting, Alexander didn't hear what his weapon quietly muttered in his head. I don't have a body, at least for now. Suddenly, Lena asked Alex a question, after she noticed that he had a cross-shaped tattoo on his left arm, something he previously didn't have. Alex, did you have that tattoo previously on your arm? I didn't notice it, even when I was cleaning your upper body. Your body was hot back then, so I cleaned your upper body with cold water to help you regulate your body temperature. Finally, Alex understood the reason why his upper body was shirtless. Obviously, Alex couldn't say that this tattoo was drawn on his arm a few minutes ago after naming his gift. So, he decided to lie. It was there, you didn't pay attention, reason why you didn't saw it. Lena looked at him suspiciously, probably because she doesn't buy his crap. Still, she knew he must have his reason for lying to her, so she decided to let it go, not pursue the matter any longer. He won't answer even, she continued. I see. Now that you woke up, you should leave. It's not too good to stay in an unmarried lady room, you know. Lena teased him. Now that she said it, previously he had not noticed, but this is obviously a girl room. The room itself was fairly simple, with no decoration, a simple table with 2 chairs, 1 bed. The one Alex was sitting on, Lena was sitting on a chair not too far from him. When he looked closely, there was a flower vase contained a white flower on the table. Maybe it is a white lily? Well, he doesn't know. The room was emitting a natural aura as if this room was in the middle of a forest. It's probably due to her racial feature, she is an elf after all. Now it was Alex's turn to tease her. He smiled while looking at her and he said, I'm planning to sleep here tonight because even though I said that I'm feeling well, I was lying. The truth is I'm still feeling a little unwell. So, let me sleep here tonight. I can sleep on the floor if you want. I promise I won't do anything. Lena stood frozen in place. She was not expecting Alex to say something like that. Her instinct was telling her that he was probably lying, however she was not totally sure. Lena was put in a dilemma. She was debating whether to let him sleep here or not. When Alex saw her like that, he couldn't control himself any longer, so he burst in laughter. After laughing for a while he said, I got you. You're not the only that knows how to tease someone. Having finally understood that Alex was teasing her, Lena smiled before asking, oh. So, you know how to tease your big sister? Alex smiled, not answering her question. The two chatted for a few minutes before Alex stood up and get dressed in another shirt that he took from his item box while pretending that he had taken it from his spatial ring. Only wealthy merchant, nobles, and high-class adventurers could own one. Alex and Lena descended to the first floor. Alex followed to her receptionist's desk and he gave her the material of monsters he had killed. Alex had killed 4 goblins, meaning 4 goblins equals 1 silver coins and 2 copper coins, plus the 4 monster cores, 4 copper coins per goblin core. The 4 cores equals 1 silver coin and 6 copper coins. The total amount of money earned with today's goblin subjugation quest is 2 silver coins and 8 copper coins. Alex remembered that last time he had killed 10 goblins, he had earned 3 silver coins for the years and 4 silver coins for the monster cores. His total earnings on that day was 7 silver coins. Finally, Lena paid him 10 silver coins for the poison frog, all materials. The rear's legs are 6 silver coins. 1 silver coin for the tongue, 2 silver coins for the poison sac, and lastly 1 silver coin for the core. Today, Alex had earned 13 silver coins. After Alex bid farewell to Lena and the other receptionists, he left the Adventurer Guild going back to his inn. Chapter 1918, Discussion with Silveria Part 2, Night. The round moon was hanging high and stars filled the sky. By now, Alex had already returned to the Moonlight Inn. He saw Ms. Lana. He greeted and chatted with her for a while, before asking her if she had something ready to be eaten. He was hungry. Ms. Lana asked him to wait. A few minutes later, her daughter brought his dinner. By the way, dinner was a steak of a monster called Kelpie and a stew made from its offal. After finishing eating, Alex drank a little wine before leaving, going back to his room. He took a bath and after he finished he sat on his bed. Silveria, come out, we need to continue our earlier discussion. Alex says, Master, there is no need to shout like that, you know. Just talk to me in your head. If you continue shouting like that with no people around, people may take you for being crazy. Well, that would fun. Silveria replies. Alex was really sure that if she had a body, she would have a mischievous smile on her face. Joke aside. What do you want to talk about, Master? Silveria asked. What are you? Alex asked, as you've seen it in that dream, I'm a divine weapon, but using this world standard I'm called gift. Also, let me correct you, don't go thinking that all gifts are divine weapons. There may be some exceptions. You and your friends' gifts are all divine weapons. The grade of your divine weapon is different, though Silveria explained. Alex took a deep breath, digesting the information she just told him. Truth be told, after coming back from that mysterious dream, he mistakenly thought that all gifts were divine weapons. It seems he was wrong. Alex decided to ask Silveria another question. I see. What the grade of my divine weapons? Is it above others' weapons? Sorry, Master, I can't answer this question. Silveria replied flatly. Personally, Alex was expecting something like that. He was just trying to see if he could squeeze some information out of her. Unfortunately, it had failed, the dream I had. It's the memory of the previous owner of my gift, isn't it? There was an extremely long silence before Silveria answered. Her voice was not cheerful as it was a moment ago. Her voice turned a little cold. You are right. However, do not ask anything about him or about the world you have seen. You're too weak to know some things right now. So weak that only my basic functions are usable for now after I forcefully unsealed myself. Once you reach a certain level, I'll tell you what you want to know. Silveria explained with a plain tone. She didn't even call Alex master as she does usually. Sigh. I'll spank you one day. Although Alex was a little pissed off for being called weak, there was nothing he could do about it, at least now, as he said he will spank this girl one day. Do not ask him why, but he had the feeling that it's possible. Letting out another sigh, Alex decided to quickly become stronger as he has the feeling that things won't be too peaceful for him in the future. As if he has been dragged into a storm, and to leave through this storm what's he needed the most is strength. If he was powerful enough, he will not fear anybody. After experiencing that dream, Alex absolutely sure that his gift was no ordinary. Abruptly, Alex remembered something. In that dream, the golden sword used by Arturo, the black-haired young man's best friend, seems to be the same sword Leonardo has as a gift. Back then, when they had summoned their gifts, Alex felt a slight murderous aura directed at Leonardo's golden sword. He dismissed it, thinking that it was his imagination. However, he was sure that something happened back then, between the previous owner of his gift and Arturo. Alex almost asked Silveria some questions about it. Fortunately, he managed to restrain himself in the end. Alex then decided to check his status before continuing. Status: Alexander Touch, Class: Magic Gunman, Age: 17, Male, Rank 1, Level 5, Experience Value: XP 30 out of 600, Magic Power: 1030, 1050, Magic, None, Attack: 120, 130, Defense: 95, 115, Agility: 130, 150, Intelligence: 130, 150, Luck: 80, 100, BP: 40, Gift: 2 gun semi-sealed. Skills: Normal Appraisal Level 1, Language Comprehension, Item Box Level 1, Swift Fingers Max, Presence Detection Level 1. Throwing Knife Level 3. Titles: Otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. A lot of things changed when Alex looked at his status window. There is still a long way before he can advance from rank 1 to rank 2. In Mystia's world, cultivation is classed by rank. It is said that rank 15 is the highest rank attainable in this world. Those who are in this rank are considered like demigod in Mystia world. Alex was still extremely far from that level. He should focus on what is within his current reach. Alex had finally gotten a class, Magic Gunman. Even though he doesn't know what it really means, it sounds a little bit cool. Alex chuckled at his childish thinking. He started to think about how he should use his 40 BP. Suddenly, Silveria, who didn't talk since a while ago, finally spoke. Master, I would suggest you add all your 40 BP to your magical power stat. Alex didn't immediately respond. He stayed silent for a moment before asking, Sil, why did you suggest that? Don't you see my status? I can't use magic. What uses more MP can have. There was a temporary silence before Silveria burst in laughter. Haha, as expected of Master, he even started planning to worm his way into my maiden heart by acting intimate, shortening my name. What a pervert, Silveria says, acting innocently like she was afraid of the big bad wolf. Damn it. This shameless divine weapon. Alex roared in his mind. Fufufu, thanks for the compliment. Silveria replies shyly, not being able to endure anymore. Alex shouted, Silveria, answer my question before I become angry and decide to ignore and not use you. For your information, I can survive without you. Feeling Alex's determination through these words, Silveria sighed and decided to stop teasing him. You are right when you said you can't use magic. Although you can't use magic, there is a reason why you still possess magical power like everyone else. Alex stayed silent while waiting for her to continue. As your class suggests, you're a magic gunman. Your needs magical power to be able to fire bullets, or did you thought that you could create bullets by yourself? Alex was dumbfounded when he heard her question. He had never thought about that. Everything falls in place now. No wonder he had magical power. Alex wants to know more about it. Still, he chose to allocate his free BP before continuing to question Silveria. The answer to his would come after allotting his 40 BP to his magic power stat, MP for short. Alex decided to check his updated status, Alexander Touch, class, Magic Gunman, age, 17, male, rank 1, level 5, experience value, XP 30 out of 600, magic power, 1050 40 1090, magic, none, attack, 130, defense, 115, agility, 150, intelligence, 150, luck, 100, BP, 0, gift, 2 guns semi-sealed. Skills, normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, swift fingers max, presence detection level 1, throwing knife level 3. Titles, Otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. If he remembered correctly, when he leveled up to level 4, there was still 80 XP left, and before awakening his gift, meaning leveling up to level 5, he had killed 3 goblins, which gave me 300 XP, and the poison frog Alex killed gave him 150 XP, 30 XP more than goblin XP. After using the 500 XP to level up to level 5, and now he was left with 30 XP, tomorrow, he was going to take another goblin subjugation quest. Alex needs to level up faster. After deciding his plan for the next day, he shifted his attention back to Silveria. Sil, can you explain to me what my class, Magic Gunman, means? Alex asked what his title means. Certainly, Master. As the name suggests, it's a gun that uses magic to function. In your case, it means that you will be using your MP to create bullets inside your magic gun, aka me, to kill your enemies. This is a magic world, and it's not like you will be using fake bullets in a magic gun, Silveria explained, but when she talked about fake bullets, her voice was filled with disdain. Hence, Alex decided to inquire about that fake bullet she disdained so much. What I mean by a fake bullet is the bullet you use in your homeworld, Earth. What? How can our manufactured bullets be fake? There's a bullet that can even pierce through a tank, you know? Alex asked, clearly disagreeing with Silveria. Oh. Maybe, it's considered powerful in your world, however, in this world is completely useless against a monster or a powerful rancor. Even your nuclear weapons are useless against magic. So, it's why I deem them useless. Silveria replied. Truth be told, he knew that some earthen weapons were useless in a fantasy world, reason why when he saw that his gift were 2 guns, he almost fell in despair. Wait, suddenly he thought about something, so he decided to ask Silveria. Sil, how did you know all these things related to my world? What kind of stupid question is that? Master, you should use your brain a little more, you know, Silveria replied, teasing Alex. I see. Never access my memories without my consent, understood? Alex warned. Don't worry, I will not. It happened because of my awakening. Silveria said. Good. Alex said while cussing at her in his mind, this damned divine weapon who doesn't show any respect to her master. Unknown to him, even though Silveria called him master, she didn't really acknowledge as one, at least not now. It may change in the future. Thank you for the compliment, master. It makes me happy to. Damn it, I wasn't complimenting you, you shameless divine weapon, and I know you know that. Cut the crap and answer my question, will you? Alex shouted. He wondered how the second weapon personality will be. If she is hard to deal with like this one, he will become crazy. Alex suddenly thought, praying that isn't the case. Rest assured, Big Sister is not like that. Silveria blurted out. Big Sister? So the black weapon is a girl? Alex asked. He wanted to know more about the said Big Sister, however, Silveria did not answer. It seemed that she had let something slip that normally she shouldn't. Alex chuckled in response to her silence. What a loose tongue you have. What your big sister will do once she knows that you said something you shouldn't? Alex teased her back. Shut up, do not talk like you know Big Sister. Silveria yelled at him. Alex started to feel dizzy because she was talking to him directly in the head. It seems that he had gone a little overboard in his teasing. So, Alex apologized. My bad, I shouldn't have shouted earlier. Let's stop talking about it. To answer your earlier question, I will say, it's simply because we shared our memories. It's because we shared our memories that you managed to see my previous owner memories. It was like that. I know about your world and technologies, and I must say, for a practically manaless world, your technology is a bit decent. Silveria explained. I see. However, you said practically manaless world? Is it meaning there a little mana in our world? Did it means there are hidden magicians on Earth? Alex asked her, eyes filled with anticipation. Eyes shining like a child who got a toy. Well, you can say that. Let's not dwell on this matter. Let me talk about how much MP you will need per bullet created. Because I'm a magic gun functioning with MP. I consume 50 MP/bullets for now. If we take into consideration your current MP capacity, it means that you can fire 20 bullets before your MP will be drained. Silveria explains. I see, I hope it will change soon. Alex asks, clearly not happy with what she has said. It will. There are different types of bullets to be unlocked. Let's say, for example, that once you became rank 2, the homing bullet costs 300 MP/bullet. It will follow the target for some distance before becoming ineffective. For advanced homing bullet, it costs more. Well, the more your level become higher, the less MP needed to shoot them, Silveria explained. Alex was left speechless, his mouth hung agape. He almost shouted WTF. Alex let out a sigh. It seems that all his future BP will be used on his magic power stat. After exchanging a few jokes with Silveria, Alex decided to sleep. The good point is that it's temporary, after having seen that Alexander had fallen asleep. Silveria mumbled to nobody in particular, Master, you need to work harder. You will need to use more than MP to be able to use one of Big Sister's divine abilities. Also, there is that divine ability of mine that uses more than XP to work. She let out a sigh before saying, Big Sister, I know you can hear me, don't worry, I'll not let them do anything to our current master. You need to help me too. I sincerely hope that you can unseal yourself faster. I miss you. After saying that, Silveria stopped talking and decided to rest in her own dimension. Elsewhere, in a sealed space, this space was totally shrouded in darkness and an eerie silence that could make one shudder. Suddenly, someone let out a small sigh after hearing what Silveria has said. It's difficult to know the individual that sighed gender. Afterward, silence returned to the sealed space again as if nobody was there, like it was an illusion. Chapter 21-20, Goblin Slayer Part 1. The next morning, the sun rose from under the horizon and lit up the sky. The residents of the city of area were beginning to wake up and start their respective jobs. The Moonlight Inn's first floor was bustling with activity. Here and there you could see, some clients were eating, while some were simply talking. Those who finished eating left to start their jobs inside of the city. While some went outside, like adventurers and the merchants. Alex's room on the third floor, he woke up and let out a long yawn. Good morning, Sil, did you sleep well? Alex asked Silveria before adding, well, I don't know if you can sleep, though, morning, master. Well, it's not a necessity for me to sleep. However, I chose to sleep simply because watching your sleeping face is boring. Silveria replies while not forgetting to tease him. As for Alex, he smiled in return. It's good to have someone to talk to when you wake up in the morning. After watching and changing his clothes, Alex descended to the first floor, took a light breakfast before leaving for the Adventurer Guild. On his way to the Adventurer Guild, he stopped by Smith's store. Alex saw the father and daughter pair. He asked Smith to make him a custom-made holster for his gun. When they saw the design of the holster for his gun, Smith and his daughter were left speechless. They had never seen this kind of gift, nor heard about it. They tried to know his true background. However, Alex didn't say anything. He only smiled, refusing to talk about it. Having seen that Alex was planning not to say anything, the two dropped the matter. Alex asked Smith to make him an armor, defensive shirt and pants made with a powerful monster hide. He paid 3 gold coins for the armor. When Alex passed in front of a magic store, he stopped and purchased 5 mana potions. 1 mana option cost 2 silver coins. Alex bought a medium-grade potion. These mana potions are used to restore a depleted magic power. Just after using his appraisal skill on one of the mana potions he had purchased, a small window containing a piece of small information appeared in front of his eyes. Mana potion, color, blue, grade, medium, utility. This potion is used to recover 1 magic power, recover 500 points of your magic power. It was all he got with his normal appraisal skill. I wonder what kind of information would pop out if I had an advanced appraisal skill? Maybe, I could see the information on the ingredients used to make this potion. Alex thought, he will know after his normal appraisal skill advanced toward the advanced tier. Before leaving, the clerk warned Alex to only consume 2 mana potions per day, or else he would feel stiffness in his muscles if he drinks more than that. After thanking him and promised him to listen to his advice, Alex left. By the way, potions are classed by grades. There are 5 grades known: be it a mana potion or strengthening type potion, healing potion, and so on. These grades are the following: normal grade, green color; medium grade, blue color; high grade, red color; advanced grade, gold color; holy grade, white color. No store can't sell a holy grade potion, it was forbidden. Even the advanced grade potion can't be brought in a store, it's too expensive. As for the holy grade potion, it's extremely rare to see one. It's considered a national treasure in any empires and the other superpowers in the world. It's a priceless treasure. There are only a few holy grade potions in the world. It is said that nowadays nobody could produce this kind of potion, not even the most talented alchemist couldn't do it. Only a few nations have this kind of potion in their treasure vault, heavily guarded. This shows how valuable a holy grade potion is. It is said that a holy grade healing power could bring someone who still has one breath left in him, can cure any kind of diseases, and regrowth a lost limb in a matter of seconds. An advanced grade healing potion can also regrow a lost limb, but not as fast as a holy grade healing potion. Alex let out a small sigh before continuing, and soon he saw the Adventurer Guild. He pushed the door open and entered. The first floor was lively as always. Everybody turned in his direction when they heard the sound of the door being opened. However, after seeing that it was Alex, the newbie, it is how he was surnamed, they returned doing what they were doing. "Master, let's quickly go and slaughter some goblins to level up." "Please hurry up," Silveria suddenly said, urging him. She was acting like a small child to whom one had bestowed a toy and she was impatient to play with it. Alex left the guild after selecting today's question and went in the direction of the northern gate. It was another goblin subjugation. Half an hour later, Alex came out from the northern gate and entered the forest. Suddenly, Silveria spoke. "Master, continue going forward. 30 meters east of your current position is a group of goblins. There are roughly 5 or 6 goblins there." "Okay, I'll go. It seems that you have also the presence detection skill as I do," Alex said. However, Silveria immediately denied it, clearly displeased by what he said. "Master, do not compare my divine sense with your cheap presence detection skill." Alex shrugged his shoulders in response. He continued walking. He went east like Silveria had suggested, and soon he saw 6 goblins in front of him. Silveria appeared in his hand without being summoned. She was really impatient. Alex aimed his silver gun toward the goblin in the middle and fired 2 bullets. Bang! Bang! The 2 bullets pierced through the goblin's chest, leaving 2 fingers-size hole on it. Finally, the goblins saw that something wasn't right because suddenly one of them fell on the ground. They looked in Alex's direction. Without waiting for them to attack, Alex fired another 2 bullets in the middle of 5 remaining goblins. The bullets were too fast for them to dodge. One of the bullets pierced a goblin in the head, instantly killing it, while the other pierced another goblin's stomach, injuring it. Alex liked this weapon. There was no recoil when you pull the trigger. He smiled. Alex likes the feeling of his fingers pulling the trigger, as if he was safe where he was, as though he could kill anything with this silver gun in his hand. "Master, snap it. Stop daydreaming, you're in the middle of a fight, you will die if you don't focus on what is in front of you," Silveria shouted. She brought Alex back from his daydreaming. That was dangerous. Alex quickly leaped back, dodging a rusted sword thrown at him. After thanking Silveria, Alex fired another bullet towards the incoming goblins. Bang! 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 5 consecutive bullets were fired, killing another 3 goblins, the one that was injured earlier and the one who threw the rusted sword, and another goblin who was holding a club. The remaining 1 goblin tried to flee, but how could he allow that? He killed the goblin with 1 bullet in the head. Alex killed 6 goblins in the span of a few minutes, and he had only pulled the trigger 10 times, it means 10 bullets. Alex felt a little drained when he checked his remaining MP. He was left with half of his current MP, 590. Alex leveled up after killing those 6 goblins. He decided to rest for a few minutes before checking his status. Chapter 22-21, Goblin Slayer Part 2. Alex mumbled status in his head, and a blue panel containing his status appears in front of his eyes. Status: Alexander Touch. Class: Magic Gunman. Age: 17, male. Rank 1, level 6. Experience value: XP 30/700. Magic power: 1090-1110. 20 BP. Magic: None. Attack: 13140. Defense: 115-125. Agility: 150-160. Intelligence: 150-160. Luck: 100-110. BP: 0. Gift: 2 guns semi-sealed. Skills: Normal appraisal level 1. Language: Comprehension, item box level 1, swift fingers max, presence detection level 1, throwing knife level 3, titles, Otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. Alex looked at his status astonishingly, no, to be more accurate at his MP stat. Normally he should have 590 MP left plus the 10 points gained per level up, it should be 600 MP, however now his MP has been restored. Master, there's nothing to be astonished about, your MP recovered simply because you have leveled up. It's one advantage of leveling up in a battle. Silveria explained, clearing away Alex's confusion. So, that's why. That's a good thing, I won't need to waste my mana potion now. Alex mumbled. He stood up and continued moving deeper into the forest while asking Silveria to help him. I'm counting on you to tell me where I should go to see a lot of goblins, my dear Sil. Pay. What a shameless master you are. I will not help you. It's tiring to use my divine sense because you're not powerful enough. Also, you must not depend too much on me for this kind of thing. Silveria replied. When Alex wanted to ask her to help his this once, she stopped me and say, I have a gift for you. Close your eyes, it may hurt a little. What? Alex wanted to ask her what she means by saying that, however before he could, he felt a terrible headache assaulting him, it almost makes his head explodes from inside. Alex dropped Silveria and started rolling on the ground. A few minutes later, that seemed like an eternity, the headache stopped. Alex lay splayed on the ground sweating. What a terrible headache that was. What have you done? Were you planning to kill your master? Alex asked furiously. How rude, master. Don't drop a maiden on the ground like that. Silveria replied teasingly. Shut up. Just answer my question. Alex shouted, clearly not the mood to joke. You are no fun at all. Sigh. Just check your status and you will understand. No need to thank me. She says. Alex decided to do as he was told. Status, Alexander Kaletouch, class, Magic Gunman, age, 17, male, rank 1, level 6, experience value, XP 3700, magic power, 1120, magic, none, attack, 140, defense, 125, agility, 160, intelligence, 160, luck, 110, BP, 0, gift, 2 guns semi-sealed. Skills, normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, swift fingers max, divine sense level 1, new skill, throwing knife level 3, titles, Otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. Alex presence detection skill disappeared and got replaced by a new skill, divine sense. When he checked his new skill with his appraisal skill, what Alex saw left him speechless. Divine sense, a divine ability superior to the presence detection skill. At level 1 you can detect anything in 30 meters around you with good precision. Condition of use, consume 100 MP per minute. Passive ability, automatically activate itself and alert you when someone is targeting your life. Range of activation, 2 meters, good skill. Thank you, Sil. I want to ask you a question. Alex says happy to have acquired this skill, but there was something he wanted to know. If I'm not wrong, you want to ask if you activate your divine sense for few seconds, how much MP it will consume. Silveria says she had exactly guessed what Alex had in mind. If you activate for a few seconds, it will consume 50 MP. So, the best solution for you is to activate for 1 minute, not to waste the little bit of MP you have. She suggested. Thinking about it, what she had said was not wrong. Alex should follow her suggestion. He continued moving deeper into the forest when suddenly, Alex had the feeling that something was in front of him, not too far from where he was. It seemed that his intuition had become sharper. This sudden increase of his intuition was probably due to the new skill Silveria gifted him. And because his appraisal skill was not high, he couldn't see a lot of information on his new skill. Finally, it was the time to test his newly gained skill. Alex mumbled divine sense in his head and automatically a 3D dimensional map appears in his head. This map looks like the one you often see in-game. Alex continued to check the map and he saw that 25 meters north from where he stood were 10 red dots. There was a label over their heads indicating that they were goblins. When Alex wanted to know more about the 10 goblins, the map became a little clearer and he was able to see that indeed there were 10 goblins. However, they were divided into 2 squads of 5 goblins each, separated by few meters. Alex quickly stopped using his divine sense after 55 seconds and checked his remaining MP. He saw that he was left with 1000 MP. which means he would run out of MP after firing 16 bullets. Alex continued moving, and when he saw that he was not too far from the first squad constituted of 5 goblins, he crouched down and he started moving silently. If it's possible, I want to quickly eliminate this squad without using my gun, Alex decided, when he was 5 meters away from the 5 goblins that stood in the middle of the forest speaking an unknown language that even his long comprehension skill couldn't translate. Alex observed them for a while before throwing a stone in another direction to divert their attention. The 5 goblins became startled as they tried to see who was attacking them. Having seen that they had taken the bait, Alex sprung forward, throwing 5 black betties. Swish! 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 4 of the 5 knives that he had thrown pierced 4 goblins in the chest. They fell on the ground, twitching for a few seconds before breathing their last breaths. Without retiring his knives, Alex lunged forward while holding his knife razor, intending to silence the remaining goblin who had miraculously survived because he was wearing a damaged armor underneath its crude robe. Unfortunately, he blocked his blade. Giant, a sharp sound was made as razor came in contact with the goblin's long sword. Then, he shouted, Gugia, alerting the other squad who was not too far from where they were. Alex heard the sound of numerous footsteps running towards us. He let out a small sigh before summoning Silveria and shot a bullet into the goblin chest where his heart was. Bang! His eyes opened wide in unwillingness. He thought that after alerting the other he may be able to live. Unfortunately, he was killed. Alex quickly disappeared before the alerted goblins came. Chapter 23-22, Goblin Slayer Part 3. After killing the last goblin, Alex quickly retrieved his throwing knives before retreating and hid behind a big tree. Shortly after, 5 goblins came, and when they saw their fallen brethren, they started talking in an unknown language that even he couldn't understand. GYI. GYI, GYI. Gigi. They were clearly restless. The 5 looked around, trying to see if they could locate the culprit. Croc. Because Alex was too nervous, he had unconsciously stepped on a dead tree branch. GYI. The 5 turned their attention towards where Alex was. Alex took a deep breath and said, Sil, be ready. I hope you can perfectly synchronize with me. I can, do not worry, Master. Silveria replied. After listening to Silveria's reply, Alex dashed out from he was hiding, startling the goblins who were coming toward his direction. Swish! 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 Alex successfully threw 4 knives toward the goblin on his left and right side respectively. Clearly not expecting a surprise attack, the 2 could not defend themselves properly. They were injured, stopping them in their tracks. Alex, on the other hand, continued without stopping. Alex swung razor toward the goblin in the middle, aiming at its ribcage. Even though everything happened in flash, the goblin still managed to block his attack with its rusted sword. Gakian. A loud sound could be heard when the 2 blades collided, due to the difference in height and physical strength. The goblin was pushed back, as though she had read his mind. Silveria perfectly synchronizes with him. She appeared in his left free hand. With her help, Alex fired 2 bullets towards his left where another goblin was coming from. Bang! Bang! Without looking if whether he had successfully killed the goblin or not, Alex automatically switched his weapons. Razor went into his left hand while Silveria appeared in his right hand. He then fired another 2 bullets towards his right. Bang! Bang! Everything happened in a matter of seconds. Thud! Thud! The sound indicating that something had fallen onto the ground could be heard. The goblin in front of Alex stiffened because he had not anticipated this series of actions. Alex was too quick. The goblin knew without even looking back that the 2 that had fallen won't be waking up anymore. A sudden fear gripped its heart. This frail-looking human at the moment looked like a monster to him. No, to be more accurate, he was afraid of the thing in Alex's right hand. He was afraid of Silveria. He was so afraid that he turned tail and started running. But how could Alex let him go so easily, missing this chance? He looked at the running goblin and then he threw razor with strength behind it. Poodash! The sharp knife pierced the globin's neck, nailing him against a nearby tree. The goblin struggled for a while before stopping moving. He was dead. Alex decided to take a few breaths to regulate his breathing. It happened at that moment. Alex heard Silveria warning, "Watch out." Without asking anything, Alex ducked down, barely managing to avoid the fate of being beheaded. A sword passed above his head. A few strands of his hair was cut off in the process. Alex felt a chill down his spine when he saw the sword embedded in the tree not far from where he was. If he was late by a millisecond, he was sure he would be dead by now. He almost died because he was careless. It's true that carelessness is one's greatest enemy. He had forgotten about the other 2 injured goblins. While still being on the ground, Alex aimed Silveria toward the startled goblin who was not expecting him to be able to avoid that sword. the other remaining goblin was also startled. Alex used that chance to finish them. Bang! 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 4 bullets were fired in quick succession, piercing the chest of the 2 goblins. They fell onto the ground and there was no longer any life in their eyes. That's close, thank you, Sil. I won't be careless from now on. Alex promised. It's good that you know, please do not die killed by the like of goblin. This is not a game, there is no restart. If you die for good. Never let your guard down before the end of a fight, not even after being sure you have eliminated every threat. I hope you will not forget. You're destined to soar, be above everyone else. That's your destiny after being chosen by us. Silveria explained, destiny or whatnot. Alex must not be careless anymore. He was not planning to die young. He will live his life to the fullest, I promise. I'll be careful from now on. After promising to be careful from now on, Alex decided to check his status. It seemed he had leveled up before he killed the last 3 goblins. Status, Alex murmured, and immediately a blue panel containing his status appears in front of his eyes. Status: Alexander Kaletouch, class, Magic Gunman, age, 17, male, rank 1, level 7, experience value, XP 330/800, magic power, 950, magic, none, attack, 14150, defense, 125/135, agility, 161/70, intelligence, 161/70, luck, 110/120, BP, 0, gift, 2 guns semi-sealed. Skills: normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, swift fingers max, presence detection level 1, throwing knife level 3, titles, otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. Alex became level 7. And because he had fired 4 bullets, he was now left with 950 MP after added the 20 BP gained per level up. Sigh, Alex let out a small as he continued to dismantle the corpses of the goblins. If it is possible, he would like to advance to the next rank before going back. And to do that he would need to level up 8 times. After a quick calculation, he would need 6100 XP to do that. To go to level 13 from his current level 7. It was that amount of XP he needed. He would need to kill 61 goblins to be able to gain that amount of XP. If only he could change to another hunting ground, but he will not do that. He will continue to kill the goblin in this area for now, for the simple reason that he didn't have an armor or any defensive gear on me. Suddenly, Alex had an idea, so he asked Sil, I need your help. Will you help me? Sigh. It can't be helped. Say it. What do you need me to do? Silveria replied, nothing serious, I just need you to use your divine sense to scan the forest, to see if there is somewhere where there are lots goblins grouped together. Alex explained what he wants Silveria to do. The latter was not pleased with it. What? You're asking me to scan the forest entirely and you are saying it's nothing serious? Alex stayed silent before saying, I know it's tiring to do that because I am weak at the moment, but you must have understood why I asked you to do that. Please help me, you won't lose anything if you do, on the contrary, if I become powerful it will be helpful for you. So, what is your answer, Sil? Okay, master. I'll help you. Finally, Silveria accepted. She scanned the forest. After 1 minute, she stopped her scan and say, 5 km west from here there are 20 goblins, it is likely a small goblin settlement. I'm a little tired, let me rest for a while. You can continue walking. However, you must wait for me before doing anything, do not rush to go there to west. Okay. I understand. I'll go there. After killing these 20 goblins I will go back. After killing these 20 goblins, I'll be able to level up at least twice, Alex mumbled before starting walking towards the goblin settlement location, /n. After Alex leveled to LV7, his MP was equals 1130, the 10 points per level up have been already added. Alex fired 4 bullets after his level went up, meaning his original MP will go down by 200. It's why his MP became 950 on his status screen. Chapter 24-23, Goblin Slayer Part 4. It was a little past noon, the sun was high in the sky. A lone figure could be seen walking inside a dense forest. Naturally, it was Alex. He was heading west, toward the 20 goblins location. Silveria woke up about 15 minutes ago. Sil, I would like to use magic, even though my title says otherwise. Is there any way? Alex raised a question. Oh? Why do you want to use magic so much? Instead of answering Alex's question, Silveria asked him a question. Why, you ask? It's simple. When you talk about fantasy world, being able to use magic is a must. Alex replied with a smile. Fufufu, you seem to have read too many novels. Not everyone can use magic, you know. Or perhaps are you thinking that you are some kind of protagonist? Silveria asked teasingly. Alex rolled his eyes before answering. I'm without a doubt a protagonist. Oh? The protagonist of what? Silveria asked amused. The corner of Alex's mouth lifted upward as he replied, of course, I'm the protagonist of my own life. There was a silence before Silveria burst out of laughter. Fufufu. Nicely said. To answer your question, all I can say, it's no. So, to use magic like others, it's impossible. You can't because of me and Big Sister. We are nemesis of magician, I see. So, it's impossible after all, Alex mumbled under his breath. When he was thinking that it was clearly impossible to use magic. Silveria said something that raised his hopes to one day be able to use magic. Do not worry, Master. Your case is not totally hopeless as you think. Well, I won't go in the details. You'll know in the future. Wonderful, but could you at least tell how? Please, a few hints will do, Alex pleaded because he truly wanted to know how he would be able to use magic. Alex was truly excited. His heart started pounding hard just by thinking about it. Sorry, Master, I can't. Just be patient, and besides you're too weak to understand some things because of your low level. Silveria explained, refusing to go into the details. However, as he was expecting something like that, Alex was not too disappointed because he had the feeling that he would know soon. He just needs to strengthen himself, to rise in levels. The two continued to chat, exchanging few jokes as he continued walking silently toward the goblin's location. Alex suddenly thought about Maria and others. Alex shook his head, driving away any unnecessary thoughts that could hinder him in the incoming battle. Half an hour later he arrived at the destination. Alex immediately hid behind a tree and observed what was in front of him. There was something that looks like a cave. At the entrance of the cave stood two goblins guarding it. The one on the left had a club in its hand, while to the one on the right held a crudely made bow and a quiver containing arrows. Sil, I thought that you had said there were 20 goblins together in the same location? But I seem that there are 2 goblins outside while the remaining goblins are inside that cave. Alex asked. Yes, Master. It is as you've guessed. He. Let's go massacre them. Silveria says while laughing. She appeared in Alex's right hand without behind summoned. Her laughter sends a chill down his spine. Alex chuckled and says, okay, let's take care of those 2 first. However, I can't use you because it will draw the other goblins' attention in case they heard the gunshots. It's not like you have a silencer to stifle the sound of the bullets fired. Did I say that? What? Just watch, Master. When Alex was still puzzled by what she meant, Silveria, who was in his hand, shined in silvery light for 1 second, and after the silvery was gone, he looked dumbfoundedly at the now transformed Silveria. Appearance-wise, she was still the same, Desert Eagle 50 EA, RA 713 IMI Desert Eagle Mark 19 speedloader, however now she was equipped with a silencer. Like the one you often saw in movies. However, this silencer was silver in color instead of black. Alex stood frozen in a place for a while before letting out a small chuckle as he rubbed his forehead, before muttering, seriously, if you have the ability to transform, please inform me beforehand. My heart almost stopped beating because of how surprised I was. So, how many types of transformation you can do, Master? Do you think I'm some kind of a transformer? Asked Silveria. She was clearly pouting. She seemed dissatisfied with his question. Are you not? I thought that you could transform in various forms. For example, you could transform into a sniper rifle or a shotgun. That would be so cool, Alex says with his eyes shining like a child who just got his first toy. Master, sorry to shatters that delusion of yours, but I can't transform like you are hoping. Creating something like this is my limit. So, do not hope for something impossible. Let's start the massacre. Silveria explained, completely shattering his wild delusion. What a shame. Let's me vent my frustration on these goblins then, Alex declared before aiming Silveria at the goblin on the right who had no idea about its incoming death. Pooey. Without waiting, Alex fired another bullet toward the goblin on the left whose attention was focused elsewhere. Pooey. The 2 goblins fell onto the ground dying. Their eyes were filled with unwillingness. They did not know how they had died. After dismantling the corpses, Alex stood at the entrance cave. he took a deep breath before activating his skill Divine Sense. Like the last time, a tridimensional map appeared in his head. Alex was able to see inside the cave. There was a lot of little dots on the map, they were red in color. If he hasn't guessed wrong, red enemy, there was no green dot on the map, only 18 red dots. 3 red dots were not too far from the entrance, while the remaining stood in the same location. Alex did not know what they were doing, but it helps him. He will quickly eliminate these 3 goblins before proceeding towards the remaining goblins. After switching off the Divine Sense skill, he silently entered the cave. Darkness welcomed him. The inside of the cave was dark. Alex could not even see what was in front of him. He had miscalculated. To think he would forget to take the cave being dark into account. What to do, he mumbled. He seemed to be at his wit's end. Sigh. I guess it my turn to help then. Silveria announced. What? Alex asked. She did not answer him directly. She just said, it going to hurt a little, don't tell me. Please wait for a second, will you? Alex pleaded. However, a terrible headache answered his pleas. He almost dropped Silveria and started rolling on the ground. Alex gritted his teeth. So hard that it almost bleeds. It still hurts even though he went through something like this not too long ago when he was acquiring his Divine Sense skill. New skill acquired. Night Vision Level 1. A message appeared in front of his eyes, announcing that he had acquired a new skill. However, Alex was not in the mood to care about that for now. He was still feeling a little dizzy after experiencing that terrible headache once again. Silveria, tell me in advance in case you are planning to gift me a skill. I do not like this terrible headache that assaults me each time you are about to gift a skill. Seriously, do warn me in advance. Is that clear? Alex said, displeased. Sorry, Master, I will warn you in the future. I thought that you will get accustomed to that headache because you had already experienced it once. It seems that I wrong. I'm truly sorry. Silveria says, she was truly sorry. So, Alex decided not to complain too much. Nobody can get accustomed to that headache so quickly. I do not enjoy pain, I'm not masochistic. Still, I must thank you for gifting me another wonderful skill. What a timely gift. It's truly helpful. Thank you. Stop it, Master. You're making me blush. There is no need to thank me. After all, you're my dear master that I like so much, hence it's normal to help you. Silveria say, acting bashful. However, Alex knew that she was teasing him. So, he stayed silent, not replying. Finally, Silveria talked after noticing that Alex did not reply to her teasing. Why are you not talking? Do not tell me it was because you've fallen deeply in love with me. What a sinner am I? To think that I will make my master fall deeply in love with me. As expected of this lady charm. Silveria boasted shamelessly. Alex held his head in his arms and say in resignation, stop it, Sil. I'll die of shame if you don't. You win. Let's proceed. She left out a small chuckle. Alex decided to not bother himself with her any longer. He decided to check his newly acquired skill, Night Vision Level 1. It's a skill that lets you see easily in the darkness. At level 1 you can only see 5 meters around you, consume 20 MP per minute. What a nice skill. It doesn't consume too much MP. Night Vision, Alex muttered. Immediately his vision became clear. He was able to clearly see what are in front of him. It was not perfect, but he was sure that when the level of the skill will become high, he would be able to perfectly see in darkness. With the night vision activated, Alex proceeded deeper into the cave. He tried to silently walk, not to alert the 3 goblins ahead. Like a cheetah, he walked, and soon he was able to see 3 goblins chatting around a table. Alex stopped walking and studied the 3 goblins, even though they sat around a crudely made table and chairs. They were still vigilant, as their weapons were not far from them. Still, it seemed they had not noticed his presence, which was a good thing. Let's rock, baby, Alex mumbled, trying to sound cool. What's that? Silveria asked. However, Alex refused to answer. Still hiding, he aimed Silveria at the goblin in the middle and fired. Pooey, it was instant death, a bullet in the head. GYI, a GYI. The other goblins were startled after seeing their brethren with whom they were talking a few seconds earlier fall headfirst onto the table, without giving them time to search for the intruder. Alex fired 2 bullets in quick succession. He managed to quickly eliminate them. The other 2 also died with their heads crashing onto the table. The poor table was broken into pieces. there was a little noise. Hopefully, it did not alert the other goblins. Alex quickly started to dismantle the dead goblins' corpses. Suddenly, Alex stopped because he saw a small pouch. When he opened it, he saw a few coins inside it. Roughly counting it, there were at least 30 silver coins inside the pouch. Alex's hands became heavy, his breathing quickened. I have a bad feeling about this, he muttered, feeling something ominous. As though there was something on the other side he would not like. Me too, master. However, you cannot stop here now. So, let's go. Silveria says, sigh. You're right. Let's go, even though something it telling that I won't like what I going to see if I proceed. Alex replied, with a heavy step. He continued, going where the remaining goblins were located, in the depth of the cave. Chapter 25-24, Goblin Slayer Part 5. As Alex continued to advance, the ominous he had earlier was growing deeper, each step he took. He was sure of one thing, which was that whatever awaiting him on the other side, he wouldn't like it. Alex shook his head and continued walking. Now that he thought about it, it seemed he had leveled up after killing the last 3 goblins. As soon as Alex thought about checking his status, a blue panel appeared before his eyes. Status: Alexander Kale. Touch: Class: Magic Gunman. Age: 17, male. Rank 1, level 8. Experience value: XP 30/900. Magic power: 1130 1140 20 BP 1160. Magic: None. Attack: 150 160. Defense: 135 145. Agility: 170 180. Intelligence: 170 180. Luck: 120 130. BP: 0. Gift: 2 guns semi-sealed. Skills: Normal Appraisal level 1. Language Comprehension. Item Box level 1. Swift Fingers Max. Divine Sense level 1. Throwing Knife level 3. Night Vision level 1. New skill. Titles: Otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. It was without saying that Alex distributed his 20 BP gained per level up to his magic power stat. With the amount of MP he had now, he could at least shoot 23 bullets before running out of MP. Satisfied with his stats, Alex continued to walk, and soon he came to an intersection. There were 2 tunnels in front of him. One goes left, while the other goes right. When Alex was contemplating which tunnels he should take, he heard Silveria's suggestion, Master, you should take the one on your left. The one on the right is the shortest, however it is filled with traps. Silveria cautioned. Thank you, Sil. It saves me some MP. Alex entered the left tunnel. After walking for about 15 minutes, he saw the end of the tunnel. From the other side a light could be seen. After he switched off his night vision skill, Alex drowned one of the mana potions he had purchased, 500 MP. Even though it tasted a bit bitter, he recovered the MP he had used. Alex had used more than 300 MP. After he checked that everything was ready, Alex decided to see what was on the other side. He advanced cautiously and looked through the entrance. What he saw sent a shiver down his spine. His insides started churning. He had a sudden urge to puke, so he quickly retreated back to the tunnel. Immediately after retreated back to a safe distance, Alex could not control himself any longer, so he started puking, throwing everything he ate since the morning. Take it easy, Master. Silveria said while consoling him. Alex felt like she was patting his back, stroking his head with care, but he knew it was impossible. Maybe it was an illusion. Silveria did not possess a physical body, nor he saw her in soul form either. Still, he managed to calm down, and now he was filled with a wave of extreme anger. Unforgivable, Alex mumbled with a cold voice that astonished even himself. You were right, however, do not let anger cloud your thinking. Silveria warned. Those damn ugly green-skinned monsters. Alex's heart turned colder when he recalls what he had seen. A human male nailed against the cave by numerous swords. The armor he wore was in tatters, with lots of injuries visible to the naked eyes. Some were so deep that you could see a white bone. His limbs were twisted unnaturally, his eyes wide open. He was already dead, and from his open eyes you could an immense hatred mixed with guilt. Master, he must have taken the right tunnel to enter the center of the cave, hence he encountered a lot of traps along the way. He became injured even before stepping out. As for the girl, she must have taken the left tunnel. Silveria explained. Alex's eyes were filled with anger. As she had said, there was a girl as well. Even though he looked briefly, what he saw was hard to describe. Most of the clothes she was previously wearing were torn apart. A goblin was playing with her lower body, while another one was playing with her mouth. The remaining goblins were watching on the side. Some were even cheering. Judging by the lack of sound coming from the girl, she was probably died since a while ago, and those damned greenskin monsters were still playing with her body. Alex felt sick in the stomach just by remembering it, even though he had often read these kinds of things in a novel back on Earth. Now that he saw one with his own eyes, the reality was different. He was feeling extreme anger and hatred toward those green-skinned monsters. "Let's go massacre them," Alex says with a cold voice, unconsciously his mouth curled up forming a grin. "Foo-foo." "Certainly, my master." Silveria replied, seeming happy somehow. "Well, it's a good thing, she's happy." Alex thought. Slowly, he walked back, going where those monsters were. Normally, any normal human facing this kind of situation will have two kinds of emotions. The first one would be fear. Seeing 15 monsters together playing with a woman's dead body while there was another human corpse not too far from there. Fear will overtake your mind and you would want to quickly flee back and ask for reinforcement. The second emotion would be rage. Seeing this situation, you will be filled with extreme rage, so much rage that you would recklessly charge toward the goblins to eliminate them, thus avenging these two victims. Strangely, Alex's case was different. He was not filled with fear, if he must describe it, he was burning with extreme anger. Yet at the same time, his thinking was still clear. Anger did not cloud his judgment, nor he was recklessly charging towards them. His mind was clear, so clear that even himself he was astonished by it. Why so? He did not know, nor he had the time to think about it. With a clear mind, calmly Alex walked with Silveria pointed forward, while in his right hand were 3 throwing knives. Naturally, it was his lovely Black Betty's. Soon, Alex comes out from the tunnel. Because the goblins were still enjoying themselves, none of them took notice of his arrival. "Perfect," Alex muttered. Without wasting this chance, he threw the 3 Black Betties in his right toward 3 goblins on the right, while at the same time Silveria was aimed at the goblins that were enjoying themselves with the girl dead body. Pooey. Pooey, 2 bullets were fired. The first one went through the head of the goblin that was playing with the girl lower body, while the second went through the other goblin's chest. The one was the one using the girl's mouth. In a matter of seconds, 5 goblins were killed and their bodies fell onto the goblins. Astonishment filled their eyes. They did not know how they had died nor who attacked them. Finally, after seeing 5 goblins suddenly fall onto the ground in succession, that the remaining came to know that there was an intruder. GYI, they started looking around, trying to see where the intruder was. After successfully killing 5 goblins, Alex hides behind a boulder he saw by chance and observes the panicked goblins. Still, being behind the boulder, Alex aimed at another goblin and fired. Pooey, thud, another goblin had fallen onto the ground. 9 goblins remained. The goblins became more panicky. They started to frantically search who was attacking them. None of them came to look at where he was, and because Silveria was still equipped with a silencer who helped to reduce the bullet's sound, every time Alex shoot they only saw one of them fall. Nothing seemed to work, not even their shield, like that. Alex killed 3 more goblins, reducing their numbers to 6. 1 more to go and he will level up and there will be no need to hide any longer. It happened when Alex was aiming at the remaining 6 goblins. One of the goblins spotted him. He didn't know how, but he was spotted. That goblin pointed its finger toward his direction and charged at him with its club. The other followed him. Sigh. And I thought that I could calmly level up without taking any risk. I guess not everything works as you wish, Alex muttered in dejection. Foo-foo. Don't complain too much, master. Since a while ago, you're having it easy. So, it's now the time to face them head on and quickly eliminate them. What a lazy master you are, Silveria says, not forgetting to tease him. I guess, you're not wrong, Alex replied. Immediately, Alex stood up and aimed Silveria toward the incoming goblin and fired. Pooey, another one died with a bullet in the head. Alex becoming more proficient in handling his gun, the remaining 5 goblins came to an abrupt stop and became cautious. Fear could be seen in their eyes when Alex sensed that they were about to turn tail and run. He aimed my gun toward them and fired. None of them managed to flee far away before being killed by Silveria. After a few minutes they were all dead, after Alex finished closing the 2 corpses' eyes and covering their corpses. He sat on the ground against the previous boulder, the one he had used as cover to kill some goblins, and decided to take a little rest before proceeding to dismantle the corpses of the goblins. Suddenly, Alex saw a blue panel window appeared before his eyes, a new title acquired, Goblin Slayer. Without checking what the title means, Alex closed the information window and closed his eyes to rest for a few minutes. He was mentally exhausted after seeing all these things earlier. Chapter 26-25, a rare species appears. A half an hour later Alex opened his eyes after resting for a while. Even though he was resting, he didn't let his guard down. Alex stood up after letting out a long yawn and did a light stretch. Let's check my status and title. As though responding to his thought, a blue panel appeared before his eyes. Status, Alexander Kale Touch. Class, Magic Gunman. Age, 17, male, rank 1, level 9, experience value, XP 630/1000, magic power, 870, 20 BP, magic, none, attack, 16170, defense, 145-155, agility, 181-90, intelligence, 181-90, luck, 131-40, BP, 0, gift, 2 gun semi-sealed, skills, normal appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, swift fingers max, divine sense level 1, throwing knife level 3, night vision level 1, titles, otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash, Goblin Slayer, new title, it seems because I had fired 6 times after leveling up. My total amount of MP has decreased by 300 points, and after adding the 20 BP, it becomes 890 MP. Let's see what the title I acquired means, Alex mumbled before tapping on his newly acquired title, Goblin Slayer, a title acquired after slaying numerous goblins. You are their nemesis. Facing any normal goblin, your presence alone will scare them, making it easy for you to slay them, I see. This title sounds cool even though it doesn't offer too many things. Then, let's start doing the bothersome works, Alex says while rubbing his forehead. Then, he turned around and began collecting the proof that the subjugation was completed. By the way, in the case of goblins, not many shops in the guild purchase their materials because most of them are worthless. Hence he only stripped the right ears and magic stones. Sil, please keep watch on the surrounding, we do not know when a boss will show up. Okay, Master. Silveria replied. Alex was astonished by her quick reply. He thought she would at least complain for a while before accepting. However, she accepted so easily that it left him speechless. Maybe her rebellious period had ended? He asked himself, how rude of your master to think like that. Silveria chided him. Sigh. Sometimes, I forgot that you were inside my consciousness. Well, it's not like I can read your thoughts, I just deducted, that's all. Silveria said. I see, Alex says before proceeding to work. Taking out a black medium-length knife, made by Smith for dismantling, he started to chop off the goblins' ears one by one, not forgetting to dig their magic stone located in the heart. 1 hour later, Alex had finished and stored away all the materials he harvested inside his item box, after finishing the dismantling of the 15 goblins that he killed here. Alex turned his eyes towards the goblins' weapons for a moment. However, the long swords, the broken shield, and the axe were rusted and useless. Though it might be possible to ask a blacksmith or weapons shop to repair it, the repair cost would probably make it a deficit, hence it was not worth the trouble. There was another kind of weapon here. Clubs. Although these clubs were also scattered around, Alex left them as they were. Though he called it a club, they were just branches used as club substitutes. Judging by how crudely they have been made, one could make it immediately just by taking branches from trees outside. As he crouched down to pick up the knife Alex used to dismantle the goblin, he felt a gaze. It seemed that something was entered the cave and was quietly observing him. Master, we have an unexpected visitor. Better quickly retrieve and store away it away. Silveria advised. When Alex was planning to store away the knife after retrieving it, he felt a sense of crisis, so without thinking he jumped to his left. Boom! The next moment, something red hid where Alex previously stood, and fire spread out. Dust filled the cave. What's that? Alex asked, feeling dread. Calm down, Master. It was just low-level flame magic, fireball. Silveria explained. Suddenly, without knowing why, Alex activated his divine sense skill, and immediately he saw a glowing red dot moving at an extremely fast speed toward him. Instinctively by reflex, he brought Razor, his custom-made knife, in front of his face, taking a defensive stance. Gaken, a sharp sound was made as Razor came in contact with a long sword above his head. Guh. Alex grunted because his right hand, which was holding Razor, became numb. He was astonished by his enemy's physical strength, so was his enemy. The other party did not think that Alex could parry its blow. Not wanting to miss out on this opportunity, Alex immediately counterattacked by launching 2 Black Betties at the enemies, who seemed to have not recovered from the shock of him blocking its sneak attack. However, to Alex's dismay, his attacks were blocked. The thing Alex attacked pushed out a shield to block his 2 knives. The enemies who sneak attacked him quickly fall back after blocking the 2 throwing knives Alex had thrown. Finally, Alex was able to see the other party before him. It was a goblin. It had a long silver sword and a small round shield that had 2 black knives embedded in them. However, different from a normal goblin was its skin color. While a normal goblin had green skin, the goblin in front of him had red skin. In addition, it was larger and a head taller than a normal goblin. I see a rare species. I never thought that I'll encounter one. It seems that you're the boss of the goblin I've killed it, Alex says, stabilizing his breathing. Then, for the first time, Alex decided to use his appraisal skill on a monster: elite goblin, rare species, level 12, magic, 300, attack, 200, defense, 100, agility, 120, intelligence, 50, luck, 60. Alex sucked a mouthful of air, a half-step rank 2 monster. Finally, he understood why his arm felt numb after their previous exchange. Simply, it was because the goblin rare species attack points were above his. Suddenly, the rare species gave a cry as if mumbling something. Jai jai. Right after it gave a cry, a ball of fire appeared in front of its eyes. It was small. Seeing this fireball, Alex remembered the previous attack, so he jumped in the opposite direction after the goblin shot the fireball. Alex rolled on the ground before standing up. Without giving him the time to cast another fireball, Alex threw 2 throwing knives towards him. He knew he would block it, hence at the same time with his other hand he fired 2 bullets. Bang! Bang! Even though Alex had fired the bullets slightly after he threw the 2 knives, the bullets caught up with the knives. On the other side, the rare species goblin reaction was not slow. First, he sacrificed the small shield by throwing it towards the incoming knives, while himself shifted his right shoulder slightly back to avoid the bullets. Unfortunately, he was not fast enough. One of the bullets pierced his shoulder, making grunt in pain. He glared at Alex before hurling his sword towards his head. It happened so fast that Alex was almost caught off guard. Still, he quickly brought razor 2 of his left to deflect the sword. Alex managed to deflect it, but he received a small injury as consequence. There was a little cut on his left cheek, pain assaulted, but he gritted his teeth and endured. Alex touched his bleeding cheek and murmured, "It was the first time I'm injured since I started doing quests." Alex looked at the culprit of his injury. One of his arm was limping, yet he was already preparing his next attack, another fireball. However, Alex had the feeling that this one was a little different from the previous 2 fireballs. "As if I would let you cast it," Alex shouted before kicking the ground, as he sprinted toward the rare species. Swish! Swish! The remaining 2 throwing knives he had were hurled towards the rare species. He jumped on the left to avoid the knives. A cruel smile floated onto Alex's face when he saw that the rare species had moved exactly as he wanted. Like they had a tacit agreement, Silveria appeared in his left hand. The silver muzzle was pointed at the goblin, followed by the sound of gunshots. Bang! 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 Alex emptied his charger on him, his remaining MP. He could not avoid all these fast bullets, hence he died after one of the bullets pierced its heart. Thud! Level up! The body of the rare species fell on the ground after the sound of the shots disappeared. The corpse of the red-skinned goblin lay in front of Alex's eyes. It was a rare species of a goblin. Because it was killed with a gun, there were only a few holes on its chest. Apart from these holes, you could hardly see any other injuries on it, fortunately. If Alex stores it in his item box, time doesn't flow and it won't rot, so Alex decided to store it in there for now. Alex heaved a sigh before taking care of his injured cheek. After finishing, he approached the rare species and stored his body inside his item box. He did the same thing with the 2 body and the sword used by the rare species. After storing all these things inside his item box, it had become full. Alex left the cave to go back to the Adventurer Guild. "I'll check my status once I went back," Alex decided while dragging his tired body back to Aria's town. Chapter 27-26. Chat with Silveria. After leaving the goblin's cave, it is how Alex named the cave where he killed the 21 goblins. Alex heads toward the northern gate. En route, he decided to have a chat with Silveria. "Sil, now that I'm not too far from attaining rank 2, what kind of ability will you be able to unseal?" Alex inquired. "Let's see, you need to be at least level 15 to be able to use a new type of bullet." She replies, "What type of bullet?" Alex immediately asked back, his eyes glittered like a child's in a toy store. "Homing bullet." "The normal type of homing bullet." A normal homing bullet will cost you 300 MP and it will become ineffective after 20 meters. You can only use a normal homing bullet at rank 2, for the other type of homing bullet you can use only at rank 3. Silveria explained. Sigh. With my current magic power, I can only create 3 bullets before running out of MP. It's quite sad though. If only it cost 100 MP per bullet, I may able to shot 11 times, Alex replies dejectedly. Hearing what Alex said, Silveria gave no reply. Probably if she had a physical body, Alex thought that she will be rolling her eyes at him. Alex decided to change the subject, switching it to something more urgent. "Sil, I think we went a little bit overboard today. You are talking about the 31 goblins we killed today, isn't it? Especially the rare species." Silveria declared as though she had read Alex's mind. "Yeah, it's especially about the rare species. Even though I have killed more goblins than the quest has requested, it's not a big problem. However, I could not say the same thing about the rare species. I may be able to advance in rank if they saw that I have killed 30 goblins today even though I'm F rank. However, it will become another matter entirely if I say that I killed a rare species. Even though it's goblin rare species, it doesn't change the fact that it's not something a mere F rank adventurer could kill, not even an E rank adventurer could do it. This rare species is considered at least D rank monster. Alex rubbed his forehead before continuing, asking for her opinion. Hence, I'm planning to conceal the fact that I killed a rare species for a while. What do you think? Silveria stayed silent for a while as though she was mulling over Alex's question before answering. Master, I understand your concern, but let me ask you a question first before continuing. Ask, Alex replies. How are planning to answer them if they asked you where is the leader of the goblins you have killed? After Alex heard her question, he stayed silent. Truth be told, it slipped his mind, he didn't think about it. How should he answer if they asked? Should he say that he was out? They will not buy it. It seems he was thinking they would not ask him something like that. For starter, it was impossible for them not to ask me that kind of question. 30 goblins were not a small amount of goblin. Even though Alex had killed 10 goblins, 2 squads of 5 goblins, firstly before killing 20 later when he discovered the cave, it was because they had a settlement close by, the Goblin Cave. If not, it was impossible to kill so many goblins if Alex were to search for them and kill them one by one. So, let's say that Alex went back and delivered 30 goblins' ears. The receptionist will immediately know that he stumbled upon a goblin settlement to be able to kill so many goblins. And when there is a goblin settlement somewhere at what without saying that, there is a leader. This leader will be different from others, which would mean that its ear would be different from a normal goblin. The 30 goblins' ears he has are from a normal goblin. Only the rare species ears were different from the other. So, if they ask, Alex would be forced to present it because nobody will believe him if he says that the leader was not there. Also, there are 2 human corpses in his item box. Their death was caused by the leader, especially the male. Upon seeing the corpses, it will prove their assumption that there was a leader. The male adventurer killed was an E rank adventurer, as for the girl, she was an F rank adventurer. In conclusion, Alex will be forced to show the rare species corpse. Alex spat out a sigh and say, I guess that in the end, I'm going to present the rare species corpse. Sure, it will cause an uproar, but I'll still do it. Besides, the higher my rank is, the better quest I could take. It's not too bad, that good then, master. Too much attention is not good, also acting cowardly and too cautiously is not good either. Said Silveria. Alex smiled after hearing what she said. She was not wrong. Because he didn't want to draw too much attention on himself, he was planning not to show the corpse of the rare species. However, now he changed his mind. Alex and Silveria continued to chat, exchanging jokes when suddenly Alex raised a question that he should have asked previously. Sil, why there was no dead goblin on our way to the center of the cave? If you want to ask if the other 2 that was died have not killed any goblin. My answer is that they entered the cave from another entrance. They may or may not have encountered goblin on their way, but I can assure that they have faced the rare species upon entering. It was because they were fleeing from him that they got separated. One went left, while the other went right. The leader killed the male and played with the girl before leaving her to his subordinates and take care of something. I was why we did not see him immediately after entering, before coming back. Silveria explained after thinking for some time. What she said may not be totally true, however, Alex guessed she was not too far from the truth. I see. Thanks to his absence, it has been easy for me to eliminate his subordinates. Everything went smoothly because of my gift. If I was using sword instead of you, things may not have turned this good. I will be more injured than am I, worst case I may die like the other 2. Thank you, Silveria. With you, I'm a long-range attacker. For close combat I have my razor. I need to train using my knife more. Alex came to the decision that he must train. You're right, master. It's not too good to rely on me too much now that the amount of MP you have is little. You should train more, using your knife and throwing knives. Silveria suggested. Okay, I will. Let's keep moving. I'm rather tired, Alex says as he continued moving forward, and soon the northern gate came into view. Upon seeing it, he smiled and his steps became quicker. Chapter 28-27, Back to the Adventurer Guild. Alex walked toward the northern gate and as usual, there were numerous guards at the entrance checking everybody that going in and coming out from the town. "Welcome back, Alex boy," said one of the guards with a smile. It was the captain of the Northern Gate Guards, a robust man that looked like he was in his middle 40s, brown hair, and green eyes like mine. He had a large scar on his left cheek. He could have healed it by using a high-grade potion or asking for a priest, but he chose not to. When Alex asked why he left it like that, he simply responded by saying scars are man pride. There are there to recount a story. Hence, I'll never erase them. Alex boy, a man with scars is a true man. Don't worry, you'll understand one day. Alex just laughed, shrugging his shoulders in response. Back to the present. Hello, old Gus. How is Marley and the twins? Alex responded after greeting the other guards. The Captain Northern Guard was called Gustav. Alex shortened it to Old Gus in retaliation against him for calling him Alex boy. Old Gus has a wife named Marley and 2 children. Twins to be exact, Lisa and Elsa. They are 7 years old. Everyone's fine, but these little devils are too mischievous. Lately, they have been saying that once they became adults they would become adventurers. Hell no, the gods above know that I will not allow it. How can I allow my lovely babies to become a brute who run after riches and fame? Never, say a former A-rank adventurer. By the way, to be considered adult you must be 15. Alex just laughed when he heard what old Gus said. He did not offer any comments because if he did it, Alex knew that he would not leave soon. Suddenly, old Gus looked at Alex fixedly, his eyes were burning. Alex felt goosebumps so unconsciously he stepped back. Old Gus disappeared and reappears in front of him in the blink of an eye, as expected of a former A-rank adventurer nicknamed Fiercescale. He held Alex's face, looked at his left cheek. More precisely at the scar which was there. Alex's wound was not fully healed. Good, extremely good. Your first scar is not bad, keep it, don't try to heal it. Without waiting for him to continue, Alex cut him and said, I'm not you, there is no way I'll follow your advice. I do not want to be a scarred man. Old Gus was flabbergasted by Alex's sudden refusal. He looks like he has been betrayed. Using this chance, Alex quickly entered the town, disappearing with the speed that astounded even himself. He could not let him come back to himself and start nagging him after he refused him, and he even called him a scarred man. Alex's back was drenched in sweat just by imagining all the preaching he would suffer if he caught him. Soon after Alex left, old Gus sighed and said with lamentation, nowadays, the young UNs doesn't know what is good, they refuse to listen to their elders. Don't worry, Alex, I'll show you the way. The other guards were suppressing their laughter because they knew that old Gus was a little furious when Alex refused his offer. As expected, old Gus couldn't maintain his image of a dignified elder who wanted to teach his junior any longer as he started cursing. Fuck, that little punk, he fled after calling me scarred man. Little punk, you better not let me catch or else humph. The other guards could not contain their laughter any longer, therefore they started laughing. They laughed hard. It has been a long time since they saw him eat a loss like this. They immediately stopped after old Gus glared at them. They felt a chill running down their spines being stared at by the famous Fiercescale, their former leader. This little squad of guards and old Gus was in the same adventurer group back when they were still active. Now they are simply guards. Guarding this town and its inhabitants they loved so much. After fleeing and leaving the stupefied old Gus behind, Alex sprinted toward the Adventurer Guild. On the way, he stopped because he saw a familiar face. It was Smith's daughter. Good evening, Sarah. How have you been? Sarah, who was not expecting to encounter Alex, was surprised at first before responding to his question. Oh, it's you, Alex. I was surprised. I'm fine. However, it seems that you got an injury today. Alex smiled and explained that it was not a big deal. Sarah was out shopping. After exchanging a few words with her, Alex left. Soon, he saw the Adventurer Guild. Pushing the door open, he entered in like usual. In an evening like this, the first floor is full of adventurers. Some came back from missions and delivered the proof of subjugation before sitting at the bar to have a drink. Some were already there for a long time drinking, while a few others were simply chatting. And when they saw somebody enter, they all turned their attention toward the newcomer. However, after seeing that it was Alex, the newcomer, they resumed their activities. There were few among them that invited him to join them. However, Alex politely declined before moving toward the receptionist counter, toward Lena's counter. She was like Alex's personal receptionist. Alex rarely went towards another receptionist since he started taking a quest here. Suddenly, Alex spotted a group of 5 men sitting in a corner drinking and chatting happily. However, when they saw him, the atmosphere changed and now they are glaring at him. Seriously, what with those eyes that looked at me as if I had slept with their mothers? Alex thought. Alex know this group a little. It's a group of novice adventurers. Their leader is an E-rank adventurer while the remaining 3 men are only F-rank adventurer like him. Well, that will change soon. Alex inwardly thought. Alex had never interacted with them, nor he offended them before, yet they are glaring at him as though he was their nemesis. Well, I do not like trouble. However, if trouble comes looking for me, wanting to trample on me, then I'll not take a beating without fighting back. Alex muttered before ignoring the 5 looks, being ignored by this cocky bastard newcomer. Diaz and his men vowed to teach him a lesson later. Not knowing that Diaz and his men have planned to teach him a lesson because they were displeased with him, Alex went toward Lena's counter. She was explaining something to some adventurers, all of them were male. They ogling at her mature body, not hiding their desire, yet she didn't lose her smile and continued to perfectly explain things to them. Sigh. As expected of a professional. I bet if I were in her shoes being stared lecherously like that, no matter how much I'll try to maintain my smile, I'm sure that I couldn't do it so perfectly. Alex murmured, his arms behind his head. You are right, master. However, you cannot feel anything if you are being stared by an ant. No matter how lecherously he looked at you, you'll not care. Silveria spat out. Oi, don't you think that analogy is a bit too much? There are humans, not an ant, Alex admonished her. Say the man who was smiling as though you had won a gamble. Do not lecture me when you are grinning. You're clearly enjoying it. Silveria retorts. Indeed, as she said, Alex was happy when she compared them to an ant. Alex did not have any romantic feelings towards Lena, however, when he saw some mobs staring at her like that, somehow he felt uncomfortable. Lena is the most popular receptionist here, the most sought after. Numerous adventurers had courted her, yet she turned down all of them. Lena was a former adventurer. Nobody knows her true rank except for few individuals in the guild. When Alex asked her, she put one of the fingers on his mouth and muttered, "It's a secret." Before leaving, Alex chose not to ask any further because he was sure that she will not tell me. On the contrary, she would tease me. It seemed that when Alex was lost in his thoughts, those adventurers had left. He heard Lena let out a small sigh. She smiled at Alex. Alex did the same before speaking. It's hard, isn't it? Lena tilted her head to one side before responding, not really. It's fun to watch them try to dream about something they could never possess. Fufufu, it's really fun. Seeing Lena laugh like that, Alex couldn't help but felt pity for those poor souls. Suddenly, Lena, who was on the other side of the counter, appeared in front of me. She directs one of her fingers toward his injured cheek and a green light comes out from it. When the green light touched his cheek, it felt warm. Soon his wound was fully healed, not leaving any scar behind. As expected of Lena, she is talented to be able to use magic without saying anything. Alex had a sudden impulse to check on her status. However, when he recalled that he had tried something similar in the past and didn't work, Alex decided not to. Thank you, Lena, you're welcome. How was your harvest today? Lena asked him. Alex did not reply right away. He stayed silent for a few seconds before asking with a serious expression, Lena, can I talk to you in private? Having seen Alex's serious expression, Lena was startled first before gesturing him to follow her to the second floor. There is a private room there. Used to discuss something you don't want others to know. Diaz and his men's eyes were red from jealousy. If gazes alone could kill, Alex was sure that by now he would be dead. Alex paid no heed to them as they went upstairs, entering the second floor. After they entered the room on the second floor, Alex and Lena sat across each other. This room was simple, without any decoration, its plain apart from a table and chairs. There was a barrier protecting the room from being spied on. Lena gestures, indicating that Alex could talk. Alex let out a small sigh before taking out the 30 goblin's ears and magic stones. Lena mumbled. She was surprised seeing so many goblin's ears and magic stones. There was a temporary silence before she opened her mouth and inquired, care to explain? Chapter 29-28, the young girl. After recounting what happened, there was a heavy silence inside the private room. Lena rubbed her forehead before finally speaking. Alex, do you know that you have been too reckless? She asked. Hearing her question, Alex did not offer any reply, he just nodded his head acknowledging that she was right. It was because of his gift. It's a long-range attack gift. If not, there is no way he would be this reckless. Seeing that Alex was aware of his mistake, she did not pursue the matter any longer. She switched to another subject. She asked where are the bodies of the two fallen adventurers. Alex retrieved the bodies from his item box. Because Alex wore a silver ring on his finger, one would think that he had retrieved the corpses from his space ring, a fake one. Sometimes I'm really curious about your origin. Will you tell this big sister? Lena asked with puppy eyes. Unconsciously Alex's body stiffened, however, he did not fall for skiing. He refused to answer her question. Forget it, Lena says before observing the two corpses. She let out a small sigh before speaking. How unfortunate. To think that it was those two. They just reunited recently. Lena looked quite sad. Alex asked the story of those two. To summarize, the two were childhood sweetheart Max and Ava. Wanting to live a big life filled with adventure, they decided to become adventurers after becoming adults. However, when they became adults, the two could not depart towards Aria's town together because Ava's mother got sick, hence she could not let her mother alone. So, Max departed ahead to make money to help his girlfriend mother. 1 year later, Ava finally came to join her lover, who had become a rank adventurer by then. Adventurer's life was not easy. The two formed a party and started doing mission. Today would mark 1 month that they have reunited if they were alive, however now they have become corpses, dying in the hands of monsters his lover played with. It is quite sad indeed. However, it's how adventurer life is, you can die at any moment if you are careless. Let me see the corpse of the leader of the goblin, Lena asked after storing away Max and Ava's corpses. Alex gulped before taking the rare species corpse out. What? Lena almost jumped from her seat. She looked at Alex and the rare species corpse alternatively for a while before starting her sermons. She was furious. Ah. You never say that it was a rare species they leader. What are you thinking when you fought it? Were you tired of living? You could have reported back. Yet you fight it. You're too reckless, Alex. As you can see, I'm fine. Don't worry, I will be more prudent from now on. Alex says, trying to calm down the furious Lena. It's good that you understood. What kind of gift do you have that was able to inflict this kind of wound? Lena asked. Her eyes were shining. However, Alex refused to tell. He only says it's secret, you little rascal. You dare to tease this big sister. Well, I'm not in a hurry, soon I'll know, she replied. When Alex asked what she means by saying that, she smiled and said soon he will know. Alex, come back tomorrow. Until then I will already inform the guild master about today matters. Be sure that he will ask to see you. Because this matter is not a joke. Sigh. Monsters seem to have become active recently, Lena informed him. After exchanging a few words with her, Alex left. After Alex left, leaving Lena alone, a voice said, What a reckless boy. Indeed, he is a bit reckless, however at the same time he's interesting, Lena replied with a smile. The voice chuckled before silence returned to the room. Alex had no idea that there was someone else in the room, beside Lena and him. Silveria knew, however, she chose not to inform Alex about it because the third person had no malicious intent toward her master. When Alex left the Adventurer Guild under the Diaz and his men jealous stares, the final ray of sunlight vanished underneath the horizon. Alex went to a previous store where he bought that meat stew that looks like a kebab. He left the store while eating it, but right when Alex left the store and looked around, he ended up seeing something unexpected. Ha! Ugh, you stay still, you damn bitch. We finally caught you. Fuck, she almost causes us trouble. If the guards saw us, we will be screwed. A young girl was being dragged into a back alley by 3 guys who looked like delinquents. They seemed to have chased her down. Hold it right there, Alex shouted. Alex reached out toward his leg strap, wanting to retrieve one of his black betties before stepping forward when someone suddenly stopped him. It was naturally Silveria who stopped him. Master, what are you planning to do? Don't tell me you want to rescue her? Is she your acquaintance? You know her somewhere? Silveria asked Alex a bunch of questions. He could not answer, he only stuttered, no, but the girl desperately resisted her capturers, but she was gradually cornered deeper inside the alley. When their eyes met, her pleading gaze struck him. If so, then it's not your business. Leave it be. Do not stick your nose in something troublesome, Master Dut, Silveria warned. Alex became furious, so he shouted back, You, how can you say that? Alex asked furiously, Master, that kind of thing happens all the time, in every era. I bet it happens even your world. Don't tell me you're going to stick your neck in every time you encounter this sort of situation? It won't be enough. No matter how many lives you have. Those who can't even protect themselves are just prey. It's life. Even if you help her out now, she'll just end up getting into the same sort of trouble later. Or are you planning to take care of her your whole life? Silveria asked. Alex could not offer any reply. What she said was not wrong. He was neither a god nor some kind of superhero. He was just a geek who had a little money in his previous life. And now he is a weak adventurer without any power. You aren't some protagonist of a heroic saga. You're just one guy who got a little lucky. Silveria added. When Silveria was lecturing Alex, the girl was finally completely subdued and disappeared inside the alley on one of the thug's shoulders. Until the end, her gaze was still directed at Alex and her hands kept reaching out to plead for help. But those outstretched hands were simply unable to reach him. She disappeared into the dark alley. Yeah, Sil, all you've said is true. However, I cannot watch them take away the girl like that. I have the feeling that I'll regret it later. Don't worry, I'm not planning to become a hero, just that I couldn't close my eyes and act as though I did not see anything. I'm not that heartless, just let me be this selfish once and who knows, maybe this girl may repay me in the future once she becomes a successful person. Alex spat out. What Silveria is saying has some truth to it. But Alex could stay still, acting like he did not see anything. He was not that heartless, besides, like he had said, he had the feeling that the girl was special somehow. Alex can't just allow it. If he abandoned this girl now, he won't be able to get any proper sleep from the guilt. Every time he would remember that girl's helpless expression, he was sure he would have trouble sleeping. He will be filled with remorse and it's something he doesn't want to ever experience again. Silveria sighed and says, I knew you'll say that. Just do whatever you want, master. I'm here for you to. Immediately, Alex summoned Silveria, who was already equipped with a silencer. As expected of his partner, just give up already, bitch, and obediently follow us back. It's what good for you, said one of the thugs. Immediately another added, don't struggle or else I'll beat the shit out of you, Nu. Please let me go. The young girl cried desperately, guess I need to hit you good so you'd stay still, say the second thug. The third thug was acting as their leader. When Alex saw the second thug raised fist, he aimed the muzzle of the silver gun at his arm and pulled the trigger. The bullet disappeared in flash, creating a bluish light in process of piercing the thug fist. A moment after, the thug cried out in a pained voice, Gah! It hurt, wah! The other two were startled by the sudden assault. Before they could turn back, Alex aimed his gun at them and pulled the trigger. He pulled it twice, each time a bluish flash ran through the alley. The men miserably screamed and dropped onto the ground. That hurts, who hell are you? Did you know what you're doing? We are the Babado's brother, shouted the leader, trying to intimidate him. Never heard of, and I don't care, your name sounds too lame anyway. You are probably some third-rate bandits, Alex replied. Alex smiled like a devil before aiming the gun at them and fired 3 times. This time he aimed at their legs. The 3 screamed like butchered pigs. After threatening them for a while, Alex screamed at the thugs, asking them to fuck off or he would shoot at them again. However, this time it will aim at their third leg. Also, he will inform the guards about this matter. They turned pale in fright. They knew that if they are caught, their fate would be worse than death. So, the thugs hurriedly disappeared deeper inside the alley, limping while looking terrified as though they had seen a devil. Alex spat out a sigh. He did not feel any guilt after shooting human beings. It's quite strange. What is happening to me? Alex asked himself before shaking his head. Now is not the time to think about it. Besides, he has not killed them. He only injured them. Now that Alex thought about it, the only ones who remained in the area were him and the young girl who was leaning against the wall with disheveled clothes and was staring intently at him. Alex checked how the girl was doing while still pointing his gun towards the back of the alleyway. At the same time, he activates his divine sense skill. This would end up as a lame joke if, by any chance, this girl was actually an accomplice of those thugs and stabs him in the back or something. These kinds of things often happen in a novel. So, better to be vigilant. Thankfully, nothing like that happened. Alex sighed in relief. Finally, now that Alex got a good look at her, she was actually a really pretty girl, although she a little dirty and her clothes were disheveled. Her height was on the smaller side, around 161 if he was not wrong. She seemed to be in her 14, her eyes and hair were of the same hue. Red. Her skin was white like porcelain. She looks like a porcelain doll, extremely beautiful. The clothes she was wearing were a bit dirty and damaged in some places. You could spot a few holes in them. The young girl bowed her head to thank Alex. Thank you, big brother, for saving me. Her voice was pleasing to the ear. "You welcome. Let's me take you toward a nearby guard station." "You'll be sent back, young miss," Alex suggested. However, the young girl started crying and pleading, "Big brother, I have nowhere to go. Please don't abandon me." This was completely out of his expectations. Alex felt troubled hearing the girl. Looking at her, he knew that she was not lying. Alex didn't know what to do. When he was planning to ask Silveria's opinion, the young girl suddenly starts falling towards the ground. Alex quickly moves and caught her body before her head hit the ground. She seemed to have fallen unconscious. Her body was too light, her lips were a little cracked, she looks a little famished. Alex held her in his arms with a troubled face. Finally, Silveria, who had stayed silent until now, talked. "Why not take her with you to the inn and let her sleep there? Tomorrow you can come up with a solution," she suggested. After contemplating for a while, Alex decided to follow her advice. He moved the young girl toward his back before starting to move in the direction of the inn. What Alex did not know was that Silveria saw something when she appraised the girl, reason why she suggested taking the girl with them. Chapter 30-29, Gracier. With the young girl on his back, Alex entered the Moonlight Inn. There were a lot of customers dining inside the first floor, and when they saw him with a young girl on his back, they looked at Alex strangely. Some smirked, however. Alex ignored them and continued. He stopped when he saw Leah, Ms. Lana's daughter. She greeted him, but when saw that Alex had a beautiful young girl on back, her expression turned cold. Alex was expecting something like so. He asked, "Leah, please call your mother out. I need to talk to her. Also, I would need your help." Leah looked at Alex for a while before disappearing into the kitchen. Soon, Leah reappears with her mother. When Ms. Lana saw Alex and the young girl on his back, she smiled and decided to tease him. "Oh my, Alex came back tonight with a young girl. How bold. She seems too young, don't you think?" Alex sighed before explaining to her what happened. Her smiling face disappeared and her expression turned serious. After listening to Alex, she asked Leah to take care of the young girl. Alex excused and went upstairs in his room to clean himself, change into new clothes before coming back. When Alex descended, he saw the young girl dressed in new clothes. Probably Lee's clothes. Leah and her sat around a table. Alex went toward the two and sat. Leah smiled while the young girl bowed her head and said, "Thank you, big brother, for rescuing Gracier. I'm grateful for your help." "Oh, so Gracier was your name. What a good name," Alex complimented. Gracier smiled, happy to have her name praised. "You welcome, Gracier. How are you feeling now?" Alex asked while looking at her in the eyes. Gracier averted her eyes before answering, "I'm fine, big brother. It's just that I'm a little hungry." "Oh. Don't worry. The dish will be served soon." It was Leah who replied. As for me, Alex, he only smiled before asking Gracier to correct the way she addressed him. "You can call me Alexander, Alex, if it's too long to call." "No, big brother is big brother." An instant rejection. Alex was flabbergasted by her reaction. Leah smiled while looking at them. Now that Alex took a closer look at Gracier, she was different from humans. Her ears were a little longer than human ear, while it was shorter than elf's ear. She is a half-elf. In book, you could often read that half-elf is hated by the elves. Alex wondered if it is true in this world as well. Big brother Alex." Gracier shouted Alex's name. He was lost in his thoughts, so he didn't hear her. It seemed that she had been called him since a while ago. "Sorry, I was thinking about something." "So, what were you asking me earlier?" Alex asked. "No, big sister Leah said that she's coming. She went into the kitchen to help her mother. She will be back soon with our dish. She asked me to tell you that." Gracier explained. "I see," Alex replied when he wanted to start a discussion and some questions. Leah and Ms. Lana came with their meals. Ms. Lana sat with them. When Alex asked her if she didn't have work to do, she replied saying that it was okay. The four ate. Gracier ate voraciously. It seems that she did not have a proper meal for a while. She was a little famished, and now that she saw a lot of dishes in front of her, she could not control herself anymore. Hence she ate to her heart content. Finally, it was time for discussion. Therefore, Alex asked, "Gracier, where are your parents?" The moment she heard the word parents, tears started to fall from Gracier's eyes. "Oh, come on. Now you made her cry." Leah criticized Alex for making Gracier cry. "Leah, shut up, will you?" Ms. Lana admonished her daughter. The latter pouted while glaring at me. Alex ignored her. Gracier started telling them about her story as she cried. It was a typical tragedy. Gracier grew up happily in a normal household composed only of her and her mother. They lived in a small village located 50 kilometers south of Area Town. She never saw her father. Her father was said to be adventurer after learning that Gracier's mother was pregnant. He disappeared, leaving 5 gold coins behind. With this money her mother raised her. Their lives were simple, yet they were happy. Gracier grew up and made many friends with whom she liked to play around the village. Life in the village was simple, everyone was friendly toward her even when she was a half-elf. She lived happily with her mother and the other villagers. She thought that things would continue like this until one day, their village was assaulted by a group of monsters. More than 50 goblins attacked the village. If only there were only goblins it would have been good. However, mixed with the goblin was orcs and goblin shaman. 100+ villagers were massacred. Few women were captured. Her mother was raped until she died in front of her. The village chief and her friends sacrificed their lives for her to escape to inform the guild about the monster invasion. She flees, running madly toward Area Town without stopping even once, nor she ate as the day went by, and soon she saw a caravan. She became happy thinking that the person inside the caravan would help her. Sadly, the reality was cruel. She was caught instead of receiving help. Nobody listened to her even when she shouted. Those men planned to sell once they enter Area Town to slave traders. She managed to escape after entering the town. However, she was soon caught, and it was at that time Alex rescued her. By the end of her story, Leah was already crying, holding Gracier's hand. Ms. Lana's expression was heavy. Even Alex felt sad for her. You have endured a lot, Gracier. Now, it's okay, you can cry to your heart content, Ms. Lana said while rubbing Gracier on the head. The latter cried a lot. After a few minutes, she stopped crying. What are you planning to do now, Alex? Ms. Lana asked Alex. Alex was a little troubled. Alex must report this information to the guild. He bet they would be informed by now. As for Gracier, Alex was planning to let her stay in an orphanage, or she could stay here and work in the kitchen with Ms. Lana and Leah. When Alex explained his thoughts to Ms. Lana and the other, Ms. Lana did not say anything. Same for Leah, she was looking at Alex strangely. However, there was someone whose reaction was totally different. Gracier's expression turned pale. She started crying when she heard that Alex was planning to let her stay in an orphanage or stay and work here. Please. I'll do anything, don't abandon me, big brother. I want to be adventurer like you, big brother, to kill monsters and repay you my debt. I want to go on an adventure with you, big brother. So, please, Gracier desperately pleaded while bowing her head. So she says, Ms. Lana and Leah say, not trying to dissuade Gracier. They knew that they could not change her mind after looking at her eyes. It was the eyes of someone determined, someone who is sure of what she wants and what to do. Alex contemplated. It's good that she wanted to become an adventurer to kill monsters and help him, but Alex did not need a burden. She may or may not be useful to him. When Alex was lost in his thoughts, Silveria, who had stayed silent since the incident, finally spoke, and what she said astonished him. Master, accept her. You'll not regret it, I can assure you that. Later you will understand. Alright, I understand. Tomorrow we will go to the Adventurer Guild together to register you, and after we will see. Yes. Thank you, big brother, I promise I'll work hard to not burden you. Gracier says, looking happy. Ms. Lana and Leah smiled as well. Perhaps she finally felt reassured due to Alex's words. She soon fell asleep, and before falling asleep she said that left us bewildered. All with big brother. Don't worry, I know that big brother will not do anything to me, Gracier announced suddenly. Ms. Lana chuckled while Leah glared at Alex as though he was guilty. Spare me from trouble, will you? Alex mumbled, feeling a headache coming. Finally, it was decided that she will sleep with Alex because no matter what Leah did, Gracier refused to sleep elsewhere other than in Alex's room. So, Alex was forced to switch to a double bedroom, after letting Gracier sleep in the right bed. Alex went to sleep in the right bed. Looking at Gracier's sleeping face, Alex's eyelids became heavier little by little until he also fell asleep. Chapter 3130, Level 10. Late in the night, Alex was awakened by Gracier's screams. Normally she should be sleeping in her own bed, but she was sleeping beside him. It seemed like she was having a nightmare. Her body was shaking and she was mumbling. No, don't go, don't take me. Mother, save me. No, Mom, don't go, stay with me, say. Alex let out a sigh and he hugged her body as he started caressing her head while murmuring, don't worry, I'm here with you, big brother Alex is here. It seemed that somehow she felt reassured after hearing him because her nightmare stopped, then she started sleeping peacefully. What a pitiful child. Silveria says, indeed she is pitiful. She lost her sole support in her life, her mother. Her friends and the villagers' chief sacrificed their lives for her to escape. Alex was sure that she was feeling burdened by all these deaths and sacrifices. Basically now she is an orphan, her father disappeared before she was even born. She is alone, oh? Didn't she have you her big brother Alex? Foo. She saw you as her big brother. Silveria says teasingly. Alex sighed, indeed she is going to become his companion. He was not against it if she sees him as big brother. Let's sleep, Alex says before falling asleep again. The next day morning, the gentle rays of the rising sun peered their way through the light curtains and provided a serene light in the room. Alex woke up and separated himself from Gracier, who was using his arm as a pillow. Alex's arm felt numb, so he did some little exercises to regain the mobility of his arm. After finishing, he went to take a bath and changed his clothes. Gracier was still sleeping. Alex decided to check his status. As though responding to his thought, his status window appears right before his eyes. Status: Alexander Touch, Class, Magic Gunman, Age, 17, Male, Rank 1, Level 10, Experience Value, XP 130/1100, Magic Power, 1190/1200, Magic, None, Attack, 190/200, Defense, 155/165, Agility, 190/200, Intelligence, 190/200, Luck, 140/150, BP, 20, SP, 10, Gift, 2 guns semi-sealed. Skills: Normal Appraisal Level 1, Language Comprehension, Item Box Level 1, Swift Fingers Max, Divine Sense Level 1, Throwing Knife Level 3, Dark Vision Level 1, Dual Wielding Level 1, New Skill, Titles: Otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash, Goblin Slayer. Alex was surprised by his new status. There were 2 new things on his status. It seemed that after becoming level 10 he acquired SP and a new skill named Dual Wielding. Alex acquired this new skill when he was fighting the rare species. It was because he wielded both his custom-made knife and his gun at the same and fought. It was not the first time he fought like that, but he never acquired the title until now. Alex decided to check the information on his new skill, Dual Wielding Level 1, Art of Wielding 2 different weapons at the same time. The more high is your level, the more proficient you will become wielding them. Alex was happy to have acquired this skill. Now it's time to check my SP, Alex mumbled. Back then, when Alex was still in the Temple of Gods, he read in their library that every 10 levels, one would receive 10 SP. SP means skill point, and it was without saying that SP was used on one's skills. It is said that one needs 1 SP per level on your skill until you reach level 5. Afterward, the amount of SP you will need to level up from level 5 to 6 would double, meaning from level 5 to level 10, the max level for any skill, you will need 2 SP per level instead of 1 SP per level you used to use from level 1 to level 5. Now that I acquired my first SP, I must use it wisely. The next time I'll acquire another SP would be after becoming level 20. How should I allocate my SP? Alex starting thinking about how he should use his SP. Meanwhile, when Alex was lost in his thoughts, Gracier was already awake, and when she saw that she did not sleep in her own bed, on the contrary, she was in Alex's bed. She blushed. At last, she knew why she had slept so peacefully after a long time. That's because she was sleeping next to someone with whom she could drop her guards. Somehow, it was strange that she trusted Alex when they just met yesterday. Gracier was sure that Alex will not harm her nor sell her like those scums back then were planning to do. Gracier could not explain why she felt that if she was beside Alex her fate would change. Call it woman's intuition, however, she was sure that she had not made the wrong choice when she said that she wanted to accompany Alex on his adventures, becoming an adventurer like him. Gracier wants to be strong enough to protect others and not always be protected while she can't do anything. She didn't want to lose someone ever again. The burden was too much to carry. Gracier shook her head and left for the bathroom. After bathing and changing clothes, she returned to the room to see Alex still lost in his thoughts. So, she called him, Big brother, Big brother. Finally, Alex heard her. He looked at her and smiled. Morning, Gracier, did you sleep well? I'm fine, Big brother Alex. Thank you. Gracier's heart warmed, her tensed body relaxed. She was afraid that Alex would scold her because she left her bed in the middle of the night and slept beside him. Alex chuckled when he saw how Gracier reacted. He knew what she was thinking. Alex remembered the discussion he had with Silveria earlier. He was thinking about how he should allocate his SP. Silveria had suggested allocating 4 SP to the appraisal skill, 2 SP to throwing knife skill, while the remaining 4 SP he could use on the other level 1 skill. Alex followed Silveria's suggestion. Status: Alexander Touch. Class: Magic Gunman. Age: 17, male. Rank 1, level 10. Experience value: XP 130/1100. Magic power: 1200. 20 BP. Magic: None. Attack: 200. Defense: 165. Agility: 200. Intelligence: 200. Luck: 150. BP: 0. SP: 0. Gift: 2 guns semi-sealed. Skills: Normal Appraisal level 5. Language Comprehension, Item Box level 2, Swift Fingers Max, Divine Sense level 2, Throwing Knife level 5, Dark Vision level 2, Dual Wielding level 2. Titles: Otherworlder, the one who can't use magic, the one whose fingers are faster than Flash. Goblin Slayer. As usual, Alex had used his BP on his magic point stat. After finishing allocating his SP and BP, Alex asked Silveria why she had suggested adding 4 SP on the appraisal skill. If that girl Gracier come back, use your appraisal skill on her, you will see something interesting. Silveria replied. Now that Gracier had come back, Alex decided to use his appraisal skill on her to growl. However, before he could start, Gracier's stomach growled. Gracier turned red in shame. Even though she had eaten a lot last night, she couldn't help but feel hungry. She had not been fed well during her captivity. So, when she eats normally after that, her malnourished body craves for more. Alex chuckled, looking at the red-faced Gracier. Let's go down and eat. We can chat later. Gracier nodded before following Alex toward the first floor. Chapter 32-31, Gracier's Talent. When Alex and Gracier descended to the first floor, there were lots of customers present. Leah was busy serving the customers. When she saw the two, she waved at them. Morning, Gracier. Morning, Alex. Just take a seat, I'll bring your breakfast soon. Leah disappeared into the kitchen. Soon she came back with their breakfasts. Sorry, Gracier, I'm really busy, as you can see. We will spend time together later and have a girls' talk, Leah said apologetically before going back into the kitchen to take another customer's command. Gracier smiled, looking at the busy Leah before looking at Alex as though she was waiting for him before starting to eat. Looking at the impatient Gracier, Alex says, "Let's eat." Understood, big brother. A few minutes later, the two finished their breakfasts and went to their room. Gracier sat on her bed while Alex sat on a chair. There is something I want to test, Alex announced. Gracier nodded her head and stayed still. Appraisal, Alex murmured after looking at Gracier. Immediately, a blue window panel containing Gracier's status appeared before Alex's eyes. Gracier, class, magician, age, 14, female, level 1, experience value 0 out of 100, magic power, 600. Magic, fire magic, attack, 70, defense, 60, agility, 50, intelligence, 70, luck, 100, BP, 0, gift, skills. Cooking level 4, sewing level 3, titles, Avenger. Alex became surprised when he saw Gracier's status. The girl is talented, a magician, a fire magician. Even without a gift she could be trained. It was simply that she wouldn't be powerful as a gifted magician because the latter has her gift to amplify its magic. Suddenly, Alex's was drawn toward the gift session there. Not knowing what it means, Alex decided to turn toward the only person who will know, and as if she has been waiting for Alex to notice, Silveria finally spoke. Master, you have stumbled upon a hidden gem. This girl is gifted, and I bet that her gift is not a lesser one. Really? Alex blurted out, unconsciously forgetting that Gracier was present, that it was not necessary for him to voice his thoughts for Silveria to hurt him. Big brother Alex, are you okay? Gracier asked with concern. I'm okay, Gracier, do not worry, Alex replied, waving his hands to calm down the concerned Gracier. Gracier sighed and sat back on her bed. Meanwhile, Alex started talking with Silveria. If Gracier was gifted, why he didn't see anything? Alex asked. Silveria replies, it's simply because it is not activated. Don't you remember that before you become aware of your gift, that goddess Maya helped you? I see, now that you talked about it, it's normal that I didn't see anything because her gift was not activated. So, how do we proceed to activate it? Alex asked. Simple, I'll do it. However, I need to borrow your body for a few seconds to be able to do it. Alex became surprised when he heard Silveria's reply. He smiled bitterly. You can even do something like that? Well, it's impossible without your consent. However, I can do in emergency cases where you're unconscious to save you. Let's stop talking about it. Master, do you agree or not? Okay, let's proceed. Alex finally accepted, letting Silveria possess him. His conscience became blurred and he lost consciousness. Silveria became the one controlling his body. Alex, Silveria, grinned and looked at Gracier with predatory eyes. Gracier suddenly felt goosebumps all over her body. She looked at Alex in the eyes and immediately her body trembled. unconsciously she drew back. Gracier felt like a little lamb that was about to be slaughtered by the big bad wolf. She was the feeling that the current Alex was not the one she knew. She glared at the fake Alex, unbothered by Gracier's glare. Alex, Silveria, declared, "Stay still, little Gracier, it will be over soon." Alex, Silveria, approached the frightened Gracier, who back was against the bed frame, and extended his arms toward her head. Gracier was trembling. On the other side, Alex, who was watching everything from his soul, facepalmed. Silveria was acting like a gangster, and Alex knew that she was doing it intentionally. He sighed helplessly and wished that she'll get down with it, when Alex, Silveria, hand touched Gracier's head. Gracier felt like she has been electrocuted. She heard Alex, Silveria, started chanting something in a language she couldn't comprehend. Immediately following Alex's, Silveria, chant, a white coming from his hand entered her body. She felt warm then hot from within her body before falling unconscious. Alex, Silveria, spat out a sigh. His forehead was drenched in sweat. He was feeling tired. "It's down, master. You just need to wait for her to wake up and you'll use your appraisal skill on her." To know what her gift is, Silveria explained before letting Alex regain control of his body. Immediately after regaining control of his body, Alex felt extremely tired, so he was forced to sit on the bed beside the now unconscious Gracier. In her own dimension, Silveria murmured to think that this girl was this gifted, to think that it will be her. "My master is indeed lucky, don't you think too, big sister?" Nobody answered Silveria's question. She sighed before everything turned silent. Meanwhile, when Alex regained control of his body, Gracier, who was fallen unconscious, was in another world. This world was totally red. No, to be more accurate, this world was entirely made of flame. The temperature was extremely hot, akin to the sun temperature. Strangely, Gracier didn't feel hot even while amidst this world made of flame. Suddenly, the world trembled. A gigantic shadow appeared. It was a giant red dragon over 50 meters long. When this red dragon appeared, the flames in this world became docile like a child that had seen their mother. Gracier's body trembled. She didn't felt fear when she looked at the red dragon. Instead, she felt awe and excited. Yeah, excited. Gracier doesn't know why she was excited. However, she couldn't explain it. The red dragon golden pupils observed Gracier with interest before chuckling. Instantly, the red dragon body shrunk back until she became a human, an extremely beautiful woman. Her beauty was out of this world. The now transformed red dragon had long red hair and beautiful golden pupils. She was dressed in a long red robe. She had a pair of curved red horns on her head. The dragon lady smiled, looking at the Gracier, who was opened and closed her mouth repeatedly, looking at her in disbelief. "This queen is sure that you will be a wonderful host," the dragon lady says before crossing her arms, and added, "Oh, forgive this lady to not have introduced herself. My Ignia, a fire god dragon, no fire dragon goddess would be more accurate. Nice to meet you, Gracier, my host. Take care of me from now on." Gracier became more surprised when she Ignia introducing herself. It took her some time to proceed with what Ignia had said. Finally, Gracier talked, albeit with stutters. "Likewise, I'm Gracier." Ignia was happy when she saw that even under her pressure and even after hearing her name and rank, Gracier didn't lower her head. "Good, you and I become contracted. You'll use my power from now on. Time's up. I'll send you back. Before that, let me give you a little gift," Ignia declared. Gracier didn't have time to ask what she means by saying that when she was assaulted by intense pain in her left eye. "Goodbye, Gracier. See you soon." Gracier was not able to hear the last part of Ignia's message before her body crumbled, the pain still assaulting her left eye. Once alone, Ignia sighed and mumbled, "So, it's a time. No wonder you wake me up. Thank you. This girl will help your host. It seems that your big sister hasn't woke up yet." Sigh. "We shall wait." Everything crumbled afterward, disappearing as though everything that happened earlier was an illusion. Back to reality. A few seconds earlier, Alex noticed that Gracier started shaking as if she was feeling intense pain. Suddenly her closed left eye started bleeding. "What's happening, Sil? Why Gracier's left eye is bleeding?" Alex asked panically. "Calm down, master. It's nothing serious, in contrary, it's a wonderful thing. Wait, you'll understand soon," Silveria says, refusing to explain any further. Alex sighed and looked at the now calm Gracier. Suddenly, Gracier's body shook. Slowly she stood up from her bed and her eyes opened. Instantly Alex felt suffocated as though a giant height has been put on him. Alex was dumbfounded. Gracier has changed. The pressure he was feeling was coming from her. No, to be more accurate, it was coming from her left eye. Her left eye, who previously had the same color as her hair, red, had now changed into golden color. It's beautiful, and from this golden left eye, Alex could feel immense pressure. Gracier smiled, an extremely beautiful smile, and say, "I'm back, big brother. Gracier can now help you in your adventure." Chapter 33-32, Guild Master Part 1. Gracier put on a beautiful smile and declared, "I'm back, big brother Alex. From now onward I can help you in your adventure." Alex gave no reply because he was still shocked by Gracier's transformation. Not only her left eye turned into golden color, even her hair becomes longer than they were. More colored, fiery red in color. Previously, Gracier was the timid type, but now she gave a wild type feeling. Gracier, who was expecting to see Alex happy, was disappointed by Alex giving no reaction. No, to be more accurate, Alex seemed shocked. Finally, Gracier felt that something was amiss, something about her had changed, physically that is. She touched her left eye and felt a dried up blood there. She panicked and sprinted toward the bathroom and watched herself in a mirror. She shrieked, "Eh? What happened to my left eye? Why my hair became longer as well?" Gracier asked, clearly panicked. Alex, who was on the other side, replied, "These change happened because your gift got activated." Gracier, after cleaning herself, came back and looked at Alex, wanting some answer. Alex sighed and he pointed at the bed. Gracier sat on the bed while Alex sat on the chair facing her. Gracier stared intensively at Alex with her heterochromia eyes. Alex gulped, feeling a little pressure coming from her left eye. "Can you please do something about your left eye? It's putting pressure on me, making it hard for me to breathe. I don't know that my left had this ability. Sorry, big brother, I don't know how to control it." Gracier replied, dejected, "Master, do not ask the impossible. It's impossible for her to control her eye power that easily. The only way possible for her to control it, for now, is to cover her left eye." Silveria suggested. "I see," Alex says before retrieving a bandana from his item box. It was something he used to wrap around his hands when he was training to throw knives. "Excuse me, Gracier, I'm going to cover your left eye until you become able to control it," Alex explained before wrapping the black bandana around Gracier's left eye. Alex sat back on his chair and decided to use his appraisal skill on Gracier. Gracier, class, Fire Empress, age 14, female, level 1, experience value is 0 out of 100, magic power, 800, magic, fire magic, attack, 90, defense, 60, agility, 50, intelligence, 70, luck, 100, BP, 0, gift, igneous bracelet, skills, cooking level 4, sewing level 3, fireball level 3, fire arrows level 1, meteor, dragon eye level 3. Titles: Avenger, Child of Fire. Alex sucked a cold air, his eyes almost popped out of their sockets. Gracier's status changed, her class changed from Magician to Fire Empress. Alex recalls that they were someone that had Empress in her class. It was Maria, Ice Empress to be exact. Alex shook his head and decided to focus on Gracier's status. She gained a lot of skill, her fireball was even level 3, it's probably because of her class and title. Alex's attention was drawn toward her dragon eye level. It was without doubt about her left eye. At level 3 she could pressure him a level 10. She's a level 1 and with her dragon eye skill she could pressure him. Just imagine that her level went up. She see dash, Silveria cut Alex and continued. She can easily pressure you with a stare alone before finishing you with a spell. Well, it's a good advantage in a battle, but her eye power is not easy to use. Ah. To think that she gifted her this eye, too generous as well, Silveria muttered at the end. Alex became curious, huh? So you know Gracier's contracted spirit, I mean her divine weapon spirit. Is it the fire dragon goddess Ignea? Who knows? Let's to the Adventurer Guild and register this girl, Silveria says. She seemed to be avoiding answering Alex's question. Alex sighed, decided not to pursue the matter. He faced Gracier and says, "Gracier, now that your gift has been activated, you should summon. Just think about summoning it and it will show up." Gracier does as she was told. She thought about that beautiful woman that called herself the dragon goddess Ignea. Immediately, she felt the heat in the deepest part of her body. This heat was warm, this heat seemed to want to come out from her body, so she let it out. With a sudden golden flash, a golden bracelet appears around Gracier's left wrist. This golden bracelet was really beautiful with an intricate patterns drawn on it. There was a miniature dragon amidst these patterns. After the bracelet appeared around her wrist, the atmosphere around Gracier changed, the room temperature as well. Alex had the feeling that Gracier could control the heat present in the air. Gracier wore an extremely beautiful smile while facing Alex. Her smile shined like a sun. "How is it, big brother? Can I help you from now on?" Gracier asked, staring intensely at Alex. "Sure, let's go to the Adventurer Guild to get you registered for now," Alex replied with a smile. "Yes." Gracier became happy, she almost started jumping around. This was the first step toward her revenge against the monster responsible for her village tragedy. Alex and Gracier left the Moonlight Inn. When Leah saw Gracier with one eye covered, she almost stabbed Alex, thinking maybe he had done something to her friend. Fortunately, Gracier managed to calm her down with a lie. Leah was surprised by Gracier's long hair. However, she thought that she had overlooked how long it was, thus she didn't ask. The two left and soon they were inside the guild. Because it was the morning, there were still lots of people taking quests in the guild, some were even drinking. Gracier acted like a country bumpkin, looking left and right. It was to be expected. This was her first time going inside an adventurer guild. The boisterous atmosphere inside the guild stopped when they saw fresh meat inside the guild, it how they called a newcomer. Every single person inside the guild turned their attention at the entrance and started scrutinizing Gracier. They were astonished to see a young girl here, not that it was the first time they saw 14 years old wanting to become an adventurer. But it was because the young girl had something most of them doesn't possess. Her aura was different from a normal person. She was emitting an aura only the gifted could possess. This left them bewildered. Only the extremely talented and people from big clans possess a gift. This means that this eye-patched girl was either talented or she was from a big clan. They gulped audibly. They must be cautious and know how to deal with her if it was the later. Even though it was the first case, they must show some respect. It was how special gifted individuals are in Mysthia world. Even though most of them were curious about the red-haired girl relationship with Alex the rookie, they decided not to probe. They will know in the future. However, everywhere you go there are some individuals who can't read the mood and act on impulse. Naturally, it was Diaz and his men. They approached Alex and Gracier. They stood in front of Gracier. With a smile that hides hidden intentions, Diaz says while rubbing his hands together like a shady merchant that was trying to corner his customer, "Welcome, young lady, I'm Diaz, an E-rank adventurer, and those men behind me are my men. Let me explain to you a few things about our adventurer guild." "This way, please." The other adventurers looked at Diaz with disdain. How shameless can he be, and acted as though Alex was not present. However, Gracier's next words surprised them. "Big brother Alex." This big brother sounds like a shady businessman who's trying to corner his customer. He must not be trusted. Gracier says that so innocently that the other adventurers could not control their laughter any longer and started laughing. Diaz's smile turned stiff. He was visibly angry. However, instead of directing his anger at Gracier, he glared at Alex before leaving with his men. He didn't forget to bump his shoulder against Alex with a smug expression on his face. However, soon he almost fell because Alex extended his left leg and Diaz bumped against it. The other adventurers laughed, looking at the red-faced Diaz who was running away with his tail between his legs. He didn't forget to throw a third-rate threat before leaving. "You, just wait, I'll come back and beat you." Alex sighed and says to Gracier, "Let's go." "Okay, big brother." Chapter 34-33, Guild Master Part 2, Nickaido's here. Sorry for not uploading any chapter, I'm a little busy with a project. Here is a chapter, please keep voting regularly, it will motivate me to release quickly. Another chapter is coming. Keep voting and enjoy. Alex did not bother himself with Diaz any longer. With Gracier he went towards Lena's counter. Having seen the earlier commotion, Lena knew Alex was here with a new face. She observed Gracier as if she was studying her. Gracier couldn't help and stepped back. For a moment, Lena's eyes widened, however she quickly concealed it. No one noticed it except Silveria, as I thought this girl is not simple as she seemed. Her background must not be simple as well. I hope she will not become Alex's enemy or else she will be troublesome to deal with, Silveria muttered. Alex, not knowing anything about his partner, worry greeted Lena. "Morning Lena." "Morning Alex, who's that lovely lady beside you?" Lena replied with a smile, "She's called Gracier, my new companion." Gracier, that elf lady, is called Lena. Alex introduced the two. "Good morning big sister," Gracier says politely. She didn't know why, but somehow her half-elven blood was feeling pressured in front of this beautiful elf lady. Lena smiled sweetly before vanishing from where she stood and reappears in front of the startled Gracier. She was too quick, Alex only saw a blur. Sigh. As expected, this girl is not simple. Alex thought. Lena held Gracier's hands in her own and stared fixedly at Gracier in the eye, her right eye to be exact. "As I thought," Lena murmured. No one managed to head her except for Silveria, who was observing her. Silveria chuckled in her dimension. Her earlier worries seemed to vanish with this. Lena, not knowing that someone had heard her, said something that left Alex and Gracier speechless. "Let's become sworn sisters. I promise you that if you accept, I'll become your big sister for life. You'll be my little sister." I will help if someone tried to do something to you, even if the world is against you. I'll fight against the world then. I swear upon the world tree that I'll do as I say. Lena was deadly serious, she even swore upon the world tree. Gracier had the feeling that her oath wasn't a joke. The world tree is sacred for them, it was what her half-elven blood was telling her. She became confused about why Lena says that. Gracier was looking at Lena and Alex alternatively, not knowing what to do. Alex smiled and says, Gracier, you should decide on your own. Do it as you feel it. Gracier smiled. She was happy that Alex left the initiative to decide something that concerned her fate. She looked at Lena in the eyes. After staring into her green eyes for a while, she decided to accept. She may have her reason for declaring that. Gracier was sure that she would protect her. Besides, having a powerful ally as a big sister wasn't something bad for her and her big brother in the long run. Thus, with a smile, Gracier accepted. Take care of me from now on, big sis. Lena, not knowing about her little sister plan, Lena smiled, gladly. Let your big sister take care of everything. Now that I'm your big sister, tell me your relation with this shameless man. Lena shifted Gracier behind her as if to protect her from something dangerous. Alex rubbed his forehead, feeling a headache coming. Seriously, she is already acting like a big sister. However, I'm not a dangerous guy. Alex complained, Fufufu. Say the lolicon. Silveria says teasingly, you. When did I become a lolicon? Alex asked back. You'd have seen your face last night when she was sleeping in your arms. You were grinning, probably too happy to have one of your otaku dreams come true. A lowly elf. Well, in your case it was a lowly half-elf. Shut up, that's not true. I'm innocent. Besides, it was a violation of privacy to watch me sleep without my consent, you shameless girl. Alex screamed in his mind. Silveria sneered, that's what all criminals say. Alex's lips curved into a grin and he muttered, you know, one of these days, I'll spank your ass to teach a lesson, to teach you how to speak to your master. Pay. I knew you were a pervert. You're aiming for my holy butt. How shameless, Silveria muttered like a scared rabbit. Alex rolled his eyes, thinking you are the shameless one. Let's ignore her. Alex decided not to continue to play with his shameless divine weapon. She liked this kind of game. Finally, Alex looked at Gracier and Lena to see Lena looking at him with a disgusted expression. Little Seer looks at how he was grinning earlier. I bet he was thinking about some perverted things. Alex's expression sank. Fortunately, Gracier came to his rescue. However, the thing she said didn't arrange things at all. On the contrary, it had worsened them. No, big brother Alex is not like that. He's my big brother. He saved me, he even let me sleep in his bed. I even used his arms as a pillow. He didn't complain. I like this girl. Silveria muttered in appreciation. All eyes turned toward Alex. He facepalmed and says, Gracier, you know, some things are better left unsaid. Gracier was confused first before managing to understand what Alex meant. It seemed that what she said wasn't helpful as she thought. Fufufu. Alex, you and I will have a discussion later. Lena says while smiling. However, her smiling face sends a chill down to the onlooker's spine, Alex included. Joke aside, I want to see the guild master. I've something to report. Also, help me register Gracier, will you? Alex says, changing the subject. Lena's face became serious. I understand, but it will not be me doing it, because I need to take you to see the guild master. He was planning to see today anyway, so let's go. Karen, please take care of my little sister in my stead. I've something to do with this pervert over there. Do not call me a pervert, Alex complained. Lena ignored him and says, Little Seer, go see that big sister over there. She will help you register as adventurer and explain to you few things. Your big brother and I will come back soon, Roger. Karen replied with a victory pose. Okay, I understand. Gracier nodded her head before going toward Karen's counter. Shall we go? Lena asked with a smile. After you, Alex replied. The two left, going toward the third floor where the guild master room is located. Chapter 35-34, Guild Master. Last part. Alex and Lena arrived on the third floor. In front of them was a big door, and behind this door must be the guild master. Alex, wait. Lena stopped Alex and looked at him in the eyes. Alex looked back at her questioningly. She seems serious as she says, Alex, thank you for saving Gracier. Truly, thank you. No need to thank me. I did it for my own interest. Alex shrugged his shoulders and replied, I know still, thank you, Lena says. Alex looked at Lena strangely. The latter became uncomfortable. What? Nothing. you seem too concerned about Gracier as if you knew something about her origin. Alex says while observing Lena, he was trying to see how she would react if his assumption was correct. As expected, Lena refused to look at him in the eyes. She looked elsewhere and muttered, "What are you talking about, I wonder?" Alex chuckled, seeing Lena acting obviously that she didn't know anything. "Master, it's as you thought. She must know something about Gracier's origin. It is probably why she did what she did earlier. It's a good thing for us, though. We will have a powerful ally because she is Gracier big sister. This girl is very powerful. She is concealing something. She too mysterious." Silveria explained. "I know," Alex responded. Meanwhile, when Alex and Silveria were talking, Lena thought about her earlier action. She knew that she was too hasty. Still, unexpected situation called for unexpected action. She must take the initiative, so she did. She did not regret her action, even knowing that it would benefit Alex in the future, considering how Gracier treats him. She was happy even. She was thinking about how to bind this mysterious boy to her faction. Unexpectedly, she can use this chance to do it. Lena glanced at Alex and heaved a sigh. "You know, Alex, men mustn't try to pry open women's secret." Alex rolled his eyes and asked, "When did I try to pry open your secret?" Lena chuckled before pushing open the door and the two entered the room. The room was not too big. There was a big table in the middle of the room with lots of papers stacked on top of it. Sitting in a big chair on the other side of the table was a man. He seemed to be in his middle 50s, head of black hair, deep yellow eyes. He looked at the two before continuing to flip through the pages of the book he was reading. "Sit down," he ordered. Alex sat across him while Lena went and stood on the guildmaster left side. "So you are the newcomer, Alex? Nice to meet you. I'm the guildmaster of this adventurer branch. Call me Chris." The guildmaster, "No, Chris," says after stopping flipping through his book. Chris lifted his head and stared at Alex as though he was scrutinizing him. Immediately a powerful pressure descended on Alex. He had troubles breathing. He almost fell on his knees from his chair. Nevertheless, he refused to yield. Gritting his teeth till it almost bleeds, Alex endured the pressure, albeit with a difficulty. After some time that seemed like an eternity, the pressure he was feeling disappeared like a breeze. Alex was able to breathe normally again. Chris smiled, seeing Alex, whose back was drenched in sweat. "Not bad. It seems that you have something to report. Go ahead and report it." Alex nodded him while inwardly cursing Chris for his earlier action. He knew he was testing him. However, it left a bad aftertaste in Alex's mouth. Still, there is nothing he could do. At least for now, he couldn't only swallow his anger. Chris and Lena noticed Alex's displeased face. Chris acted as though he didn't saw anything. "What I'm about to report is about the tragedy that befalls the Gato village a few days ago. It's dash." Chris stopped Alex and continued, "Oh? You are talking about Gato village located in the Zilias mountain? I know what happened. It was a tragedy indeed. However, it was not the only village massacred by monsters. Few other villages were massacred as well." "But how do you come to learn about this situation?" Alex sighed before explaining. "It's because I rescued the last survivor of Gato village. She was about to be sold to a slave merchant in this town by some thugs that caught her when she asked them to save her after she runs away." Suddenly, the temperature in the room dropped to several degrees. Alex could feel ice-cold killing intent that sends a shiver down his spine. It was as though he had stepped into the North Pole. He couldn't move. He was trembling in fear as if he was in front of an ancient beast. He knew without looking up from whom this killing intent was coming from. For a moment Alex wanted to open his mouth and say something to calm. However, he decided not to. Alex heard a gulping sounds. It was Chris, the guild master, who gulped. "Cough, cough. Thank gods you saved her. Take good care of her from now on or else." Alex nodded his head. He had already understood what the guild master was implying because he stealthily glanced at Lena when he talked. Finally, Lena concealed her killing intent and acted as though she hadn't anything. Chris heaved a sigh, feeling relieved. He then looked at Alex in the eyes. "Thank you for the report. Let's switch to another matter. The reason I wanted to see is about your discovery and fight against the rare species. Firstly, you've been too reckless." Sigh. "However, sometimes men must do reckless things to evolve." Lena glared at Chris. The latter body trembled. Still, he refused to look at Lena in the eyes as he continued talking. "Secondly, it's about your promotion. Having killed that amount of goblins, you should be at least rank E. However, somehow you managed to kill a rare species goblin. Something only D-rank adventurer could fight. Maybe it's related to your gift. Even so, we decided to let you pass the test to become D-rank adventurer. What do you think about it?" "I'll take the test," Alex replied without hesitation. Chris smiled, seeming happy with Alex's decisiveness. "Good. Now a personal question of mine. Can I go ahead?" Alex replies. "Good. Do you have any connections with the other worlders that came recently in this world? Chris asked while observing Alex's reaction. Alex flinched when he heard Chris' question, however, he quickly regained his cool and acted as though nothing happened as he replied, "No, I don't have any connection with them." "Why did you ask that, guild master?" Alex didn't acknowledge that he knew the other as he raised a question. Chris chuckled as he leaned against his giant chair. "Nothing, I was just curious. Your test will start soon after completing the mission of wiping out the monsters located in the Zilia's mountain with several other adventurers. Lena will inform you about the date of the expedition later. Also, thank you for bringing the 2 adventurers' corpses. Their parents will bury them. It's painful, but at least they will have their children's bodies to bury. That's all, you can go back now," Chris says, dismissing Alex. "Okay, I understand," Alex replied as he stood up and left after glancing at Lena, the latter making eye signs telling him to proceed ahead of her, after Alex closed the door. He leaned against the wall and sighed. "Master, he didn't buy your lie." Silveria says. "I know why he asked that. Though, I knew some people would know that I have a connection with the other worlders after investigating. I didn't think it would be this soon." "Ah. I hope it's nothing troublesome," Alex muttered before leaving for the first floor. Chapter 36-35. He's lying. After Alex left, there was silence inside the room before Chris chuckled and asked, "Little Lena, what do you think about the boy?" Early answer. Immediately, the room's temperature turned cold. Lena's eyes narrowed dangerously as she glared at Chris. "Do you want to die? Continue and you will. Besides, I'm older than you. It should be me calling you little boy, you know." "Ah. You're no fun at all. It's why older women are you have a death wish," Lena says before aiming her right leg toward Chris's head at an extremely fast speed. Bang! Chris was blasted away by Lena's kick. He couldn't finish what he was saying as he collided head first against the wall. Chris stood up and cracked his neck before sitting back on his chair. His head was bleeding. With the flick of his fingers, the blood and his injury disappeared. This showed how powerful he was. Lena must be powerful than him to be able to injure him with a casual kick, violent as always. "However, it's what I love about you. Abuse me more," Chris says with his eyes filled with something that isn't good to explain for the sensible souls. Lena stepped back unconsciously as she glared at this good-for-nothing of guildmaster. Disgusting. "I wonder what the adventurers that admires you will feel knowing that you have this kind of personality?" Lena asked. Chris shrugged his shoulders and leaned his back against his chair. "Who knows, maybe they will join me. I'm that outstanding after all. Everywhere I go, there will be always some people appreciating this outstanding me." "Narcissist," Lena spat out. Chris cleared up his throat and his expression turned serious, different from his early playful one as he says, "Joke aside, I asked you a question earlier. What do you think about the boy's answer?" Lena sat across Chris and crossed her jade white legs. Chris tried to see if he could catch a glance of Lena's panties because the receptionist dress she was wearing, the skirt, was too short. Unfortunately, he didn't see anything. So earlier when he was kicked, he tried to do the same thing. Unfortunately, Lena was too quick when lowering her leg, hence he didn't see anything. Lena shook her head, facing this guild master whose shamelessness knows no bound. She decided to reply to his early question. "He's lying. It's obvious that he knew them. He came with them." "I know, I just wanted a confirmation. Also, it was to push you to speak. I wanted to hear your lovely voice. I miss it." Chris says shamelessly. His eyes were wide open, as though he was ready to see something. Suddenly, with the flick of Lena's fingers, more than 20 wind arrows were created and were pointed at Chris. He turned pale of fright. He raised his hands in surrender. "You're no fun at all, you should have played along." Sigh. "I just wanted to see what panties you were wearing today, white or risky mature black?" Chris asked, forgetting that Lena's arrows were still pointed toward him. "Fufufu. The cost for knowing that will be your life, so give it to me and after I harvested it, I'll show you, well, your corpse that is." After saying that, Lena flicked her fingers 3 times, each time 3 wind arrows were hurled towards Chris at an extremely fast speed. However, he avoided them easily as though there were nothing. His eyes didn't leave Lena for 1 second. Suddenly Lena vanished and reappears behind him, sending a kick toward his head. Chris made a sudden turn and caught Lena's leg, the corner of his mouth curled up. "Gotcha." However, he heard Lena's chuckle. Immediately he knew that he had fallen into a trap, and as expected, the Lena he thought he had caught vanished like an illusion and the real Lena appeared in front of him. He tried to bring his arms in front of him as quickly as possible to block her attack. However, Lena was quicker. she dove her right knee straight into his abdomen. Guh. Chris grunted in pain as an intense pain assaulted his lower body that he almost crouched down. However, he quickly leaped back to avoid Lena's kick. The latter didn't stop after one attack. She attacked him again and again. Her attacks were quick and fierce, so fierce that Chris was forced to surrender. The whole room was in mess. Chris sat back on his chair panting while Lena was smiling. Seriously. Look how my organized room has become so disorganized. Ah. It'd be a hassle to clean this up. Chris complained. Lena rolled her eyes. It's all your fault. Don't complain as though it is you who going to clean up. Let's talk seriously. You're right, Chris says and slumped back into his chair. After my investigation, I knew that the boy came from the Temple of God's Forest. He is one of 8. It is said that his gift was useless. He can't use magic. Chris explained. His gift useless? I don't think so. I'm sure it was his gift he used to kill those goblins and that rare species. Did you find any information on what kind of gift he possesses? Lena asked, not believing that Alex's gift was useless as they claimed to be. Chris shrugged his shoulders in response. Sorry, I didn't find anything. Nobody saw anything apart from the otherworlders or that girl. Speaking of that girl, I know that she isn't the type of person that will let you investigate in her turf so easily without finding out. Lena says while thinking about a certain blue-haired girl. Sigh. You know her too well. She knew I was investigated, someone. Chris says dejectedly. Oh? And what kind of compensation did she ask? Lena asked, knowing well that girl wouldn't let Chris go scot-free. Nothing serious. She just asked me to watch after the boy during his stay over here, making his stay a little comfortable, that's all. Chris explained what Priscilla, the head priestess of Temple of Gods, asked him after learning he was investigating Alex. I see, that's one of the reasons you want him to pass the next test to become D-rank adventurer. Lena says. Chris nodded his head and added also, the boy is talented. That's arrogant little lass must be blind to have missed this unpolished gem. She will regret it not adding him to her faction later. Talking about that, how is the other 7 doing at the capital? I heard that the blonde-haired boy group joined the princess faction. As for the remaining 3, I had no news about whose faction they joined. Lena asked. Chris let out a huge sigh before explaining. It's as you said, the boy named Leonardo joined that arrogant princess faction with his crew. He is talented, his hero class is no joke. He is almost rank 2, level 21. His crew members are not too far from him. Nothing to be astonished about, considered that the little girl is letting him use a personal dungeon to level up. I'm not interested in him, I'm more interested in the other group, Alexia's group. Lena says, clearly not interested in Leonardo and his crew. She dislikes him after the first time she saw him. He's too lecherous. That group is also astounding, especially that girl Maria is almost rank 2, level 20, as well after refusing to use the personal dungeon proposed by the princes and princess. She and the other 2 girls are doing missions outside of the capital, killing monsters to level up. They refuse to join any factions at the moment with the excuse that they are training. The first prince faction is always trying to recruit them. The first prince moved personally to recruit Maria and the other. However, she refused him. Still, the first prince didn't feel down after her refusal. He became even more passionate going after her. It seemed that he has fallen for her. It was love at first sight, they said. He proclaimed that she will become his empress. Chris explained. Lena rubbed her forehead, feeling headache because of the first prince's persistence. She knew him very well. I see, in less than 2 months the Magic Academy will open its doors for new students. I have the feeling that Alex will be going there. You're right. Other empires and kingdoms' princes and princesses are also coming to the Magic Academy to study magic and get an adventurer certificate to dive into dungeons after graduation. Chris added, Heh. You and I know that it is not the real reason for their arrival. Even though the Magic Academy was the biggest in the world, the reason they are coming to the academy was essentially because of the otherworlders. I was thinking when they would start moving, but now I guess I know. Lena says mockingly, you're right. What a pain in the ass. They want to have at least one of them for their own country. Chris explains the true purpose of the incoming princes and princesses. I guess it's time for me to move as well. I can't sit and watch them take the boy away beside now that he is with my little seer. Lena mumbled as she stood up. So, you're planning to go back already? Well, I'll miss you. I don't know why you're so interested in the boy, but I hope he is worth it. Chris says sincerely, don't worry, he is worth it, at least more than you, Lena says with a smile. Harsh as always, Chris replies with a stiff smile. Lena didn't bother herself with Chris any longer as she says, I'm off then. Once alone, Chris slumped into his chair. Entwined with hands, he mumbled, "You are too mysterious, Lena. I don't know if it's your true name. You've appeared here 5 years ago with no particular reason. Now you decide to go back to the capital. It seems that whatever you have been waiting for is finally here." Ah. The boy is more interesting than I thought. Also, that half-elf girl must be special to you, so special that you took an oath. I wonder what is your true identity. I didn't manage to find anything on you after investigating for 5 years. It was as if you appeared out of thin air. I knew that place is too restricted, but nobody wants to talk about who you are. They became scared just after hearing your description. Sigh. I'm tired, I give up. Chris mumbled before closing his eyes to rest a little. Unbeknownst to him, Lena was leaning against the wall outside. She heard everything Chris said. She chuckled. You're an interesting boy. To think that you'll continue investigating for 5 whole years, not bad. It's good that you know when to stop. Ah. Let's go back. My little seer must be waiting for her big sister, Lena says when she remembers that little girl. She couldn't help but smile. Her steps quickened as she was descending toward the first floor. Chapter 37-36, On the Other Side Part 1. Meanwhile, while Lena was having a chat with the guildmaster, in a forest located somewhere not too far from the capital of the Drexia Empire stood 3 beautiful girls. 2 were dressed in adventurers' gears that clung tightly onto their bodies, displaying their bodies' outlines. The last girl was dressed in white priestess robe. She looked like a divine being dressed as she was. Numerous monsters' corpses lay in front of the girls. It seemed that earlier they were fighting against these monsters that had now fallen forever, unable to rise again. Among the monsters' corpses, there was a goblin, red goblin, a rare species, and orcs. The girls were chatting happily, forgetting that they were in front of dead monsters. Maria, I bet that now you've leveled up, the girl with a long lustrous black hair holding a katana says. Yeah, I became level 21, how about you, Sakuya? You as well, Luna, Maria asked. The 3 beautiful girls were Alex's acquaintances who went to the capital with the second princess after coming to this world. The 3 had become more beautiful. Maria, whose hair was previously long, was now cut short. She had bob cut style hair. The other 2 girls' hairstyles remain unchanged. Sakuya heaved a sigh before answering, just a little bit and I'll become level 20. What about you, Luna? Maria and Sakuya turned their heads in Luna's direction to see her absent-minded. Sighing, Maria says dejectedly, here we go again. What's up with you, Luna? You've been doing this thing since we left the temple. I'm perplexed, tell me what's going on. Sakuya on the other hand giggled and says amusingly, oh. Alexia doesn't play the fool, you and I know what's going on. Maria glared at her best friend who likes to tease more than anything. Am I not wrong, though? We both know she was thinking about a certain someone even though she tried to hide it. Shut up, Maria shouted. Sakuya chuckled before shutting her mouth. She could feel that Maria was becoming angry while Luna's golden eyes were locked onto her. Luna may appear simple and holy, but when she became angry even gods would shiver, hence Sakuya knew when to stop teasing her or else she will be pummeled. Don't be fooled by her class, her level was not different from hers, they were both almost level 20, let's her be Alexia, it's time to see our respective stats, don't you think? Luna, who hadn't spoken since the start, finally spoke. I concur, Maria replies while looking at Sakuya, who raised her arms in surrender indicating she was in. Maria mumbled status and as though responding to her call a transparent window appeared before her eyes. The other girls were already behind her, observing. Her status, Maria Alexia Rosars, class, Ice Empress, age, 17, female, rank 2, level 21, experience value, 200/2200, magic power, 1400, magic, ice magic, attack, 340, defense, 280, agility, 300. Intelligence, 320, luck, 330, BP, 0, gift, frozen fairies, SP, 0, skills, advanced appraisal level 5, language comprehension, item box level 5, ice/level 5, glaciate level 5, ice blast level 2, close quarters combat level 5, ice arrows level 2, titles, Otherworlder, the Ice Empress, the Queen, Huntress, new title, Fufufu. This is the Ice Empress for you, behave, or be sealed in ice forever. Your Ice Empress, this humble subject swear fealty. Sakuya says, making a polite bow. Maria and Luna rolled their eyes, whose playfulness knows no bound, sighing because her joke leaves them with no reaction. Sakuya showed her status, Sakuya Hishimiya, class, Magic Samurai. Age, 17, female, rank 2, level 19, experience value, 1500/2000, magic power, 1060, magic, wind, attack, 400, defense, 280, agility, 300, intelligence, 270, luck, 270, BP, 0, SP, 0, Gift, Katana Kamaitachi, Skills, Advanced Appraisal Level 1, Language Comprehension, Item Box Level 1, Swordsmanship Level 5, Wind/Level 3, Iaido Level 5, Wind Tornado Level 2, Gale/Level 3, Titles, Otherworlder, Kendo Master, Yamato Nadeshiko, Kendo Fanatic, Sadist, New Title. Sigh. Your attack stat is above mine. Maria says dejectedly. Sakuya grinned, pleased with herself. Well, I'm opting for the maximum damage. After all, I'll be quick when attacking without not forgetting to deal big damage. That's my motto. Foo. Let's play once. We went back to see if you can win this time. Facing Sakuya provocation, Maria grinned, eyes filled with undisguised battle's lust as she says, bring it, pawn. Pawn, ouch. The two were hit on the heads. They knew who the culprit was without looking. They grunted inwardly while cursing at Luna, whose blow wasn't light at all. Lou, it's not good to hit your friends with that holy bash skill of yours. It hurts like hell. The two said in a choir, let's focus, shall we? I guess it's my turn. Luna didn't even look at the sulking duo as she murmured status. A blue panel appeared right before the three eyes. Luna Heart, Class, the Saintess. Age, 17, female, rank 2, level 19, experience value, 1400/2000, magic power, 1440, magic, holy magic, healing magic, attack, 340, defense, 250, agility, 230, intelligence, 280, luck, 330, BP, 0, SP, 0, gift, holy staff, skills, advanced appraisal level 1, language comprehension, item box level 1, holy barrier level 3, holy beam level 3, heal level 5, holy bash level 3, titles, Otherworlder, the healer, La Saint, the holy basher, new title, Maria, and Sakuya eyes almost popped out of their sockets, especially Maria, whose mouth was twitching uncontrollably. She was frustrated. Lou, that's not the Stas priestess should have. For God's sake, you're a healer, not a main attacker but only the support type. What are you planning to do with that absurd attack stat? Sakuya also stared at her second best friend, wanting to also know the answer to the question that was gnawing at her mind since a while ago. The left side of Luna's red lip tugged upwards, creating a sinister smirk on her goddess-like face as she replies, wouldn't it be fun to see their astonished faces once they saw a priest pummeling the hell out of them? I bet it will, and some say I'm the sadist one. Here's another one. Sakuya spat while rubbing her forehead. When she glanced at her best friend Maria, Sakuya saw that Maria's mouth twitched, and she was pretty sure she was fighting a smile. Did you think of yourself as bubblegum? Maria asked in reference to a certain character in a certain novel the three often read out of boredom back on Earth. Luna rolled her eyes while Sakuya shook her head and offered, shall we go back now? The other two nodded their heads before Maria took something that looks like an ancient scroll and ripped it. Immediately a white light blinding the three, and after the light died down, the three had disappeared, leaving behind the goblins' corpses. Nickaido's here with some explanations. As you have noticed, the girls' statuses are different from before. Here are a few explanations to help you understand the changes, but first be sure to go back, check in the auxiliary volume the chapter on their initial status. Maria status change. The 100 BP goddess Maya gifted them. Maria used hers like this. 50 BP on her initial ATT stat equals 140. 20 BP on her def stat equals 80, and the remaining 30 BP on her AGI stat equals 100. She has leveled up 20 times. 10 times 20 is equal to 200 points, adding the 200 points on all her stats. It's become like what you saw. And because one gains 20 BP per level up, she earns 400 BP for her 20 levels, which she used them all on her MP stat, having gained 10 SP per 10 level up, which means for being level 21, she gained 20 SP. Maria used them like this. Advanced Appraisal level 1 to level 5, for SP, Item Box level 1 to level 5, for SP, Ice/level 1 to level 5, for SP, Glaciate level 1 to level 5, for SP, Ice Blast level 1 to level 2, 1 SP, Close Quarters Combat level 3 to level 5, 2 SP, Ice Arrows level 1 to level 2, 1 SP. Sakuya Hishimiya, 100 BP given by the goddess Maya were used on her initial state like this, 50 BP on her ATT stat, 30 BP on her def stat, and the remaining 20 BP on her AGI stat. She levels up 18 times, 10 times 18 is equal to 180 points, added on all her stats, 20 BP gained per level up. 20 times 18 is equal to 360 BP. She used 80 BP on her ATT stat and the remaining 280 BP on her MP stat. She gained 10 SP, which she used to like this. Swordsmanship level 2 to level 5, 3 SP, Wind/level 1 to level 3, 2 SP. Iaido level 3 to level 5, 2 SP, Wind Tornado level 1 to level 2, 1 SP, Gale / level 1 to level 3, 2 SP, Luna Heart. She added the 100 BP on her ATT stat, 360 BP gained after the 18 levels up on her MP stat. 10 SP, Holy Barrier level 1 to level 3, 2 SP, Holy Beam level 1 to level 3, 2 SP, Heal level 1 to level 5, for SP, Holy Bash level 1 to level 3, 2 SP. I hope it clears some of your doubts. Please continue voting regularly, may God bless us. Chapter 38-37, On the Other Side Part 2, When the girl opened their eyes again they were inside a room. The room was plain with nothing inside it. The three advanced and pushed open the door. Immediately what greeted them was a big hall filled with a lot of adventurers. Some were taking quests, some were simply chatting, exchanging jokes among themselves, while some were drinking at the bar. However, the bustling atmosphere inside the hall stopped as all eyes were directed at the three before whispers soon followed. Ugh! Aren't the three celestials? Asked one of the adventurer who seemed to be drunk. Yeah, it's them. Beautiful as always. If only replied another adventurer who didn't finish before being stopped by another burly adventurer. Stop daydreaming, it's not the like of you that can have this kind of girl, there are celestials after all. Only the like of the first prince could dream of. I said dream of, mind you, not that he can have them, fuck your mother, I wasn't saying that, nor I have never thought of something like that. It seems that you don't love yourself. Continue saying something like this outside and you won't know when you heard have left his original place to roll at your feet. Rebuked the adventurer who had been stopped mid-sentence. Moron, it's why I'm freely talking here, the burly adventurer responded while shrugging his shoulders. Laughter. The other adventurers' laughter rang inside the hall. This was a daily occurrence whenever the girls came to the Adventurer Guild. As for their nickname, it was something that happened the day after they arrived at the capital. Everybody knew who they are, coupled with their beautiful appearances that don't lose facing the imperial princesses. No, they were more beautiful than the princesses. They were thus named Celestials. Maria and the girls advanced toward a receptionist counter, not paying any attention to the commotion they have raised after coming out of the room. The room they often appear in after using the teleportation scroll. Calling it return scroll would be more appropriate. The return scroll, something extremely rare and valuable only found inside the chest of a high-level dungeon. Many have tried to reproduce this return scroll, something from the lost era, but failed to reproduce it. Only inside a high-level dungeon one could obtain it. Thus only high-level noble, or extremely wealthy merchants can own a few. It went without saying that the royal family owned the majority of return scroll coming out from the dungeons. This scroll, as the name suggests, was used for one purpose: to return to a previous location designated as an anchor point by ripping the scroll. It works within a certain distance, 100 kilometers, 50 miles, were the limits. The girls owned few of these scrolls, something they received for safety purposes when they started adventuring, refusing the offer to dive into the royal family's dungeon. A privilege they deemed unwise to accept, considering that it came with a shackle, the membership to a faction. Not planning to partake in any political issues for the moment, the three refused, while Leonardo, eager to enter the princess pants, accepted. Welcome back, how was your day? Asked an elf receptionist. It was a beautiful blonde-haired elf. She has a pair of green eyes reminiscent of a forest. This elf receptionist was named Ella. Maria, and then a girl's personal receptionist. It was strange to see that even the three have an elf lady as a receptionist, like a certain someone. If one were to look closely, this elf lady features seem to be the same as Lena, Alex's personal receptionist. Who knows, the two may share some degree of parentage. Smiling, Maria looked at Ella, the elf lady she and her two best friends become acquainted with on their first arrival in this hall. Ella was the first to welcome them, and since the day she had become their receptionist. Good afternoon, Ella. Same as usual, today wasn't different. La routine, like French people in my homeworld often say. Chuckle. Sakuya chuckled while Luna, lost in her thoughts, didn't offer any response. Ella heaved a sigh. Having been accustomed to Maria suddenly speaking in different tongues she never heard of, Ella wasn't surprised knowing the girl's origins. AI. Please bring out the monster's material. Ella says. With the flick of her fingers, the proof of subjugations was brought out. A quick count left Ella rubbing her forehead, feeling a headache coming. The number of goblin's ears in front of her numbered in the 50. If only it was that, she would not be feeling headache. There were two rare species goblin's ears mixed among the goblin's ears. That's not all. There were several orcs' ears as well, coupled with few ant daggers. Proof of subjugation. It grew on their back. Ella was furious. They may be rank 2, not far from rank 3, but killing this amount of monsters with 3 members was borderline reckless. Say, girls, can you not be more reckless? Ella asked, eyes glaring at the three. Knowing that they went a little overboard, the girls dropped their shoulders in surrender. Next time we will be more careful and kill only the strongest ones, Sakuya says innocently, but what she said wasn't something someone who knows she was wrong would say. Maria and Luna glared at their friends who don't know when to stop teasing others. Hee hee. Nice one, Sakuya. Tomorrow, I don't want any of you here. Tomorrow will be your daybreak, understood? Ella announced with a smiling face. A smile that wasn't a smile, the girl gulped. Sakuya wanted to say something, but she received Luna Holy Bash skill on her head. Ouch, it hurts. Why did you do that, you gorilla woman? Sakuya spat while rubbing her head, fearing it would leave a bump on her head. Luna ignored Sakuya and acted as though she had heard nothing. Understood, big sister Ella, Maria replied in the girl's stead while inwardly cursing at Sakuya. She vowed to teach the latter a later once they go back. Tomorrow she was planning to advance into rank 3. Maria did not want to be left behind by Leonardo, who by now would be a rank 3 already. Guess not everything went as the way one planify. Maria inwardly thought while glaring at Sakuya, who shrugged her shoulders, acting like she didn't know why Maria was glaring at her. Luna on the other hand just rolled her eyes and once again was lost in her little world. Good answer. Be happy, big sister Ella will accompany you lots tomorrow. Let's go on shopping sprees. Ella added, killing any ideas of secretly slipping away in the guise of sleeping. Having seen that their fates were sealed, the three accepted the money after selling the monster's materials. By the way, today they have earned 5 gold coins after selling all the monster's materials. The three left the guild after deciding on the hour and place where they will meet for tomorrow's shopping sprees with their big sister Ella. Indeed, she was like their big sister. It wasn't the first time that the four went out. They did it several times. Sometimes Ella even sleeps in their mansion when it was too late to go back to the guild, eager to quickly go back to their mansion, clean themselves before taking an afternoon nap. The three quickened their footsteps. Unfortunately, they were forced to stop because in front of the guild was a carriage that could not be flashier. This carriage was automated one, bigger than the one the second princess brought. Like hers, this carriage was white with the Drexia Imperial inside on it. Maria heaved a sigh, feeling headache coming. She knew the owner of this carriage, someone she doesn't want to encounter. Alas, fate thought otherwise. Luna frowned upon noticing the white carriage. Like her friend, she didn't like the owner of this carriage. He is too flashy, too clingy to her taste. While her two friends were not happy seeing the carriage, Sakuya was smiling. She put on a beautiful smile, a welcome, a smile of someone that is about to watch something interesting, and as a bystander, she must enjoy the show. Too bad there wasn't any popcorn close by, or everything would have been perfect. Maria and Luna glared at Sakuya, whose mouth was curved up. She seemed to be enjoying their misfortune, and they knew she was enjoying herself. The two braced themselves, ready to deal with the scourge that was about to come out from the white carriage. Chapter 39-38, The First Prince. Indeed, as they waited, the carriage door was pushed open, and from the other side a silhouette comes out. Dressed in an imperial robe with the imperial inside on it was a young male. Appearance-wise, this young man was handsome. He had blue hair and his eyes were of the same hue. Behind this young man stood 3 guards dressed in silver armors, swords hanging on their waists. When the young man saw the girls, especially Maria and Luna, something flashed within his blue eyes. He quickly tried to conceal. Unfortunately, the girls noticed it, something Maria and Luna found disgusting. If they could choose to ignore him, they will. However, they couldn't because of the young man's status. Displeased as they were, they could only bear with and hope he would leave soon. The handsome young man wore a beautiful smile that could make any normal girl fall for him. Unfortunately, the three were not normal girls. Greetings, my future empress, and my first concubine. The young man says. Maria and Luna's brows creased respectively when the two heard the way the asshole refers to them. With a smile that does who knows her wouldn't call a smile, Maria replies, Greetings, your highness. Your joke is not funny at all. Spare me from the fate of being an empress. It's too much for me and I don't want to own it. Even while rejecting the young man, who by now you could guess his status, Maria maintained her smiling face. The handsome blue-haired, who seemed to be in his early 20s, is the first prince of the Drexia Empire, Adlerax von Havens, the second princess big brother, and the former first princess Priscilla, who was now become head priestess of Temple of God's little brother. Now you don't have to refuse right now. Take your time to think about. Just know I'm serious about you too, Adler added without losing his smile. It seemed that this setback didn't affect him at all. Somehow, he seemed confident that he could get them given enough time. He was sure of it. There is nothing to think about. My answer won't change no matter how many times you try. So, stop trying. Maria outright refused him. No minding her words, Luna nodded her head, seeming to share her best friend's view. For an instant, Adler's mouth twitched. He almost lost his smile. something he couldn't tolerate in front of the girls he decided to conquer. Since that day he put his eyes on them, smiling as if the girls' continuous rejections doesn't affect him. Adler stated, just thin dash, I say. Your Highness, are you forgetting that I'm also present, or you're doing it intentionally? Adler was cut mid-sentence by the smiling Sakuya, who crossed her arms observing the show and now decided to step in because they seemed to be forgetting about her. Adler's smile vanished, his body trembled, he almost took a step back. The guards behind also flinched, refusing to look at the girl who just spoke. Greetings, Lady Sakuya, I hope you have been doing well. Adler asked while stuttering. He seemed uncomfortable dealing with Sakuya. On Sakuya's lips was a crease of amusement when she saw how Adler reacted. She knows that in that duel she almost beheaded him, but it was not intentional. Her Nickaido was too fast him to defend against it even when his rank was higher than her. Since that day, Adler was avoiding her. Even she was present, Adler will act as if the latter was not there. It could be more appropriate to say that Adler was afraid of her. There was always a dangerous glint in Sakuya's eyes. At the start Adler was also aiming for Sakuya, but after that duel, he became a frightened rabbit in her presence whenever Sakuya talked to him. Shaking his head, Adler regained his bearing as he proposed, let me invite you three to a dinner. Sorry, we are tired, let's postpone it for a dash. Why not? I'm rather hungry. Besides, he is going to pay. Sakuya cut off Maria's mid-sentence. Maria and Luna glared at Sakuya, ready to swallow the latter whole. Estás loco? Are you crazy? Maria asked Sakuya in her native language, a language Sakuya and Luna understands well. Fufufu. No lo soy. Vamos a disfrutar de esta cena. Fufufu. I'm not. We're going to enjoy this dinner, Sakuya responded with a mysterious smile. Seeing this smile, the girls understood, hence they accepted Adler's invitation. Adler smiled even though he was rather bothered by Sakuya's smile after their exchange in a language he couldn't understand, a language from their homeworld. If his assumption wasn't wrong, he was still happy to have dinner with the two. As for Sakuya, there was nothing he could do. If not for her, the girls wouldn't have accepted, hence he could only swallow the bitterness he was feeling. As the girls boarded the automatic carriage, Sakuya smiled when he saw how uncomfortable Adler was in her presence. Soon, they were out. In front of them was the biggest restaurant in the capital. It was 5 stories building painted in gold color. After they entered, they were immediately sent to the highest floor because Adler had already reserved. The highest room on the top floor was beautiful, decorated with chandeliers hanging above, soft music playing in the background. But the real star was the food. Tables laden with delicacies line the walls. Everything you can think of, and things you have never dreamed of, lie in wait. Whole roasted cows and chickens still turning on spits. Huge platters of fowl stuffed with savory fruit and nuts. Ocean creatures drizzled in sauces or begging to be dipped in spicy concoctions. Countless cheeses, breads, vegetables, sweets, and waterfalls of wine decorated the table. The girls were not too surprised knowing how this floor functioned. Each VIP room has its set of food already prepared and served on the tables. Ask why the food will not spoil, a question only the restaurant owner could answer. This is mysterious. It was precisely why this restaurant was the most prized of the whole empire, even outside of the empire. Taking sit, the 4 started eating. Maria and Luna opted for a simple salad while Sakuya took a bite of the blend of cornmeal, chicken, and cream cheese. The cream cheese was smooth while the chicken felt rough, but, nonetheless, the meat tasted immensely satisfying. The warm mixture was pure ambrosia in her mouth. Delicious. Sakuya offered her honest opinion before drinking her wine. Among the 4, she seemed to be the one enjoying herself the most. After finishing, the 3 stood up and said in a choir, "Thank you for the treat, Your Highness. We will be taking our leaves then." Adler was astonished by their sudden action, and before he could ask them to stay a little longer, the 3 were already gone. Adler opened and closed his mouth repeatedly before sighing. He slumped into his chair. He was pissed by their behaviors, but there was nothing he could do. He had lost his appetite. Finally, he was able to understand Sakuya's early smile and the reason why the girls had accepted. Adler tossed a bundle of banknotes on the table before leaving. Even if he didn't succeed in his attempt today, he was sure that he will get the 2. Maybe that Sakuya girl as well. No, know that one is too dangerous and can't be tamed. Maria and Luna are already enough. I can't lose them. I must win them over. They are vital for my plan. That bitch has already taken that blonde-haired fowl into our faction. Ah! I must quickly win the 2 or else, Adler murmured as he returned to the palace. Meanwhile, the girls were already in their mansion located in the east part of the palace. You should have seen his face when we left him there. I bet he was pissed. Sakuya says with a smile. Maria and Luna smile thinking about Adler's face after they left like that. However, knowing him, he will try to invite them again. He is trying to win them over into his faction. Something necessary if he wants the crown. Shaking their heads, the girls undressed as they stepped into the bathroom to clean themselves. Their beautiful bodies were laid bare. Unfortunately, no man was present to enjoy the sight. I hope Alex is doing fine. Maria suddenly blurted while cleaning herself. Oh? Are talking about my future knight? I bet he's doing fine. I'm sure he must be having fun surrounded by a bunch of beautiful girls, Sakuya responded while glancing at Luna, who was beside her. Luna's body trembled when she heard what her friends say. The bathroom temperature dropped. Maria glared at Sakuya, who doesn't know how to keep her mouth shut. The latter shrugged her shoulders. I wonder about that. Soon we will see him. Maria says, trying to pacify a certain someone. It seemed that it had worked because the tense atmosphere inside the bathroom disappeared. Maria heaved a sigh while Sakuya chuckled. After their baths, the girls went directly to sleep. They were rather tired. This afternoon naps would help them. Chapter 40-39, Yesterday's Subjugation Reward. Meanwhile, while the girls were ready to sleep in another location was a mansion. Inside this mansion a young girl was about to take a bath. She stripped down and stepped slowly into the tub, turning the water on high and letting it beat over her head in steamy rivulets. Closing her eyes to the water as the heat soaks into her skin, she leans against the cool tiles as her weak legs threaten to buckle. I'm tired. A good bath then a good sleep will reshape this tired body of mine, the girl murmured. The shower curtain was ripped back and the girl didn't even flinch, engrossed as she was with the water cascading down her body and massaging muscles long past cramped. Camilla Leonardo, the new entrant, sighs, the exasperation clear in his tone. How are you feeling? Camilla cracks an eyelid and raises a brow at the same time, watching him. A little tired. How was your talk with Her Highness? She asked. She was happy that I became rank 3 today. She said that I must become rank 4 before class starts at the Imperial Academy. Leonardo explained. It seems that Maria is not far from attaining rank 3, that fool of First Prince invited them to have dinner with him. He doesn't know when to give up. Never will they accept him, the 3 will be mine, that's given. Leonardo added, eyes filled with nothing but infuriation. Camilla watched him as the water runs over her skin like a caress. How had I fallen in love with this man who can't only love me? This wily snake that had twined around my own wolf's heart from the first meeting of eyes. Yet knowing his nature I'm still and continue loving him. I'll do anything for him. I must be sick myself, Camilla inwardly thought. I wonder how that fool Alexander is doing. I hope he is still alive to see me claim the 3 girls. Leonardo added while thinking about the black-haired young man he hates since the first day he saw him. Camilla chuckled and says, I bet he will not even be rank 2 when he will come to the Imperial Academy. His gift is useless after all. You're right, Leonardo replies with a smile, slowly. Camilla raises a hand and cups his cheek, leaning close to kiss him gently. Feeling his hands glide over her water-slick body, pulling her close to him and disregarding the fact that she was naked and wet and he was clothed, as pulls her deeper into the kiss. Soon, his clothes were discarded and a long battle followed. Back to Alex's location, after Lena finished talking with Chris the guild master, she descended to the first floor to see Alex and Gracier chatting happily. Joining them she asked, I'm back. How was your registration? Easy, isn't it? Welcome back, big sister Lena. Yeah, it was easy. Big sister Karen explained a lot of things to me. Gracier replied, happy to see Lena. That good, but I bet she did not explain everything to you. Let's me restart like this, I'll slowly explain everything to you, Lena says while caressing Gracier's red hair. Alex's lips curved up into the smile. He knew Lena was trying to talk as long she could with her little sister, but how could he let her do that? If he doesn't stop her now, Lena will continue talking until late in the night. She may even propose to let Gracier sleep here because it was late. Lena, how was the situation? Did the parents learn what happened to their children and come retrieve their bodies? Alex asked, eyes filled with seriousness. Lena glared at Alex, reproaching him for not reading the mood. Unfortunately, there was nothing she could do. Gracier seemed interested in the topic, hence Lena replied, they have been informed, the bodies and the 30 silvers coins have been sent to them. Even though it was painful, at least they have bodies to bury. The parents send their thanks to the adventurer that brought their child's dead bodies back. You've their eternal gratitude, they said. I see. It's sad, but it's adventurer's life, Alex said, thinking that he may die one day if he was ever careless. Indeed, you're right, but you have been warned, don't go dying somewhere on your own. Your life isn't only yours anymore now that she is part of it. You have responsibilities to yourself, to her, and to all those who care about you. So don't die until they said so. I don't want to feel sad, and especially I don't want little Seer to feel sad knowing you are dead. I hope I was clear? Lena warned. Looking at her, Alex was sure that she was not joking. She was concerned about him, even though some part was because of her little sister Gracier. He was still glad. Nonetheless, Alex smiled, even knowing that, I promise, I'll be careful from now on. Don't worry, big sister Lena. I'll protect big brother Alex, and even if I can't, I know that you will, Gracier added. Lena was astonished by what she said, but nevertheless she still smiled. Yeah, I will, Lena replied while caressing Gracier's silky red hair. Suddenly, she stopped caressing Gracier's head and gave Alex a pouch containing yesterday's subjugation rewards. After catching the pouch, Alex counted the money inside it. There were 4 gold coins and 10 silver coins inside it. He knew without asking that this is yesterday's subjugation rewards. Without waiting for Alex to ask any questions, Lena explains, the total of 30 goblin's ears and magic stone are equal to 210 silver coins, 2 gold coins and 10 silver, while the rare species earned you 2 gold coins. Okay, thank you, Lena. Gracier and I will be going back. Tomorrow we will come to take quest together. Alex replies after looking outside and saw that the sun was about to set. So, they must go back. There are few errands the two must do before returning to the Moonlight Inn. Knowing she couldn't stop them, if she were to do that she may be hated by her little sister, who seemed to want to spend more time with her big brother. Lena begrudgingly left Gracier to go, but not after the latter promised going out with her on her free day, something she was patiently waiting for. It will be the two of us without that annoying Alex around. Foo. It will be wonderful. Lena inwardly thought, by big sister Lena, by big sisters. After saying goodbye to Lena and the other girls, the two left the guild. Chapter 4140, Encounter. As the two left, Alex suddenly stopped and asked the girl beside him. Gracier, let's go buy you some clothes. Even a few will do. Once you go out with your big sister Lena later, she will buy you anything you might need. For now, let's buy the necessity. Okay, big brother. We will do as you suggested. I promise I'll pay back later once I started earning my own money. I pay half of our rent as well, Gracier declared. It seemed that she didn't want to be a leech. She plans to contribute. It was something she had thought about and come to the conclusion that she must participate, or else it would leave a bad aftertaste in her mouth. Good girl, I'm starting to like her more and more, master. You should never let her go. I can understand a bit why Ignia chooses her. Silveria praised Gracier. Indeed, you're right, Sil. Do not worry, I never planned to let her go, to begin with. She's precious, my little sister, after all. Alex responded in his head with a smile. Pervert. Silveria said, rolling his eyes at her. Alex focused his attention on Gracier. Smiling, he said, good. I'm waiting, and I hope when you get your first pay, you'll buy me a drink. I will, Gracier replied with a beautiful smile. The two continued advanced while chatting, and soon they were in front of the shop that sells clothes. Pushing the door open, which makes a clinking sound, Alex let Gracier enter before following her in. Immediately as the clerk saw the two, especially Gracier, how beautiful she was. Expressly with one of her eye covered, the clerk put on the most beautiful smile she could offer and welcomed them. Welcome to Dior's store. I'm Delphi, nice to meet you. How can I help you? We have everything you might need. Alex observed this Delphi. She's beauty, not beautiful as Gracier or Lena, but she's indeed a beauty. Blue hair and deep brown eyes, she seemed to be in her middle 20s. There was one aspect where she beat the other girls in, the chest department. They are huge, truly huge, maybe F cup. Alex couldn't tell, but he knew that they were big. He had a hard time looking elsewhere. Shaking his head, Alex spoke. Hello, I'm Alex and this is my little sister Gracier. We are here to buy her a few clothes and other women necessities. Hearing Alex, Delphi's eyes brightened for a second as if she knew, heard, or had heard about him. She quickly hides it. Alex was surprised by Delphi's behavior, but she chooses not to dwell on the matter. Smiling coquettishly, Delphi says, oh, and when I thought that it was the rookie little girlfriend. It seems that I'm wrong. Come with me, little sister, let's big sister take care of you. Saying that, Delphi spun and started going where the clothes the sizes of Gracier were. She didn't forget to wink at Alex before going. Gracier followed after her in bad mood. She didn't like this woman at all. She seems fake. Alex scratched his cheek. He would be an idiot by now if he doesn't know what Delphi was trying to do. It's sure tiring to be famous. Alex says sarcastically, cut the crap. I bet you fantasize on those cow tits that girl have. Silveria says in bad mood, shrugging his shoulders. Alex responded, which men wouldn't? Big tits are men's dream after all. Like one of my past friends often liked to say, no big breast, no love. Well, I'm not interested in this girl, though, but somehow someone seems to be jealous of the girl's asset. Don't tell me you're the flat type girl? Alex asked teasingly, he. Silveria started laughing, without knowing why. The more Silveria laughed, the more dread Alex felt, as if something bad was about to happen to him. He felt a chill running down his body as Silveria continued laughing until she said something that makes Alex's body tense up, he. Enjoy the gift, master. Skill bestowal, blink, holy food. Alex couldn't finish whatever he was planning to say as an intense headache assaulted him. This headache was far worse and intense than the previous ones. Alex dropped onto the ground and started rolling, holding his head. You could see tears coming out from his closed eyes. Gracier, who was choosing clothes on the side, felt something. She dropped the dress and come running towards Alex's location to see the latter holding his head, seeming to feel intense pain. Crouching beside him, she asked worryingly, Big brother Alex, what's going on? Why are holding your head? How can I help you? Alex was not in the mood to answer her questions. Delphi also came and saw Alex. She panicked before crouching down and muttered a chant. Heal, I hope it will suffice. It's the best I can do. Delphi mumbled apologetically. A white light covered Alex's head. His terrible headache seemed to calm down as his raged breathing turned calm again. Alex's back was drenched in sweat as if someone had thrown him into a pool. A few minutes later, Alex sat down and said, Sorry, I don't know why it happened. Well, it may be because my level went up quickly recently. Sorry for the trouble and thank you for the help. I didn't expect you to be able to cast a healing spell, he. You're welcome, besides there is hardly any customer this evening, so I don't mind. Well, I was a cleric in an adventurer group a few years ago. Things didn't end well for us, so here am I. Delphi replied, explained a bit about how she became clerk here. I see, it's sad but it's good that you are happy doing what you're doing actually. This life suits you more, if I may say. Alex said. Gracier nodded her head. By now she had calmed down. Like her big brother, she also shares the same feeling. If not for Alex, she would have proposed to leave happily, far from trouble, adventurer life. Well, something Gracier was sure her big brother would not accept. Delphi smiled shyly, emphasizing her assets. She said, I think so. There's only one thing missing, a good man, saying that she winked at Alex flirtatiously. Alex felt a chill down his spine for another reason. Calming down, he tried to switch to another subject. Gracier, go back with Delphi. Choose your clothes. We must quickly go back. Don't forget your promise to Leah. She will not be happy if you're late again. Intelligent as she was, Gracier quickly understood what her big brother meant. I forgot. Quickly come to help me choose big sister Delphi. Gracier responded by dragging Delphi with her. The latter followed her even though she was a little skeptical about Alex's claim. Once alone, Alex heaved a sigh before his expression turned cold as he says angrily, Silveria, never do something like this without asking my consent, understood? Seeing how angry her master was and knowing that she went a little overboard, Silveria apologized. Sorry, master, I promise not to do it again. Now, it's my turn to warn you. Never call a woman flat-chested whether it's true or not. For your well-being, please refrain from saying something that could earn you a few slaps. Alex's back tensed when he remembered the look Camilla gave him back when he inwardly thought how flat her chest was. Shaking his head, Alex promised to be prudent from now on. 30 minutes later, Gracier came back with few clothes she had already tried. Because Alex was feeling unwell, she did not ask him to see the clothes she tried. She chooses to follow Delphi advice. After paying the bills, 1 gold coins, and 20 silver coins for the clothes and underwear, Alex bid farewell to Delphi and promised to come back, this time to buy his clothes and underwears. He left the store with a happy Gracier. After the two left Dior's store, they decided to head back, walking past several streets. Alex come to an abrupt stop and turned his head in the opposite direction to see a girl dressed in short pants and short shirts. On the two sides of her short pants were 2 daggers sheathed in something that looks like a belt. Looking at the girl's face, it was plain as the word plain could mean. Even Delphi was beautiful than this girl. The girl had long black hair tied in a ponytail and black eyes dark as the night itself. Even so, Alex did not know why he felt the girl's presence. The girl was also astonished when she locked eyes with Alex. However, she quickly concealed and started moving forward, not bothered to look at Alex again. On the other hand, Alex continued to observe the black-haired girl who by now had disappeared from his sight. What's happening, big brother Alex? Why are you staring at that black-haired girl so much? Did you perhaps know her? Gracier asked, shaking his head. Alex explained. I don't know her, but I feel like that face is not her real face. She concealing something, I'm sure of. Well, it's not my problem. Even though she from her outfit I can tell that she is also an adventurer, I never saw her. I doubt we will see each other again, not that I care. Let's go. Gracier glanced at her big brother before mumbling to herself, I'm not sure about that. She quickly followed after Alex. The two went towards the moonlight inn. Meanwhile, the girl in question, now in another street, glanced back and mumbled interesting before vanishing from where she stood. Interesting was the word used by Silveria when she saw the girl. Chapter 42 40.5 Side Story. My name is Lena. Lena POV. My name is Lena and I'm a receptionist at the guild branch of the Adventurer Guild located in Area Town, a medium-sized town. It's a lively town. I started working here, it's been 5 years already. During these 5 years, I have seen my fair share of adventurers, some rise to prominence, while some die during mission. In the latter case, it's sad. However, all adventurers know what being an adventurer entails. You could die at any given moment, it may happen today or the day after. The risk is high, so is the reward. If there was a dungeon nearby, I think more adventurers would have died. Even before coming here, I started as adventurer as well. Thinking about those days, I can't help but smile. Now I became a receptionist for my personal interest. Even coming into this town had been intentional. There is something I need to confirm, so I chose this town after leaving the capital. My days as receptionist went on. A lot of adventurers hit on me several times, but none of them managed to catch my eyes. Nor I'm planning to start a relationship to begin with, so all their attempts failed. Even so, they continued, and because of this I earned a nickname, the Goddess, because they deem me as such. That why I did not accept any of their confessions. How could mere mortals think that he may win a goddess's heart? He can't. To make matters worse, the goddess herself was unwilling. Hence the nickname. Well, it was not like I care about it. Days passed and today I was thinking that it would be like usual. However, he came. Hello, I'm Alexander Touch. I would like to register as adventurer, may I? Said the black-haired young man. He was not handsome nor he's ugly, just in middle. The most beautiful thing on his person, if I may say, would be his eyes, his beautiful green eyes that screamed life. At that moment I knew he was the one I was waiting for, not in the romantic way, mind you. Smiling, I started explaining things to this young man named Alex. Days passed after Alex became adventurer and started taking quest. He was a bit reckless taking quest. Even when I warned him, he didn't listen and said it will be okay. I couldn't only smile while inwardly thinking, please do not get yourself killed. Strangely, every time Alex managed to astonish me, completing quest after quest. His levels slowly rising until the day they brought him back. I was so surprised and so panicked that my heart almost stopped beating when I saw the unconscious Alex. Metter, thanks for bringing him here. He's an acquaintance. So, can you bring him to the second floor? There is my room there. I'll let him rest over until he wakes up. I can't bring him back to his inn still unconscious. I pleaded. Metter. The latter nodded his head before proceeding towards my room on the second floor. On my way to the second floor, I was stopped by Karen, another receptionist I formed. She's the lively time, she's more like the little star among us receptionists, though. Lena, are sure it's wise to let him sleep in your room? What if he assault you? Karen asked seriously. Ouch. Flicking her forehead, Karen cried, holding her head and started acting as if her head was about to explode. Do me flicking her forehead. Something I was sure I did lightly. Rolling my eyes at Karen's antics, I said, stop joking, he can't do anything even he wanted, something I doubt he will ever do. I'm more concerned about how his adventurer life will change if those suckers know about him sleeping in my room. Karen's eyes widened slightly before she looked the transported Alex with eyes filled with pity. Pity because Lena's fan would kill to have the chance he got. Some jealous may target him. Smiling, I left Karen lost in her little world as I proceeded toward my room on the second floor. After entering my room, I helped Metter install him on the bed. Having finished, he left, leaving me and Alex alone in the room. Observing him, I saw that from time to time Alex's body would twitch. He seemed to be having a nightmare. His shirt was drenched in sweat, same with his forehead. Sighing, I approached him and with my left hand I touched his forehead. Hot. Immediately I cried. His forehead was indeed hot like boiled water. I heaved another sigh before proceeding to undress his upper body. With a towel and water I brought from my space ring, I started cleaning his upper body and head. It was to help him alleviate his body temperature. It's funny if you think about it. Me doing this kind of thing, what kind of face they will make if one of them saw the current me. Sigh. It's all prophecy, and if I going to be sacrificed for the greater good, then that's what it gotta be, I mumbled to myself before shaking my head. After half an hour, I stopped because Alex's body temperature. Looking at his bare upper body, I couldn't help but praise his physical. His muscles were well defined, packed with energy. He had what men prided themselves to call six-packs. They were not perfect yet, but I think they are good enough. Shaking my head to discard any thoughts of touching, tracing my fingers on them, I left the room to take a breather. Half of an hour later, when I came back, Alex had already woke up and he was talking to someone. When I looked at him strangely, Alex coughed before answering the question I asked him about previously. "Thank you, Lena, I'm fine." With a smile, I replied, "That's reassuring then." Suddenly, I noticed something that wasn't on his arm before, so I asked. Naturally, Alex will not tell the truth. He lied, saying that he had that cross-shaped tattoo on his left hand before. I did not pursue the matter because everyone has a secret. Few days passed quickly after the incident. Alex had restarted taking Quest again. Sigh. I hope he will be more prudent. It happened when I was thinking that. Alex came back with an injury. I said injury, but it was just a slight cut on the cheek, nothing serious. After healing him, he asked me to use the private room. Once inside the private room located on the second floor, Alex brought a few things that gave me the scare of my life. This reckless boy had killed 30 goblins and even a rare species goblin, something only D-rank adventurer could face. He even brought back 2 adventurers' corpses. When I saw the corpses, I couldn't help but sigh. It's sad, those 2 just reunited recently, to think both would lose their life shortly after. That's adventurer's life for you. After lecturing him for a while, I let Alex go after informing him that the guild master wants to see, that pervert would like to see him tomorrow. Said guild master, who was present in the room, "He just hides his presence, only I know." Something I wasn't sure if it was true because from Alex's body I had the feeling of being observed. I may have imagined things. The next day Alex came with another surprise. He was with a red-haired young girl whose age would be between 14 or 15 at best. When I saw the girl, something within my blood resonated and I knew without a doubt that this girl and I were somehow related. So, immediately I swear an oath. Taking her as my little, something that astonished the girl and Alex. Even if she seemed to see Alex as her big brother, something I don't mind. Becoming her big sister ties me to Alex, something I welcome with open arms. Later I learned what happened to her in Chris' room. I couldn't help but become furious, so furious that I started emitting a little bit of killing intent. I quickly stopped it not to hurt Alex. After finishing talking with Chris, Alex left. Once alone, Chris and I talked. I knew that Alex was Otherworlders, one of the 8 who came into our world recently. What kind of gift he possesses is a mystery. Well, I'm not in a hurry to know. I'll know soon enough. After leaving Chris' room, I went to the first floor to chat with Seer. It was the nickname I gave my little sister Gracier. Chatting with her for a while, Alex proposed to leave, and even though I was against it, I let her go after securing a promise to go out with her. As I said earlier, my name is Lena. I came to this town for a purpose. Finally, after 5 years, I was able to encounter him. He even brought me a surprise. Someone I wouldn't have encountered if those bastards had taken her with them. I'm truly blessed to have him. He saved her. Time to take care of some trash. Chapter 43-41, Nuts Crusher Part 1. After Lena finished her shift, she went to her room on the second floor. Once inside, she showered before changing into new clothes. Mumbling something, her figure changed. Instead of her previous green hair and eyes, now she had long black hair and blue eyes. She was not beautiful as her previous self. This will do. After saying that, she checked her figure before leaping through the window of the second floor and disappeared into the night. Time to hunt, she murmured before the darkness swallowed her up. The sun had already set, leaving a place to the darkness that held the world in its embrace. For some it was the time to sleep. To recover after a long journey of work, the night was the time they are active, ready to receive their clients. Meanwhile, for some, it was time to drink until they forget who they are. In a night like these, taverns are full. The night became daytime for the customers inside it. In a tavern few streets away from the Adventurer Guild. From the outside, it looks welcoming, well-maintained, and warm. Large and small stones and soft wooden tree trunks make up most of the building's outer structure. It was near impossible to see through the small, curtained windows, but the sounds of cutlery and drinking glasses from within could be felt outside, as one enters the tavern through the old hardwood door. You're welcomed by clapping hands and cheerful singing. The bartender was handling some customers but still manages to welcome a new customer with a wink. It was as engaging inside as it was on the outside. Stone beams support the upper floor and the rows of small luminas, magic stones used to illuminate one house at night, attached to them. The walls were packed with all sorts of travel memorabilia, most likely all collected by the owner. The tavern itself was packed. Adventurers seem to be the primary clientele here, which often leads to exciting evenings as they recount their adventures, not forgetting to exaggerate to spice things a little bit. Several long tables were occupied by happy, excited groups of people. Some were dancing on the table, while others cheer them on with clapping and yelling. The other, smaller tables were also occupied by people who were having a good time. Even most of the stools at the bar were occupied, though nobody seems to mind more company. Ella leaned on the bar, her long black hair lying over one shoulder of her sequined dress. She lolled her head to one side, pushing out her red lips just a little. Her blue eyes shined in this poorly illuminated bar. She wasn't drunk yet, but she liked to give the impression that she was. The bartender was there to take her order in a flash, eyes dropping only momentarily to her low-cut neckline. She twiddled her hair in a seemingly absent-minded way and giggled girlishly before ordering a strong drink. "I'm on it," replied the bartender, giving another glance at her before going to prepare the drink. Meanwhile, in another corner sitting around a table drinking was a group of men. They are not particularly handsome nor too ugly either. One of them, who was observing the black-haired woman for a while, finally talked. "Joe, that chick over there will do, what do you think?" Joe, the burly man among the three, shook his head. He seemed drunk. "I dunno, Pinky, what's the plan?" Joe asked back, albeit with a difficulty. Pinky, the midget, the one who talked earlier, touched his pink nose and sent a glance toward the black-haired woman, who seemed to be drowning cup after cup as if tonight she had come to drown her sorrow, before lowering his head and said, "You lots didn't seem to have eyes. You're seeing a drunken woman, but me, I'm seeing an opportunity to make quick money and at the same time quench the boss' anger for our last failure. Don't you see where I'm going?" Pinky became frustrated as none of them seemed to pick what he was trying to say. He had the impulse to punch those bastards who can't use their heads even one bit. All the assholes know was to drink and drink, more drinks. He was fed up with these bunches of brainless idiots. It was because of their negligences that last time the merchandise had escaped, and even though they had caught it, they still lose it because of some asshole playing the hero. Well, he was one hell of a hero. Pinky swore that he had never seen anything like that. Just a few beams and they have been co-ed hell. Thinking about it sent shivers running down his spine. He prayed to the gods, hoping that they do exist, and had his time to make that he never encounter the Flash Demon. It was how he nicknamed the man who played the hero and rescued the red-haired girl back then. Pinky's boss did not believe him even after seeing their unusual injuries. Something is attributed to some projectiles, nothing usual, he had said. Well, you haven't been there, so you won't know that what we said are true. Pinky inwardly thought that day. There is no need to think about it anymore. Let's focus on the opportunity in front. Shaking his head, Pinky glared at his partners in crime before patiently explaining what he meant. You see, we mustn't let this opportunity to make money slip by, and at the same time we could use this chance to redeem ourselves for the previous failure. Boss was furious. No, he's still furious. That red-haired girl was worth a lot of money. A special client was waiting for the merchandise after all. Well, let's drop this topic. My point is that one of us will approach this black-haired girl, and after making sure she was drunk, we will propose to send her back home, but well, that home won't be hers, that's all. Do you lots understand where I'm going? Pinky asked. Finally, the two seemed to understand what Pinky meant as they started grinning. Max, the third person who hasn't spoken since the start, finally spoke. He was the more handsome among the lots. Short brown hair and eyes of the same hue. He had a scar on the left side of his face. It added more manliness to his already packed figure. I get what you were saying, Pinky, but what proof do you have that the girl isn't a local? What if we proceed as you said and trouble follows shortly after? Max raised some questions he considers important. They must be cautious not to alert the guards or the Adventurer Guild on their illegal dealings. After all, smiling as they are, not brainless, especially Max, he can be wise in some unexpected situation. Pinky decided to explain why he had selected the chick for tonight's operation. He hadn't been observing the girl for fun. After all, lowering his voice, he started his explanation. You see, I have been observing the girl for more than 2 hours already. At the start I thought she was waiting for someone, but it seems that I was wrong. She just sat there drinking cup after cup. After analyzing her, I conclude that she wasn't from this town, she's just a passerby. I never saw her here, I know probably everybody here. As for why she just sat there drowning cup after cup, I can't clearly say why. Maybe she had a problem, but what you must know is that she isn't from here, meaning nobody gonna miss a girl who just disappeared. Besides, she gave the loner vibe, hence we must waste this God's given gift. Tomorrow she may go back, so we must act tonight and ASAP. That is, okay, leave to me then, Max replied before leaving his sit. His next destination was obvious, he was going toward the black-haired woman who seemed drunken. On the other side, Ella, who lowered her head, couldn't help but smirk when she heard the approaching man. Unknown to the three, she had heard all they said, grinning evilly. If those who knew her were present, they were going to say that hell will break loose on these poor guys soon. Ella mumbled, "The fish has taken the bait, he. That's going to be fun. Did you say something?" asked the bartender who was cleaning few glasses. "Give another cup of the previous drink," Ella ordered. Even though the bartender wanted to comment on how many cups she had already drowned, he still shut it and served another drink to the girl. "Thank you," Ella said as she started sipping her drink, waiting for the man to come. Chapter 44-42, Nuts Crusher Part 2. When Ella opened her eyes again, she was inside a cage instead of her room. Panicking, she looked around her to see that she was not the only one trapped inside a cage. There were several other cages as well. People seemed to be trapped inside these cages like her. Roughly counting, there were dozens of these cages. Ella's head throbbed because of the terrible headache she was feeling. Fuck. How did I end here? It stinked like hell, she swore. She had trouble comprehending how she had ended up here instead of her room. Trying to remember what she was doing, a terrible headache assaulted her. If her memory didn't play her, she remembered that she was drinking and a man approached her. After drinking few cups, she started to feel drowsy and that man proposed to accompany her back to her inn, who was not far from the tavern, and then she blackout. When she opened her eyes again, she was here chained inside a cage. It doesn't take a genius to guess that she had been abducted and brought here. She will be probably sold as a slave. Though slavery had become forbidden throughout the world since 100 years ago, some still practiced it. Slaves were sold, but secretly. If you were caught, only guillotine awaits you. Coming back to the present, Ella observed her surrounding. This place looks like a basement. The other caged girls, all of them were female, ages ranging from 15 to 20. Their eyes were lifeless. There were numerous bruises on their skin. It seems that they have been trained until they became obedient, not making any noise. They just sat there. Ella was extremely furious. She quickly calmed herself not to blow off her cover. Soon, numerous footsteps could be heard until the door was opened. 3 individuals who were laughing. They seemed extremely happy. The 3 entered inside the basement. Immediately Ella recognized the 3. How could she not? Those 3 were at the tavern back then. One of them approached her. It was how she ended here. Pinky, happy for tonight's success, he looked at the caged Ella and whistled. "It seems that our beauty is already awakened. How are you feeling?" Pinky asked sarcastically. "Fine, I just want to punch that Pink's nose of yours," Ella replied sarcastically in turn. "Joe," and Max burst out of laughter with Max teasing Pinky. "You heard her right? So, will you obediently let yourself get punched? Maybe it won't hurt. She's frail after all, right? Do it, Pinky." Joe chimed in. "Shut up, you two." Pinky glared at the 2 before turning to face Ella with a grin. He said, "A fiery one, I like it. Unfortunately, I can't enjoy you myself. I'll let boss decide your fate. You'll be sold tonight. Like this you won't have the chance to escape like that red-haired little slut. Drag her out, we going to see boss." Max dragged Ella out. The other slaves shuddered in fear, shrinking back into their cages. Clicking his tongue, Pinky and the other left while dragging Ella behind them, and because her head was lowered, nobody noticed the dangerous glint that passed through Ella's eyes when Pinky talked about a certain red-haired girl. After walking for 15, they arrived in front of a big door. From the other side, clamorous sounds could be heard, with women moans mixed in. Ella's body trembled. Noticing it, Pinky grinned and said, "Let's go." Immediately Max pushed the door open and the 4 entered. What greeted Ella was a scene of debauchery. Dozens of men were drinking while numerous naked women were entertaining them. Some were playing with the women while some were lashing them. It was a horrible sight. Even though the women were begging, they continued. Farther in the room stood a throne, and sitting on the throne was a topless man who had a woman kneeling in front of him, head lowered. It doesn't take a genius to guess what the woman was doing. The man sitting on the throne had a large physical. Even though he was sitting, one could see that he was extremely tall. 2 meters tall, black hair and blue eye. One of his eyes was covered by an eye patch. There were numerous scars on his body testimonage to his numerous battles. He was emitting a kind of wild aura, the aura of a wounded beast. One must know that wounded beasts tend to be dangerous. All noises stopped at once when the four entered before the men whistled, appraising Ella's body with their lecherous eyes. "Boss, I brought something as apologies for our last failure," Pinky announced, ignoring the other men who were trying to get into his good side now that they saw what he brought. The boss smiled with his yellow teeth in full display as he said with a rough voice, "Oh? Isn't our little Pinky? I thought that I had said I didn't want to see you after your previous blunder? I wasn't clear enough, I guess." Pinky flinched, but gritting his teeth he talked back, "Please boss, hear me out. I brought this girl as apologies. Even though she's not beautiful as the previous one, she's finer than the other goods. Believe me, boss." The boss finally observed Ella as if appraising her after scrutinizing for a good minute. The boss stroked his chin and nodded his head in appreciation. Pinky heaved a sigh of relief. "It seems I'm not going to die tonight," he mumbled. "Good, but that doesn't mean that I forgot your previous blunder. Your fines will be cut in half for the next 2 months," the boss declared. Pinky mood soured when he heard his boss punishment. Still, he smiled and replied, "Okay boss, I accept the punishment." "Good, it's why I appreciate you. You're intelligent, just that you don't know how to manage your men. As for their punishment, let's see, no salary for the next 5 months, the boss declared. The other men burst out of laughter, even Pinky laughed as well. Max and Joe turned pale. With this punishment they will eat less and drink less. It was total hell for the two who like foods and wine more than anything. Now what should I do with this chick? She has a nice pair of eyes. Should I enjoy her myself? The boss considered. "Boss, I think it would be preferable to give to that man as a gift. Like that he won't be angry anymore. He will owe us one. We can't use this debt in the future in case we face trouble. What do you think?" Pinky proposed. The boss thought for a moment before nodding his head. "Good idea, Pinky, smart as ever. That prodigal son will be happy if we do as you suggest." Poor Marquis, he doesn't know that his son is collecting slaves. The thing he hates the most is his toys inside his dungeon. The other men laughed, mocking the young man who thinks he was intelligent. If not for his background, their boss would not have to bother himself with the latter. Well, it was with his help they managed to get this base located in the slum area and were also able to smuggle their goods in and out without much issues. Hence they must be careful when dealing with him if they want to continue doing their business inside the town. The man was quite greedy, but there was nothing they could do. This town was like his playing ground. His father had spoiled him too much. Still, outside he acted a bit proper, but inside he's rotten. He's collect different slaves every 3 months. He keeps them inside his dungeon where he plays with them until their break or until he became bored playing with them. Chuckling, the boss, Marco, the boss's name, thought how Marquis Lawson would react knowing his cherished son have numerous slaves as his playing things. He had disposed of numerous slaves as well after becoming bored with them. How ironic. Marco mumbled before drinking his wine while not forgetting to play with the woman beside him while at the same recalling his days as a mercenary. Chapter 45-43, Nuts Crusher. Last part, Marco had been a mercenary as far he could remember, going from battlefield to battlefield. Well, he said battlefields, but they were more like few skirmishes who happened here and there between countries, nothing major. Still, he enjoyed these days until one day he offended someone he shouldn't. It was an extremely beautiful girl who was passing by. Marco and his crew had finished a mission and were enjoying themselves in one of the villages near the end of the continent when a maiden dressed in white passed through the village. She wore a veil to hide her face. Even one could see that she was an extremely beautiful woman. She had long golden hair. When Marco and his men saw the maiden, their eyes zeroed right on the maiden. Immediately they became breathless. They whistled in unison with one of Marco's men, suggesting, "Boss, I think I saw a goddess today." "We concur." The other men nodded their heads as if sharing the man's thought. Marco was staring foolishly at the maiden that was walking as though gliding on the ground. The previous man who talked added, "Because we are not as handsome as the boss, we suggest that boss should get this girl. You'll be respected through the land if you were to have a wife like this one. So, boss, do not let her go." Yeah, boss, don't let her go. You are the most handsome among us, there's no way she will refuse. When she was passing, she quickly glanced at you. "Go for it, boss," shouted the other men, like a devil's whisper. Marco believes his men and decided to try his luck, hence he stood up and walked toward the maiden who was walking a few meters ahead. "Excuse me, miss, can I have a little bit of your time? I promise you won't regret it. I'm Marco, a C-rank mercenary. I'm the leader of the Fawns Mercenary. Nice to meet you. May I know your name?" Marco asked. By the way, mercenary rank doesn't differ too much from the adventurer rank, just that there was no SS rank mercenary. Back to Marco's group, the maiden ignored Marco as she continued advancing. Even though Marco was a little irritated, he calmed down and decided to continue trying. Maybe she had not heard him, he thought. Miss, I'm Marco. Marco introduced himself several times, changed the way he talked to no avail. The maiden ignored him. Furious Marco, who doesn't want to lose his face in front of his men, cussed, "Bitch, why are you playing hard to get for? You're just a whore, just a little bit beautiful than the other. Stop for this, daddy." Marco's men burst out of laughter. Finally, the maiden stopped walking and spun around, facing Marco. Marco overjoyed. However, to his horror, what the maiden did next would haunt him for numerous nights to come. She swung her hand in Marco's direction. Yes, just a casual swing. It was all it took to blast Marco, peak rank 5, far back. He collided against his men, breaking a few arms and noses in the process. When Marco stood up again, he noticed that one of his eyes had been blinded. His upper armor disappeared, leaving numerous scars on his already scarred body. Forgetting his pain, Marcos turned pale. Fear assaulted him. He had never felt so powerless before, not even facing that famous S-rank mercenary. The maiden had already disappeared, not bothering herself with them. For her it had been just a small punishment, nothing noteworthy. Intense pain assaulted Marco. He didn't care about his men who were groaning, lying on the ground. Shit, I shouldn't have said that, was Marco's last thought before falling unconscious. Back to the present, Marco stroked his blind eye covered by an eye patch. Fear assaulted him. Shaking his head, the Marco drinks his wine while asking, "Pinky, how did you manage to get the girl?" "I don't want any problem, don't worry, boss. I have been extremely careful when choosing the girl," Pinky said before explaining how and why he had selected Ella. "Good. Your punishment will be reduced to 1 month and a half, Marco announced, Pinky overjoyed. But before he could thank his boss, the latter eyes narrowed into a slit as he noticed something. "Say, Pinky, why didn't you mark the girl? I don't want her to escape like the previous ones. I swear I'll personally kill if it ever happens. That little girl was fine. Good. Maybe I should have claimed her virginity back then when you brought her." The boss grinned evilly while playing with the woman that served him his drink. The temperature inside the room turned cold instantly after Marco mumbled that. All laughter stopped. Even Marco's hand stopped, and in a heavy tone he asked, "Who? Who dare to come here uninvited? Show yourself, no need to roar like that, I'm here, you know." A woman's voice answers him. "What?" asked several men at the same time as they turned their heads in the direction of the voice, and to their horror they saw Ella, who should be chained, sitting on a chair, legs crossed so nonchalantly that one wouldn't doubt that she was at home. Since when? That was the question running through their heads. "Who are you?" Marco asked, eyes filled with caution. A girl who was able to do what she had done was no weakling after all. All other men stood up ready to intervene at any moment. "Me? Let's see, I'm the Punisher." Ella replied casually. "What?" asked everyone. Flicking her fingers, the door opened itself. All the men present inside the room body tensed at this display. Unbothered, Ella continued, "You all leave, wait for me down there." The slaves girls looked alternatively between Ella and Marco, seeing that Marco's eyes were solely focused on Ella as if he was fearing that the latter may make a move at any moment. The girls finally left the room as if running from what they considered to be soon a battlefield. "Now, we can play," Ella muttered. No one answered her. Silence hung inside the room. Suddenly, Ella's eyes narrowed into a slit. Smiling evilly, she said, "I hate when people try to stealthily walk behind me, you know? Max or whatever, thanks for the previous treatment." Ella vanished and reappears in front of the startled Max, who never thought that he would be discovered. Ella smacked the surprised Max across the cheek, sending him spiraling across the air like twirling ballerinas. Bang! Max crashed against the wall, embedding himself within it, his arms bent into an unnatural angle. Foam coming from his mouth. One move and he has been KO'd. A rank 3 got done, and just like that, fear took hold of the other hearts. Marco's eye opened in horror, his body was trembling. This scene brought back an unwanted memory. "It's just one girl, let's attack her together," Pinky, who overcomes his fear, momentarily ordered. All other men sprung forward, bringing with them their weapons or an alternate one. Except for the frozen boss, there was another man who had not moved, a peak rank 5, the strongest after the rank 6 Marco. He was named Gregor, Marco's right-hand man. When he saw how Ella handled Max, he knew they were in deep shit. "This one is not a joke," he thought before observing his boss and saw the latter trembling. "No good, gotta slip, or else I'm going to die here," Gregor mumbled before trying to stealthily leave using the commotion. However, Ella was not planning to let him do as he wishes. Immediately she released a bit of her power. Time itself stopped. All approaching men stood there frozen with their weapons raised. Only their eyes and mouth could open. One could see the horror on their faces, especially Gregor and Marco. The latter mouth opened so hard that one could be able to shove an egg. In it, while the former muttered, eyes filled with extreme fear, someone of her caliber should not be here, more than a deep shit, they were simply finished, eyes filled with horror. Marco said. Shit, a demi-dash, you talk too much, Ella muttered before Gregor was sent crashing against the wall, sharing the same fate as Max. Ella moved between the other men, striking them, and soon she was in front of the frightened Marco, recalling her power back. All other men were sent crashing against the wall, some crashed against the tables and chairs, all of them were in worse shapes. It was dash. Marco couldn't finish what he was going to say before letting out a hail, crunch. Ella had stepped on his crotch, destroying his family jewel. You like to play with women, don't you? You're planning to take her virginity, don't you? Let's see how you are going to do that without your things. Ella muttered while grinning evilly. Alter heel, Ella chanted in an obscure language before a light covered Marco's crotch, healing it. However, to Marco horror, his manhood had disappeared after the healing. New Marco shrieked before finally fainting. The other men trembled in fear, some tried to escape even if they had to move limply. Grinning, Ella approached each one of them and did the same thing to all of them. Oh, please have mercy. I'll behave from now on. Please, no dash. In the following half hour, cries filled with horror and pleading could be heard coming from the hall as all the men lost what made them man. Ella crushed their balls before healing them, however. They all lost their family jewel, becoming dickless. Smiling proudly, Ella looked at her masterpiece before leaving the room after she bound all of them together, freeing the women and collecting the evidence proving the Marquis' son involvement. Ella left, but not with the girls. After leaving them near a guard's station with the collected evidence, she disappeared like a cool heroine. Soon, the guards learned what happened and went to Marco's den to see bound and fainted men. All of them were naked, but all their manhood had disappeared. Bewildered and feeling chills down their crotches, the guards still did their jobs. The Marquis' son has been arrested as well. People would later call the mysterious heroine the Demoness A. K. The Nuts Crusher. Back to Lena's room, Ella appears and undid her transformation to transform back into Lena. Giggling, she said, "That was fun, still to think that bastard would be their backer, poor Marquis. Well, tonight's goal has been accomplished. Let's sleep. Good night, Seer. Big sister has taken care of those trashes. You should focus on leveling up to be able to have your revenge against these monsters located in Zilia's mountain." "I won't help you on this one, I'll just observe," Lena mumbled, and with a sweet smile, she entered her bed before switching off the light. Darkness envelopes the room and soon the sound of calming breathing could be heard. Chapter 46-44, Girls Talk Part 1, Going back in time a little, Alex and Gracier entered the Moonlight Inn. As usual, it was crowded. It was to be expected because it was already evening. When the two entered, they saw a busy Leah serving food here and there while exchanging few pleasantries, few jokes, with the customers. "Welcome, Gracier, Alex." Even though she was busy serving a customer, Leah still greeted the two when she noticed them. "Evening, Leah. You seem busy. Wants me to help? But you'll pay me. I'm costly, you must know." Alex teased, rolling her eyes. Leah replied, "I don't need your help, but if you could let Gracier help, it would be welcomed." "Sorry, that won't be possible. There's something Gracier and I need to discuss." "Maybe another time," Alex said apologetically. Gracier looks apologetic as well. "It's fine. I was just joking anyway, but tonight Gracier is going to sleep with me." "There's no discussion on this one," Leah stated as if she would not take no for answer. Alex glanced at Gracier to see her smiling. She didn't seem against the idea. As a result, Alex saw no need to refuse Lee's demand. "All right, we will come down after showering," Alex added before disappearing with Gracier. Watching the retreating Alex's back, Leah couldn't help but sigh while thinking Alex was acting like a big brother. "How funny. I say, little Leah, could you go take my order? I'm dying from hunger here." "Your boyfriend's already gone." "Well, he said he will come down after showering, or are you planning to join him?" one of the customers sitting around a table said jokingly. Leah was brought out of her stupor. Glaring at the bald old man, she said, "He's not my boyfriend, you bald head." Then, she scurried away, leaving the customers who started laughing, making fun of her, saying there was no need to be shy. Mrs. Lana in the kitchen heard the commotion and saw a red-faced Leah entering the kitchen. She knew what happened. Smiling, she placed the orders in front of Leah and said, "Here you go." Leah left with the orders. Half of an hour later, Alex and Gracier descended and sat around an unoccupied table. Automatically, Leah approached the two. Smiling, she said, "Welcome back. Mother said that tonight she has something specially prepared for you, a surprise. She said you'll like it." "Oh? I'm eager then. I want orange juice, not a wine tonight," Alex said. "Noted," Leah said. Then she glanced at Gracier. The latter said, "It will a salad for me." Same drink as big brother Alex. Roger, I'll be back soon, Leah said before leaving. Shortly, Leah arrived with their orders. Firstly, she served Alex's orange juice and Mrs. Lana's surprise, 2 plates of ravioli. The little white parcels were wonderfully fresh, filled with wild mushrooms, and served with a salad of mixed greens and Parmesan cheese. Alex tasted one. He had to admit that the food was as delicious as Mrs. Lana had promised. Then Leah placed Gracier's salad in front of her. Gracier stared at her salad with a smile. The salad was mostly crisp lettuce leaves tossed in some sort of a creamy sauce, served with buttery garlic bread. Gracier loved the leaves and the crunchy croutons. She loved the cold sliced chicken and avocado that lay on top. In no time at all the salad was gone and her mind turned to the orange juice. Leah observed the two as they devoured everything. She was happy to see them enjoy their foods, even though she had not prepared Alex's food. Gracier's salad had been prepared especially by her. How was it? She asked. Delicious, the two responded in unison. Startled, the two looked at each other before laughing. Tell your mother that I enjoyed her surprise. It was good. Alex praised the ravioli. He was being honest. It was delicious, thank you for the salad. I know it was you who did it, Gracier said with a smile. What? How do you know? Asked the surprised Leah. Gracier giggled. I don't know, you just said it. I was testing you earlier. Leah was lost for words. She didn't think that Gracier would trick her. She jumped in. Finally, she understood why Alex was smiling after Gracier praised her, so he knew what her little sister was up to. Leah glared at Alex. Alex smiled before shrugging his shoulders, saying it wasn't his fault. Another girl cleaned the tables as the three continued chatting. It was a new employee. Alex didn't know her name. The girl looks like Mrs. Lana. She seemed to be in her early 20s. After chatting with the girls for 1 hour, Alex decided to leave. I'm going to sleep. Good night, both of you. See you tomorrow, Gracier. You should sleep early because tomorrow we will be taking a quest, your first quest. Hence you need to be at top of your form. Do not sleep late. Alex warned. Okay, I understand. Good night, big brother. Gracier replied while Leah waved at the retreating Alex. Shortly later, Gracier and Leah went upstairs, the second floor. At the end of the corridor stood Lena's room. After the two entered, Lena said before entering the bathroom, Make yourself home. I'm going to take a shower. Gracier, who brought her pajamas with her, changed in it before sitting on the big bed. Lee's room was painted blue. The room was simple, except for the big bed, the table, chairs, and the closet. There was nothing inside the room. Gracier sat on the bed lost in thoughts. Leah, who freshly showered, entered the room with a towel wrapped around her slim figure. Dropping it, she wore her underwear and a white shirt on top of it before entering the bed and covered herself with the blanket. Then she turned to face Gracier. I'm back. Ah. I felt refreshed. Gracier smiled, looking at her. Without giving her a time to place one, Leah asked, How was your day at the Adventurer Guild? Did you regret wanting to become an adventurer? Not really, I'm happy to have registered. Oh. I forgot, today I become a beautiful elf's little sister. Gracier replied, What? You're talking about Lena? That's Lena? Leah asked, surprised that the famous Lena will take a half-elf she had never seen as a little sister. Exactly, it's her. She swore an oath upon the world tree that she'll protect me as my big sister. I don't know why she did that, but I have the feeling that she didn't mean any harm. Besides, I have the feeling that she isn't simple as she showed. I may be wrong, but it's unlikely. Having a powerful ally is good for me and Big Brother. Gracier explained. Even though Leah was surprised by Lena's action, she doubts that Lena, the mysterious Lena, had done something so serious without a reason. Well, only she knows why she did it. Clicking her tongue because Alex seems to be lucky to have a little sister like Gracier, Leah said, displeased. That lucky bastard, he's nothing serious. He just lucky to have you. Don't talk like that about Big Brother Alex. You know nothing about him. Gracier replied angrily. Leah put on a startling expression while inwardly smiling, happy to see Gracier defend Alex even though they met recently. Why did you say that? Did you perhaps know something about him? Leah asked, doing her best not to smile. Gracier's anger calmed down as she explained, even though I don't know anything about him. I'm sure he was not from here. Well, I know that he was not from here, from this town. It's obvious. Leah stated, You got me wrong, I'm saying he is not from this world. His aura is different from those of this world. I noticed it the first time I saw him. Do not ask how I know this, but I'm sure I'm not wrong. Gracier explained. She had noticed something unusual about Alex the first time she saw him coupled with Lena's interest in the latter, something she noticed today. She was sure of her assumption. Gracier could not say why she felt like that, but she has the impression that Lena was interested in Alex. Not in a romantic way, but for a specific reason she couldn't tell. Becoming Lena's sworn sister was to know the reason, also to protect Alex in the case Lena would try to harm him. Something she doubts it would happen. Better be prepared. What? You must be joking, right? Leah asked, refusing to believe Gracier. Gracier shrugged her shoulders, deciding not to convince the latter if she didn't believe her. Pouting because Gracier didn't try to convince her, Leah asked, "Tell me what happened to your eye? Why are you wearing an eye patch even when you're going to sleep?" With a giggle, Gracier replied, "Secret," before added, "Good night, Leah." Then she fell into the bed and pulled the thick blanket to her chin. "You're no fun at all. We will continue this conversation later. Good night, Gracier," Leah said before switching off the luminas illuminating her room. Chapter 47-45, A way to increase one's MP. While the girls were chatting inside Lee's room, Alex sat on his bed, legs crossed. He decided to check the skill that Silveria had given him. Thinking about the new skill in question, a blue panel window containing the skill's description appeared before his eyes. Blink, skill that grants the user the ability to disappear and reappears at will within a certain range. Skill level 1, Blink's range 100 meters, 328 feet. The more the skill's level is high, the more distance your blink will cover, while the amount of MP needed will reduce. MP needed 350. Alex sucked a mouthful of air. It was indeed a nice skill. Used wisely, you can catch your opponent off guard by appearing behind him and fire a bullet at point blank range. The problem was the amount of MP needed to use the skill. With his current MP, Alex could only blink 3 times before running out of MP. He needs MP to fire bullets. At best, he could use this skill 1 time with his current MP. Shaking his head at how unfortunate it was not to have a lot of MP, Alex decided to ask Silveria's help. Maybe the latter could have a way that could help him increase his MP permanently besides leveling up. "Silveria, is there any way to increase my MP besides leveling up?" "There is," Silveria answered. "Good, care to share?" Alex asked Silveria to explain. "The only way possible for you to increase your MP is to eat a dragon's heart." "You must be joking, right?" Alex asked, not believing Silveria, thinking that she was joking with him. Unfortunately, Silveria wasn't joking. Her next words confirmed it. "And why would I joke about something so serious? I'm dead serious. You need a dragon's heart. You'll eat raw. While eating it, I will help you convert it into MP, blurg. Don't joke about something like that. Why would I eat raw? I'm not some sort of fucking cannibal. I've never eaten raw meat. It must stink like hell." Alex responded, doing his best not to vomit. Just the idea of eating a raw heart makes his stomach churns. "It's either that or nothing," Silveria announced. Seeing that there was no way out, sighing, Alex asked fearfully, "I understand, but where would I search a dragon heart?" "You don't intend to make me fight a dragon, do you?" "Not necessary, and I doubt that there is a true dragon in this world." "Well, for now, a wyvern's heart will do." "You can only use wyvern's heart twice before it will become ineffective. The next time you will want to increase your MP, you'll need a higher dragon heart." Silveria explained. Hearing Silveria's explanation, Alex thought that it made sense. For now, he will search for a wyvern's heart. Maybe he can purchase it because with his current rank it was nigh impossible to face a wyvern. If he were to do all he would earn will a ticket straight to hell. I will ask Lena later if it is possible to buy a wyvern's heart. Hell, I bet it will be costly. Well, let's sleep. Good night, Sil. Alex said before switching off the luminas illuminating his room. Good night, Master. Silveria replies as darkness enveloped the room. The next day, the bright radiance of the sun had infiltrated the night sky completely. Night was over and it was the start of a new day. Alex woke up to find Gracier sleeping in the bed using his arm as a pillow. Smiling because he was sure that Gracier had sneaked out of Lee's room to appear here. Alex left the bed gently, trying not to wake up her. After doing his usual morning stretchings, Alex went to the bathroom to shower and brush his teeth. After finishing, he came back into the room and get dressed in his adventurer's gear. By then Gracier had woken up. Seeing the dressed Alex, she stood up and greeted Alex before proceeding to the bathroom. Half of an hour later the two were eating their breakfast on the first floor. Leah was glaring at Alex. The latter had an idea why she was doing this. We will be going. See you tonight. Alex said after finishing. Gracier followed after whispering something into Lee's ear. The latter seemed to have calmed down after hearing Gracier. Alex passed by Smith's store. Today there was a customer already inside the store browsing through armors and weapons. Sarah was busy. Seeing Alex enter with someone she had never seen, Sarah stopped and glanced at Alex. "Morning, Alex. Who is the beautiful young lady beside you?" Sarah asked with curiosity. It was at that moment the other customer turned his attention on the new entrance. He was surprised by Gracier's beauty. From his outfit, Alex judged that he should be a mercenary. "Morning, Sarah. This beautiful girl is my little sister Gracier. Sarah, this is Gracier. Gracier, this is Sarah." Alex introduced the two. "Nice to meet you, big sister Sarah," Gracier said politely, smiling because she started to like the red-haired girl who wore an eye patch. Sarah replies, "Likewise, how is your old man? Did he finishes my orders?" Alex asked, tearing her gaze from Gracier. Sarah replies while giving a change to the customer Alex considered to be a mercenary. The latter had brought a bastard sword. He left after glancing at Alex. "He's fine. He's not done yet." He was trying to find the best material possible to make the black jacket and the black pants. "As for the shirt, I have finished it." "That's good, but tell him to make it quick. I'm going to take an exam to become a D rank adventurer soon. I'll need them to complete the exam. Also, I would like to order another set of 4 throwing knives. They must look exactly like the previous one. If possible, I want an enchanted robe for my little si-." Sarah cut Alex off and said, "Oh, so soon? Congratulations then. As for the enchanted robe, leave to me." "What color would you like, little sister?" "Red will do," Gracier responded. She seems to like red because 2 robes among the 3 robes she had brought yesterday were red. "Nice choice. It will be 2 gold coins. As for the 4 throwing knives, it will be 2 gold coins in dash." "Hold on." It was now Alex's turn to cut her off. "Can you reduce the total amount of money a little? I'm practically from the house, you know." Alex pleaded, rolling her eyes at Alex because the words he said could be misinterpreted as him being her man. Sarah sighed before deciding to reduce the total amount of money a little. "It will be 4 gold coins then. All your orders will be ready in 3 days." Sarah said, "Thank you. Oh, I forgot to tell your old man that I want to change how the belt I'll be wearing on top of the jacket will be." Taking out an already drawn sketch, Alex gave it to Sarah. The latter observed it before nodding her head. "So, you want this belt to be altered so that it could hold your throwing knives?" Sarah asked. "Exactly." Hearing Alex's confirmation, Sarah smiled before receiving the 4 gold coins. "Good, I'll tell him. We will be leaving then. Today will be Gracier's first day as adventurer, meaning her first quest." Alex declared. "Oh? Good chance then, little sister. Be sure to listen to your big brother." "Alex, please don't go too hard on her," Sarah advised. "Don't worry, big sister Sarah, I'll listen to big brother Alex," Gracier answered with a smile. "Good. See you in 3 days, I understand." "By Sarah, greet the old man for me," Alex said. "By big sister." Alex and Gracier left, leaving Sarah behind. The latter mumbled, "Alex is sure interesting. To think he will have a half-elf as a little sister. You're a really interesting person." She went behind her counter afterward, praying that today they will have a lot of customers as they used to every time Alex visited them. He was like their lucky star after all. Chapter 48-46. Seeing her again, the main street in the city of area leading towards the Adventurer Guild was currently buzzing with noise and voices. No, that was the usual situation. There wasn't anything strange about it. Except that today it seemed somehow different because people stopped and were gossiping about something. Some were quietly whispering into ears of those close to them to see the latter widening its eyes. Even though Alex and Gracier found the atmosphere quite strange, they decided to continue. Whatever had happened has nothing to do with them. So, they thought. However, soon their assumption would be proven to be false. When Alex and Gracier entered the guild, it was crowded as usual, but today the atmosphere was somehow different than usual. It was the same atmosphere as the 2 witnesses earlier. The 2 continued advancing, but curiosity got the better of them. Stretching his ears, Alex tried to listen to the gossiping adventurers. "Man, you'll never believe what happened last night," said Adventurer A. "What happened? Quickly share it. When coming here, I noticed the unusual atmosphere inside the town." Adventurer B said, urging the other to quickly share what he knew. chuckling the adventurer. I started explaining what happened last night, not forgetting to spice things a little. You know, last night an illegal slave organization has been raided. All the culprits bounded and the poor girls rescued. Fuck those trashes to thinks that something like this was inside our city. Tell me who raided this illegal organization, another adventurer asked. Pursuing his lips together, the adventurer answered, it was one girl. The nearby adventurers' eyes turned rounder when they heard the man. What? Only one girl? She must be strong then. Another adventurer said after a moment of pondering, really strong. She beat 50 bandits by herself. Their boss is peak rank 6, I heard. Adventurer A added. Sue, all nearby adventurers sucked a mouthful of air while inwardly praising the lady. However, adventurer, a next word sent shiver down their crotches. Unconsciously they protected their family jewel. It's good that she saved the girls, but she was ruthless. Too ruthless, even though I know that these bandits are scums that deserve to be punished. However, the way she handled them was too ruthless. Sigh. She crushed their family jewel, erased what made them man forever. They became dickless. Indeed, she was ruthless, the adventurers commented, still feeling chills down there. Alex also feels a chill running down his crotch. That lady was indeed ruthless. Somehow, Alex had an idea of who the lady in question might be. He glanced at Gracier. The latter had a blank expression on her face as if lost in thoughts, but if you look closely you could see that her lips were curved upward. She was fighting a grin. Let's go, Alex said, bringing Gracier out of her stupor. Nodding her head, she followed him. However, Alex had not taken his third when he almost stripped down. What adventurer said caught him off guard. You know, people surnamed the mysterious lady, the Demoness aka the Nuts Crusher. Pfft, ha ha ha. Alex couldn't control himself any longer, so he started laughing. All nearby adventurers glanced at him, seeing his unusual behavior. Nevertheless, he must have his reason for laughing. Shaking their heads, they returned gossiping. Alex continued, smiling as the two went toward Lena's counter. Suddenly, Alex heard Dia's mocking voice. Look, it seems that the whelp has finally become crazy. He laughs without any reason. Poor soul, ha ha ha. He must be treated. Maybe he didn't have money. Should we lend him some? One of Diaz's men asked. Chuckling, Diaz crossed his arms and put on a pondering expression as he replied, maybe, but nah, I don't want to help him because he's Foulmouth Jr., big brother Alex. Gracier held Alex's hand when she heard Diaz mocking him. You could hear the concern in her voice. Strangely, Alex was not angry. Smiling, Alex rubbed Gracier in the head and said, Don't worry, Gracier, he's just a clown. Let's go. Nodding her head, Gracier followed after him. Diaz clicked his tongue in annoyance because his little trick had not worked. When the two approached Lena's counter, they were surprised because Lena was dispirited. Her head lowered. When she sensed the two approaches, her mood brightened, especially when she spotted a smiling Gracier. Welcome, you too. Little seer, big sister is happy to see you. You're my sunshine, I hope you will always smile. Morning, big sister. Are you looking so dispirited? Gracier asked innocently. Ugh. Nothing, I just had a nightmare last night. Lena lied through her teeth. It that so? Well, don't worry, it's just a nightmare. Gracier comforted Lena while inwardly smiling, thinking big sister is so bad at lying, but I won't tell her I know she's lying, though. Alex chuckled. He felt that this little sister of his was somehow interesting. Lena had not noticed that Gracier had seen through her lie, or she chooses to act like she hadn't. Smiling, Alex decided to tease Lena. Morning, Nuts Crew Dash. Feeling Lena's murderous glare, Alex quickly stopped whatever he was planning to say. Alex boy, did you say something? Lena asked, arms crossed, eyes narrowed dangerously. Gulping, Alex shook his head and said, Nothing, I was just greeting you. Morning, Lena, good. Morning, Alex. I hope you slept well. Be prudent when speaking, who knows when the Nuts Crusher might visit you. Lena says with a mysterious smile. Smiling, Alex didn't answer. Suddenly the two turned their heads to see a Gracier chuckling. What's wrong, little seer? Lena asked. Shaking her knee, Gracier replied, Nothing, it's just that you two look like a bickering couple. Alex and Lena exchanged glance before shaking their heads, thinking that it's unlikely for them to become couples. For Alex, it was that he thought Lena was out of his reach, as if she stands at the top. For the nobody him, he didn't think he has a chance. Maybe it would have been different if he was also at the top. For Lena, it was simply because she didn't have time for something like romance. Maybe she will after achieving her goal. Gracier looked at the two who were lost in thoughts with a mysterious smile. Suddenly, a voice brought Alex and Lena out of their stupors. Glancing at the owner of the voice, Alex was startled because he remembered the girl. she was the plain girl they saw yesterday evening after leaving Dior's store. Your pervert who was stalking me yesterday. Now that I saw you, I demand an explanation. Why are you stalking me? The black-haired girl asked. She's the funny type I see. Silveria, who hadn't talked since the morning, finally spoke after hearing the girl's words. What's so funny in what she just said? Call her troubles bringer type instead of funny type. Alex said unhappily. Frowning, Alex glared at the girl and says, when did I become a stalker? I never saw you before. Yesterday was the first time I saw you. Do not slander me. Gracier smiled and observed the two. She was sure that Alex would encounter the girl again, however, she had not thought it would have been so soon. Lena looked amused because she knew how playful this black-haired girl can be. For proof, when the other adventurers heard her voice, they thought it would have been something interesting. However, after seeing who the voice owner was, they lost all interest in the matter. Pursuing her lips, the black-haired crossed her arms and says, you're lying. You're staring so intensely at me last night as if you can wait to assault me. I was so scared that I quickly fled. Thanks to the gods you did not follow me because you saw that I took a crowded road. Feeling headache coming, Alex held his head and said in a frosty tone, I say girl, you have read too much of fantasy books to misinterpret your delusion as reality. Spare me from trouble, will you? I admit that I should have not stared so intensely at you, but it was because somehow I had the feeling that you're not what you're trying to show. That's all. I'm not some sort of fucking pervert, nor I'm one of the stalkers you read in your books. The black-haired girl's eyes shined for a moment when Alex mentioned about her hiding her true self. Inwardly, she thought interesting. You're interesting. However, she was not planning to let the matter slide like that. When she wanted to continue pestering Alex, a voice cut her off. Okay, that enough, Eleonora. You have teased Alex enough. Lena chimed in, glancing at Lena, the black-haired girl. No, Eleonora pouted. Lena, you're no fun at all. Foo. Thanks for the praise. Let's make the presentation. Alex, this is Eleonora, a future D-rank adventurer, and Eleonora, this is Alex, he's also a future D-rank adventurer. Maybe you will be taking the D-rank examination together. Lena said with a smile. Alex's eyes widened. He had not thought the girl to be soon a D-rank adventurer like him. For him, she will be an E-rank adventurer at best. On the other hand, the girl was also astonished by the news. Suddenly she smiled as she thought Alex was an interesting fellow. Suddenly, someone shouted. This person was furious by the news of Alex becoming a D-rank adventurer. It's unfair. I refuse to accept this. How can that whelp become D-rank just after registering just 2 weeks ago? He must have cheated. Diaz shouted, not believing in the news. Stop it, Diaz. One must have all informations before contesting a decision you just heard. It's true that Alex just recently become an adventurer, but he has completed numerous quests. On his last quest he killed an entire settlement of goblins. 30 goblins to be exact, a burly adventurer explained after stopping Diaz. What? Diaz and his men asked, eyes filled with disbelief. That not all. He even killed a rare species, something only D-rank adventurer could face. So, it was normal that he would get promoted. So, stop saying something stupid before it becomes too late. The guild master will not go easy on you if you continue to question a decision he has taken. The burly adventurer warned. Diaz and his men's expression turned gloomy as they glared at Alex. The latter smiled in response. Infuriated, Diaz announced, Fine, I understand, but the future D-rank wouldn't mind fighting against a poor E-rank adventurer, will he? I provoke you to a duel. I dare you to accept it. You can refuse, but that will prove that you're nothing, just a lucky dude. The other adventurers' eyes shined when they heard Diaz provoking Alex to a duel. An interesting show was about to happen. Alex smiled hearing Diaz's provocation. Truth be told, he had become somehow fed up with the man. He was planning to teach him a lesson, but he didn't know how. But who would have thought that the man in question would deliver himself on a silver plate to be sliced? How funny. Before Alex could respond, Lena approached him and whispered something into his ear. Alex smiled brightly after hearing Lena's words. Okay, I accept, let's proceed outside. Alex accepted with a mysterious smile. Even though Diaz and his men felt that something was wrong, especially after seeing the smiling Alex whose face held no fear, they still decided to continue. Everybody went outside. Many adventurers were ready to watch a good show. The bolder ones started betting on the winner. Chapter 49-47, a bet. Outside in front of the Adventurers Guild building stood a crowd. Currently, Alex was facing the 4 adventurers that had picked a fight with him. Well, their leader has. To be accurate, it was a duel. It's too late now. Even if you have some skills, we won't forgive you even if you start crying. One of Diaz's men said, sneering. Alex just glanced at him, not bothering to answer his provocation. Diaz held a battle axe in his hand while threatening Alex. A man called Bolt held a double-handed sword. The remaining two adventurers at the back held a bow and dagger respectively as they looked at Alex and grinned. The four people wore light armor on top of their ordinary clothes. The residents of the city gathered at a distance while curiously looking at Alex and the other four. Gracier and Eleonora were on the front row, with Gracier doing her best not to show how concerned she was. Eleonora, being Eleonora, was smiling, arms crossed. Finally, Lena, after speaking with the guildmaster, came out. It seems that she was going to supervise the fight. Alex and her exchanged a glance before Alex started smiling. It was time to start his plan. Well, good for nothing simpleton. Why don't we make a bet? A bet. Simpleton, no. Diaz urged Alex to continue while blue veins appear on his forehead at the disgraceful name he just received. By the way, even the onlookers who heard the name were trying not to smile and laugh at it. Everyone shut up when the Bolt glared at the surroundings. Everyone except Eleonora, of course. She continued laughing. Diaz and his men glared at Alex, shrugging his shoulders. Alex said, like I said, it's a bet. I heard a story a little while ago. Miraculously, maybe because you used up a lifetime's worth of luck, you succeeded in a quest at last? So, during your celebration, you picked a bone with me who was just going to get promoted above you. Shut up. Stop talking as if you knew everything. We are lucky, you say? Don't make me laugh. We are not you who rely on luck, whelp. You're looking down on us even though you're a novice that just registered a week ago. Don't get full of yourself because you're lucky or because you're going to get promoted. To Alex's provocation, Diaz yelled threateningly while waving his battle axe. The sound of the air as he waved his axe showed he wasn't just all talk. Unfazed by the display, Alex continued, well, that's difficult to say. Let's focus on the bet here. So, the contents of the bet are the following. I'll fight the four of you at the same time. And if you win, that's right, let's say you'll receive this. He then took a bag of gold coins from his fake space ring before removing the fake ring and added it to the bag of gold coins. Everybody present eyes widened when they heard Alex's words. Even Lena was surprised for a moment before starting to smile. Gracier panicked when she heard her big brother was going to fight against those four at the same time. Even though she knew her big brother was strong, especially with his strange gift, she still felt worried because even if the four weren't strong, they are still above normal people. Besides, the Diaz guy was an E-rank adventurer, he must be strong. The only positive thing was that none of the four seems to have a gift. Well, if one of them was gifted, the group's rank wouldn't be E. Gracier's eye squinted as she studied the bowman. From his body she could detect a faint amount of mana. One of her racial traits, elves can detect the ambient mana in the air or a person because of their sensibility to nature. Coming back to the present. Detecting mana coming out of the bowman could mean one thing. This bowman was a magic user. Maybe he uses magic to fire his arrows. Now that she observed him, the latter did not have any quiver containing arrows in it. So, this means he was magic bowman. The good point was that his bow was a normal magical bow, not a gift, or else Alex would be in trouble. A quick reminder, the difference between gifted people and ungifted one is that if a normal person using a sword, even if the sword quality was of the best, with elements, fire, wind, water, this person's firepower will never surpass a gifted person whose gift was also a sword. If the two were to fight, the gifted person will win because its gift will enable her to be in perfect harmony with an element, something unachievable for the ungifted. Besides, gifts are unbreakable, contrary to normal weapons. Some says that gifts were the embodiment of one soul. Whether it was true or not, only gods know. An ungifted may win against a gifted only if the former levels was too higher than the latter. Back to the present, Gracier shook her head while praying. Hopefully, nothing bad going to happen to her big brother, considering that if he uses his gift this fight will be over in an instant. She was eager to watch her big brother finish the fight in an instant. She was not the only one eager for the fight to start. Lena was planning to use this fight to know what kind of gift Alex possesses. Eleonora also was expecting some like that. Unfortunately for them, they are going to be disappointed because since the start Alex never planned to use his gift. He plans to fight using his knife and throwing knives, 10 gold coins, and a magic item with an item box function. It's a ring to be exact. I'll give these to you if you win, that is. Alex announced. It became noisy when Alex explained. Not only that, some onlookers knew magic items to some extent. Space rings are costly, only son of powerful families, it's to say young master of big families could possess one. So, it was not strange for them to get noisy when they saw the value of the goods such as the space ring that Alex had displayed. Diaz's eyes burned with naked greed. Still he put on a doubting expression as he shouted angrily. Don't joke. You're just a novice adventurer who registered recently. How were you able to own all these things? Don't try to cheat us with fake things. Hearing Diaz's angry voice, some people in the crowd nodded their heads, sharing the same thought as him. It wasn't for no reason. Aside from the gold coins, there was the space ring. If you bought them, it would be worth few white gold coins. Dozens of white gold coins might be necessary depending on the capacity of the ring in question. After space rings were a very rare product, knowing this, Alex looked haughtily at the four people in front of him. Whether or not it is the real thing, feel free to judge if you beat me. No. Let's do this. I'll ask our supervisor to confirm it. Saying this, Alex placed the items in Lena's hands while secretly winking her. Lena did not immediately understand why he did that, however, she finally understood the reason why he did it. Smiling while inwardly cursing at how shameless Alex was, Lena announced, "Certainly, I have confirmed the items. There are 10 gold coins inside the pouch. While the space ring is indeed authentic." After hearing Lena's confirmation, the crowd became noisy again while Diaz's eyes were burning with greed. Fufu, master, you're sure bad. To think that you'll force Lena to play with alongside your lie. She will sure retaliate later, be prepared. Well, since I took out articles of this level, you guys have to put out something of equal value. Don't you think? Alex asked, ignoring Silveria. There was a long silence. Diaz and his men were silent after hearing Alex's words. This was natural, though. After all, Diaz himself was only an E-rank adventurer. This was the first time he had seen a space ring for real. There was no way he would have goods of equal value. However, even though he was made into a fool in front of the crowd and other adventurers, something he likes to do, not to be at the receiving end, he could only glare at Alex with murderous eyes. How would have thought that the whelp was this rich? He had miscalculated. Diaz thought, cursing at his miscalculation. Smiling, Alex said, "What's wrong? Display the goods you're betting." That said, it's probably impossible, as expected of the simpleton. I'm a generous soul after all. Therefore, I'll allow you to bet everything you have right now. You should have something if you came to celebrate the achievement of your quest, right? Hearing Alex's words, Diaz's eyes became more murderous while the crowd rolled their eyes while thinking, generous soul my ass, you just want to rob them clean. What's generous in that? The reason why Alex made this move was that he had been informed of Diaz's recent success. The four had amassed a petite fortune. Also because they like to often brag after drinking few cups, they let slip that they like to have all their money on their person in case someone may go stole them if they left it in their inn. Well, Lena gave him this information. How she learned it Alex never asked, nor he plans to. Finally, after struggling for a while, Diaz spoke. All right, I accept. Alex smiled. Finally, the fish has taken the bet. Chapter 50-48. For against 1 Part 1. When the crowd heard Diaz finally accepting the bet, they gasped while Alex smiled. Gracier's eyes narrowed before she smiled in turn. She had a feeling that her big brother was going to rob Diaz and his men clean. Diaz, are you out of your mind? Bolt and the remaining 2 men looked at Diaz with criticizing eyes when he accepted Alex's proposition. Diaz calmly explained himself, you must prepare yourselves. We would make a fool of ourselves if we run now. We would become laughingstock from tomorrow on. Nobody gonna respects us anymore. People will point their fingers at us saying that we are coward. Something I will not allows. We only have to win. If we win, then the 10 gold coins and the space ring will be ours. Just think about it, whether Diaz's words stimulated their greed, or maybe they understood that they couldn't retreat from the current situation. The 3 men stared daggers at Alex. Unbothered, Alex said, if you have decided, then take out your entire fortune. Be quick, we don't have all day. I've things to do after this, so better be quick. At Alex's words, the 4 men each took a bag of money from their chests and tossed to where Alex's pouch and space ring were. Seeing that situation, Alex opened his mouth as a grin floated onto his face. Be aware that in the case you lose, I'll be taking your weapons as well, Alex added. Immediately another commotion started. Diaz's and his men expressions turned ugly, glaring at Alex with murderous eyes. Diaz says, Alex, don't go too far. We are not easy to bully. Add our weapons, you say? Better kill us then, weapons are adventurer's life. How could you say that, you devil? Whether I'm a devil or not, it's not up to you to decide. The things you four took out are no way near my items. Yet generous as am I said to add your weapons in the case you'll lose. Why are you afraid? You just need not lose or else he. I'll be taking your money and your weapons. You accept or you get lost. Do not forget what I said previously. I said all your entire fortune. Weapons can also count as your fortune. You're lucky that I'm extremely generous, so generous that I didn't ask you to add your clothes and armors. Ha! I'm indeed generous, Alex sighed while acting as though he had taken a serious decision not to ask them to add their clothes and armors. The crowd brows twitched. They didn't know whether they should call Alex shameless or they should praise him for being ruthless because if he were to win, the four will be done for literally. How could they accomplish quests without their weapons and with all their fortunes gone? They won't. Maybe after losing they will stop being adventurer because nobody was going to lend them some money considering their reputations. Hell, they may consider themselves lucky if the other adventurers didn't mock them while still refusing to lend them some money. Alex's move can be considered ruthless if he were to win, that is. Lena looked at Alex with praise. One must be ruthless toward one's enemy. Eleonora also shared the same thought while Gracier was just smiling waiting to see Diaz and his men ugly faces after they would have lost. Diaz and his men complexion sank, blue veins could be seen popping out on their foreheads. They were glaring at Alex with eyes filled with an intention to murder. Unfazed Alex smiled and said, "What are you planning? Accept or get lost." "Come on, we don't have all day, you know." Hearing Alex's words, Diaz gritted his teeth till it almost bleeds. Calming down his raging emotions, Diaz closed his eyes before finally answering, "We accept." Wow. Wise choice. Shall we start then? Alex said while glancing at Lena. Sighing, Lena advanced and looked at the five before announcing, "This is a friendly exchange. Please do note that you cannot kill your opponent. You must stop when your opponent surrenders. Lastly, the winner takes everything while the losers will accept the outcome without raising a fuse or else I won't be nice. I hope I was clear enough. Do you still accept?" Continue. Naturally, the five accepted. Looking at them one more time, Lena announced, "Then start." Following Lena's signal, nobody move. The five observed each other. Alex smiled when he saw how tense the four were. Compared to them, he was too calm, so calm that it was disturbing. It was because of how calm Alex was that Diaz didn't immediately attack. He decided to observe Alex before making a move. Alex seemed so calm even facing the four was simply because he knew he would win. Previously, when they came out, he secretly appraised them. Having seen their statuses, he became confident, hence he proposed 4 against 1. Diaz's level was the highest, L11. His stats were slightly above his when he was level 9. He can also the wind element. After Diaz was Bolt, a level 10, a pure swordsman. While the bowman was level 9, he was also magic bowman like Gracier had predicted. The daggers man was also a level 9. Overall, Alex's stats were above them. He didn't fear them. This fight can also be used as training against future human opponents. "Let's start," Alex mumbled. "Have fun. This fight will be over if you use me, you know," Silveria said, fully knowing why Alex chose not to use her in this fight. "I know, but I just want to fight them without using you." Alex's mouth curved into a grin as he said, "I won't be using my gift because some people were expecting me to do it. I'm not going to make their wish come true. You are so bad, master." "Well, you should focus on the magic bowman in the middle. He's the most dangerous. He will snipe you from afar while the other will attack you." Silveria warned him to take care of the magic bowman first. "I know. It was what I had planned to do since the start anyway. Time to test that newest skill you gifted me." Alex responded while cracking his neck. Diaz and the other three tensed when they saw Alex. They were ready to attack. The magic bowman moved a little back. He started gathering magic to fire his arrows while Diaz was ready to move. Grinning, Alex murmured, "Blink." Instantly his figure disappeared and reappears in front of the startled magic bowman. Alex's right arm was planted deep in the pit of the magic bowman's stomach. "Ho, ugga!" Groaning loudly as his eyes lost all focus, magic bowman fell onto the ground unconscious. He was KO'd with just one punch. It was normal. Alex struck with all he got. His 200 attack points are no joke after all. Even Diaz, the level 11 attack points were not high as him. Diaz attack stat, 190. Not wasting this opportunity, Alex spun and slashed at the nearby man who held 2 daggers. Still surprised by Alex's sudden appearance, the daggers man was almost caught off guard. However, he quickly brought his 2 daggers in front of him, blocking Alex's knife. Clang, a metallic sound was produced when the 3 weapons clashed. Sparks flew in the air. Alex followed by another attack. His early attack was a feint by the time the daggers man noticed that it was already too late. Alex's kick connected to his left knee. Crack, the daggers man screamed, feeling his knee breaking. He dropped his daggers and started rolling on the ground. Finally, Diaz and Bolt reacted and they attacked Alex. The latter vanished from their striking zone and reappears where he previously stood while slightly painting. These exchanges that dured a few seconds at best had taken all his concentration. He needed to be quick, or else only the magic bowman would be out of the game. Fortunately, his plan had worked. Smiling, Alex said, 2 down. 2 more to go. Diaz's complexion sank. He glared at Alex. Bolt crouched down and checked the still rolling in pain daggers man. His knee was really broken. 2 guild staff came out and took the unconscious and the injured daggers man away. Finally, the crowd reacted. They were too shocked previously to say anything. Everything happened so fast that by the time they were aware of happened, 2 of Diaz's men were down. Even Lena was surprised. She had never heard of that strange movement skill. It was the first time she saw something like this. Don't misunderstand, she had seen numerous strange movement skills which were extremely fast, but Alex's movement skill was strange. He just disappeared and reappears at will. What a wonderful movement skill, Lena praised. On the other side, Eleonora's eyes widened. She was surprised by Alex's skill, but more importantly, she was surprised by his decision to take the 2 at rear down at the start of the fight. It was a well thought out plan. Gracier was smiling, her fists tightly clenched due to nervous. She was confident that her big brother would win. However, Alex's sudden move surprised her even more. He moved and bam! 2 of Diaz's men were down. As expected of her big brother, the crowd was silent, waiting for more. Until now they still didn't understood what happened. They decided to wait and see. Most of them by now was sure that Alex would win.